Chapter 1. It's not against the law to brag. Class reunion on Saturday night, Box 1, Frugal Hall, Regent Hotel. This is our first reunion after graduation. I hope everyone will come. Anyone who doesn't come will be disrespectful to our entire class. At everyone. I will participate, of course I will participate. I have to give face to the class monitor. Old classmate, I heard that Lin Xiaoxiao returned to China. Is it true? At Goddess Lin, will you come to the party? In the university classmates group, class monitor Su Pingue is at ing everyone. Class reunion? Most of the class reunions nowadays have changed their nature. Most of them are about showing off wealth and wives. Su Mingzhi is just a poor real estate agent. He is neither rich nor has a wife. He has nothing to brag about. Moreover, he didn't like Su Pingue very much. Su Pingue didn't get along with him when they were in school. Don't be fooled by his amiable appearance all day long, he is actually full of hypocrisy. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, Su Mingzhi was very familiar with her. Lin Xiaoxiao was the recognized academic goddess of Lingjian University. Not only did she have good grades, she was also very beautiful, with the typical fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs, and was regarded as a goddess by countless people. Even though it has been more than a year since graduation, Lin Xiaoxiao still has a place on the list of campus beauties at Lingjian University. Su Mingzhi still has some good feelings towards Pan Xiaoxiao. Of course, it is only limited to good feelings. Ding dong. Lin Xiaoxiao at Su Mingzhi, are you going? Su Mingzhi had been secretly lurking, and was thinking of finding a chance to refuse, but Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly at him and asked him if he wanted to go. What was going on? Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao deliberately at Su Mingzhi, Su Pingue felt jealous. When he was in school, he was pursuing Lin Xiaoxiao, but it ended when Lin Xiaoxiao went abroad. To put it bluntly, Lin Xiaoxiao was only a big part of the reason why he held this party. But now Lin Xiaoxiao actually tagged Su Mingzhi, which made Su Pingue very unhappy. Su Pingue at Su Mingzhi, where have you made your fortune recently? Lu Hong is Su Pingue's lackey. Seeing Su Pingue speaking, he hurriedly followed suit. Most likely he got rich and forgot about us old classmates. Looking at the heated discussion in the group, Su Mingzhi's mouth twitched. Get rich? He wanted to get rich. How can I make any fortune? I'm just an employee. I've been very busy with work lately. Su Mingzhi replied casually. Hey, Su Mingzhi, stop it, you're boring now, right? Everyone is busy, but don't we all have to make time to attend the party? Even if you don't give us face, at least give it to Goddess Lin. Looking at the constantly jumping information, Su Mingzhi shook his head helplessly. He was afraid that he could not avoid this class reunion. Okay, I have to give face to Goddess Lin. Saturday, right? I will attend on time then. Lin Xiaoxiao at Su Mingzhi, see you tomorrow. Su Pingue's face darkened. By the way, Su Mingzhi, you haven't told me what you've been doing recently? Property. Lu Hong quickly interjected, real estate? Real estate agency, right? That's great. I heard that the monitor is going to buy a house soon, right? Old classmate, you are a real estate agency, you know the market better. Please introduce any real estate projects to our monitor. You may not know this, but our squad leader has now opened his own company and is now the boss of an upper-class elite with an annual income of millions. Su Mingzhi, if you serve the monitor well, he might let you work in his company if he's happy. You can earn much more than being an agent. Su Pingue, Lao Zhou, that's an exaggeration. But if Su Mingzhi really wants to come to my company, that's fine. We're all old classmates, so I'll have to force him in even if it means forcing him in. His salary will be 10,000 yuan, which is the standard for old employees. Fan Lei, the salary is 10,000, and the squad leader is still as generous as ever. Jiabo, opportunities are rare and will never come back. Su Mingzhi, you must seize the opportunity. Ha. I watched as people in the group started to make fun of me. Su Mingzhi frowned, feeling very uncomfortable. If you want to flatter me, go ahead and do it, no one will stop you, but why do you involve me? Lu Hong, you can flatter me as much as you want, but don't step on me. As for me, although I work in the real estate industry, I don't know much about property prices. I am a landlord now and I own 10 shops in the city center. After saying this, Su Mingzhi closed the WeChat group. The batch has already been installed, why not try it out? Waiting to be exposed? Ding. Suddenly, a mechanical voice came from Su Mingzhi's mind. The God-level instant kill system was successfully activated. This system will put a batch of special-priced items on the shelves every week. Each item costs only 8.8 yuan. The host can only buy one item at a time. The system is refreshing. Refresh successful. The original price of a Porsche 911 is 3.82 million yuan, but the flash sale price is only 8.8 yuan. The original price of 10 shops on the commercial pedestrian street was 50 million yuan, but now they are priced at 8.8 yuan. The original price of an apartment in the Jade community is 1.2 million yuan, but the flash sale price is 8.8 yuan. Porsche 911, 10 shops on the commercial pedestrian street, Jade community apartments. Su Mingzhi had a strong premonition that he was going to become rich. As a bookworm for more than 10 years, Su Mingzhi is no stranger to things like systems. People who get the system usually become very powerful. Things have changed, and finally the tide has fallen on him. Forcing down the excitement in his heart, Su Mingzhi opened the attribute panel. Host, Su Mingzhi. Industry, none. Funds, 7,564. This week's flash sale products, Porsche 911, 10 shops on the commercial pedestrian street, Jade community apartments. Countdown, 23 hours and 57 minutes. System prompt: if the host fails to kill the enemy instantly within 1 day, it will be deemed that the host has given up on his own initiative. How does the saying go? When you feel sleepy, someone will bring you a pillow. Su Mingzhi had just boasted when the system sent 10 storefronts to him. The only drawback is that he can only kill one item instantly, otherwise Su Mingzhi would like to kill all of them instantly. Pity. Saying what a pity secretly, Su Mingzhi directly selected a shop on the pedestrian street and clicked to pay. Ding. Congratulations to the host for placing an order successfully. The property certificates for 10 shops on the pedestrian street are being processed and will be delivered tomorrow. Congratulations to the host for completing a flash sale for the first time. Extra reward: a set of Armani handmade suits already placed in the host's wardrobe. At the same time, bank card payment information follows. Your account with the last digit 5670 completed a transaction of 8.8 yuan at 9:42 on July 18, and the balance is 7,555.2 yuan. 8.8 yuan not only exchanged for 50 million. And I also earned a set of Armani handmade suit. Huge profit. Su Mingzhi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a bright smile on his face. On the other side, the entire WeChat group was dead silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, staring at Su Mingzhi's words: I am a landlord now, and I have 10 shops in the city center. Su Mingzhi is a landlord and he owns 10 shops in the city center? This sentence is like lifting a stone into a calm lake, instantly causing huge waves. Looking at today's society, what is the most comfortable job? Not a civil servant, not a boss, but a landlord. Not only will you make more money, but you will also have less work to do, and most importantly, there will be no pressure. You may even lose money on your investments. But if you invest in real estate and collect rent, you will definitely not lose money. Someone once did a statistics that China's stock market grew by 0.2% in 10 years, while China's housing prices grew by 500%. As a landlord, your only job is to collect rent on time every month. This feeling is so great. It took several minutes for the crowd to come back to their senses. Su Mingzhi is the landlord. Can anyone tell me what's going on? That's impossible. I didn't see it. Old Joe, isn't your relative Su Mingzhi's neighbor? How is Su Mingzhi's family situation? Is he really a landlord? Landlord? How is that possible? My second aunt lives next door to him, and his family is just an ordinary working class. What about the 10 shops that Su Mingzhi just mentioned? That must be bragging. With Su Mingzhi's family conditions, can they afford to buy 10 shops? And in the city center? How is that possible? Forget it. Everyone knows that Su Mingzhi likes to brag. Let's just pretend we haven't heard of him. Let's talk about the squad leader. He started from scratch, earns $1 million a year, and is his own boss. The squad leader is probably the best among us, right? Squad leader, are you still missing a pendant on your leg? Squad leader, please protect me. Chapter 2, it starts with talent and ends with appearance. Regent Hotel is a 5-star hotel in Dongcheng District, Linjiang City. Perhaps it was just because Su Pingwei wanted to take this opportunity to show off, or perhaps he wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Xiaoxiao, so when choosing a hotel, Su Pingwei set very high standards for the hotel. After parking his electric scooter, Su Mingzhi strode into the gate of Regent Hotel with his head held high. Led by the lobby manager, we soon arrived at box number 1 of the Frugal Hall. The door was not closed, but just ajar, and soon Su Mingzhi heard bursts of boasting and criticizing voices. Lao Zhou, you're awesome. You even bought a car? A Buick LaCrosse, about 200,000 or 300,000 yuan? Hey, lazy, stop bragging about me. My little capital is nothing compared to the squad leader. Some time ago, the squad leader bought a BMW 5 Series worth more than 400,000 yuan. The suit he wore today alone cost 30,000 yuan. That's awesome. Old Zhou, that's exaggerating. It's only 28,888, less than 30,000. Su Pingwei waved his hand and smiled indifferently. Of course, although he said it was okay, the smug expression on his face was obvious. TSK, a suit worth over 30,000 yuan. Squad leader, Lao Zhou, you are all winners in life. I am just an ordinary wage earner who has no food to eat. Come on, everyone knows that you, Fang Lei, are not only married, but you also have a son. You are the winner in life. By the way, lazy, why didn't you bring your wife and children? Didn't the squad leader say that you can bring your family members? The child is still young and will cause trouble. Lao Zhou, the one who just left was your girlfriend, right? She's pretty. So. Hearing these heated discussions, Su Mingzhi stopped at the door for a moment, then walked in. Crack! The door of the box was pushed open. Su Mingzhi, dressed in a suit, instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. The box is very large and is roughly divided into 2 areas. On the left is the dining area, and on the right is the leisure area, where you can drink tea, play cards, sing songs, etc. At this moment, not everyone has arrived yet. There are about 30 people in the box, including their families, both men and women. They gathered in 2s and 3s, some playing cards, some bragging and chatting. Seeing Su Mingzhi, Su Pingwei, the organizer of this party, stood up and looked at Su Mingzhi with a puzzled look. Who are you? There is a saying that goes, clothes make the man, gold makes the Buddha. Su Mingzhi was originally quite handsome, and after putting on the suit given by the system, Su Mingzhi's temperament was greatly improved. So much so that for a moment, Su Pingwei was unable to recognize him. Sergeant, it's been such a short time since we last met, you wouldn't have failed to recognize me, right? Su Mingzhi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled faintly. Su Pingwei was slightly stunned, looked at Su Mingzhi seriously, and asked uncertainly, Are you Su Mingzhi? It's me. Su Mingzhi nodded lightly. Or are you Su Mingzhi? I didn't realize you look so handsome in a suit. Su Mingzhi, do you have a girlfriend? How about we just make do with each other? I'm losing my mind. Why didn't I find Su Mingzhi's potential before? A group of female classmates suddenly went wild and stared at Su Mingzhi. At the same time, Su Pingwei's face suddenly turned gloomy. For this party, he specially ordered a suit and spent 30,000 yuan. Young, rich and handsome, he should be the protagonist of this banquet. But now, all his limelight has been stolen by Su Mingzhi. Watching Su Pingwei's expression change, Su Mingzhi felt secretly happy. Su Pingwei still wants to use him to show off? He. Why don't you pretend one and show it to me? Su Mingzhi raised his mouth slightly and showed a faint smile. Everyone, long time no see. As he spoke, Su Mingzhi walked towards the sofa area. As soon as I sat down, several female classmates surrounded me. Old classmate, do you still recognize me? I'm Zhou Lijuan, the arts committee member of our class. Let me tell you a little secret, I'm still single. Su Mingzhi, do you still remember me? I sat in front of you when we were in school. How about we add each other on WeChat? Hey, Zhu Qian, don't you have a boyfriend? Why are you adding me on WeChat? What are your intentions towards Su Mingzhi? My boyfriend is not my husband, so what's wrong with adding WeChat? It is said that women are animals that value appearance, and this statement is absolutely correct. The moment these beautifully dressed women saw Su Mingzhi, they rushed over like wolves and tigers. Oh my god, that's terrible. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Mingzhi dodged to the side. This moment attracted hostile looks from Su Pingwei and others, as well as resentful gazes from many female classmates. To put it bluntly, a class reunion is an occasion for showing off. Show off wealth, show off wife, show off status. But what about now? Su Mingjur came up with a big bomb. He neither shows off his wealth, nor his wife, nor his status, but he actually shows off his good looks. Su Mingjur stole all the limelight. But unfortunately, appearance is something that is innate, and they can't do anything about it. Looking at Su Mingjur, who was being chased and blocked, Su Pinggui's face became darker and darker. He winked at Lu Hong, who immediately said, "Ahem, Su Mingjur, you said you are a landlord, so you must have bought a car, right? What car did you buy? Tell us so we can hear it." At this moment, the whole box fell silent. The female classmates who were chasing Su Mingjur also stopped. It is undeniable that Su Mingjur is indeed good looking, but no matter what, this society still values material things. Good looks can please the eyes, but money can fill the stomach. Little donkey, Su Mingjur said calmly. Small electric donkey? Quiet. Deathly quiet. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard Su Mingjur's answer. Isn't Su Mingjur a landlord? Doesn't he have 10 shops in the city center? How is it possible that someone who owns 10 shops in the city center rides an electric scooter? Su Pingue raised his lips slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile on his face. Su Mingjur, aren't you a landlord? Why are you riding an electric donkey? Who said that landlords can't ride electric donkeys? Su Mingjur, I think you are just bragging. You are not a landlord at all, and you don't have 10 shops. Faced with Su Pingue's ridicule, Su Mingjur was not angry. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly. Su Mingjur, you. Bang. Su Pingue wanted to say something, but at this time, the door of the box was pushed open again. A woman with her hair tied up high walked in. She was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a black dress that revealed a pair of long, white and tender legs, with no makeup on her wrists and neck. Makes his skin look whiter. Dignified, beautiful, generous. When men see it, their desire becomes aroused, while women feel ashamed of themselves. The moment she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xiaoxiao? A sharp-eyed person immediately exclaimed. After not seeing her for 2 years, Lin Xiaoxiao's appearance has not deteriorated, but has become even more stunning. Dear classmates, long time no see. Lin Xiaoxiao swept her beautiful eyes around the box, then greeted them with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao. For a moment, Su Pingue felt his heart beating uncontrollably. Xiaoxiao, do you still remember me? Squad leader, long time no see. Lin Xiaoxiao responded lightly. Su Pingue was immediately overjoyed. Xiaoxiao, would you like something to drink? I'll ask the waiter to prepare it right away. No need, I'll chat first. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand, then walked straight towards Su Mingjur. Long time no see. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded at Su Mingjur. Su Mingjur also nodded and responded, long time no see. Chapter 3. Sorry, the person delivering the house deed is here. It's great to be good looking. Having good looks can make a living. You can do whatever you want if you are good looking. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Mingjur talking and laughing, Su Pingue almost exploded with anger. Organizing parties, booking hotels, and running around. He did so much just to send a signal. He is the protagonist of this party. But who would have thought that a Changyao Jin would suddenly appear halfway? Su Mingjur directly stole all his limelight. After glaring at Su Mingjur fiercely, Su Pingue asked the waiter to serve the food. Soon the dishes were served. The students began to clink glasses and toast each other. Su Pingue made a gesture to Lu Hong and the others, and they all walked towards Su Mingjur with their wine glasses in hand. Old classmate, come on, let's have a drink. Su Mingjur, how long have we not seen each other? It's been 2 years, right? Su Mingjur, let's have a drink too. Looking at Lu Hong and others who were competing to toast him. A faint smile appeared on Su Mingjur's lips. Su Mingjur knew exactly what Su Pingue and the others were thinking. They wanted to get themselves drunk so as to embarrass themselves in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. But who is Su Mingjur? A real estate agent through and through. Drinking has long been a common occurrence for Su Mingjur. I can't say that I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but I can definitely drink 100 cups without falling. Since my old classmate wants to drink, I will risk my life to accompany you. Su Mingjur picked up the wine glass and poured himself a glass of wine without saying a word. Su Mingjur accepted everyone who came, and after 2 rounds, nothing happened. Instead, Lu Hong and others had red faces. Come on, Lao Zhou, let's have a drink. Su Mingzhi half closed his eyes and stared at Lu Hong. The corner of Lu Hong's mouth twitched, and he felt the alcohol surging wildly in his stomach. He almost couldn't hold back his breath. Hongzi, that's enough. At this moment, Su Pingui came up, patted Lu Hong on the shoulder, said lightly, and then looked at Su Mingzhi. Su Mingzhi, I think Hongzi has almost finished drinking, how about we have a few drinks? From the very beginning, Su Pingui had been calculating Su Mingzhi's alcohol consumption. Up to now, Su Mingzhi has drunk 18 glasses of wine. Even if he could hold his liquor like an idiot, he was now at the end of his strength. Fighting against myself is too naive. Hearing Su Pingui's words, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. Squad leader, that's enough, Su Mingzhi has drunk enough. However, Lin Xiaoxiao would have been better off not saying anything. After she said this suddenly, Su Pingui's already gloomy face became even darker. Without caring about Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Su Pingui looked at Su Mingzhi. Su Mingzhi, you won't give me face, right? Since the monitor has invited me so kindly, how can I refuse? Giving Lin Xiaoxiao a look that said don't worry, Su Mingzhi filled the glass with wine, clinked glasses with Su Pingui, and then drank it all in one gulp. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. After drinking several glasses of wine, Su Pingui's face became flushed and his head felt a little dizzy. He had a bad feeling in his heart that he was being tricked by Su Mingzhi. Putting down his wine glass calmly, Su Pingui slowly said, Su Mingzhi, let's continue what we were talking about just now. Didn't you say that you have 10 shops in the city center? Where are they exactly? Commercial Pedestrian Street. Commercial Pedestrian Street? Ha 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 ha. Please, Su Mingzhi, can you please draft your ideas before you brag? Do you know how much a shop on the Commercial Pedestrian Street costs? Several million. 10 shops would cost tens of millions. Can you afford it? So you know I can't afford it? Ha, who doesn't brag about being awesome? If you have the guts, show me the property certificate. The property certificate is being processed. Is the real estate certificate being processed? Hearing Su Mingzhi's words, Su Pingui, Lu Hong, Fong Lei and others burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Su Mingzhi, can you still be a little more funny? The property certificate is being processed? Did you just buy it yesterday? Old classmate, you should be careful about the limits of bragging. You are bragging too much now, right? Dong dong dong. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the box. Then a middle-aged man walked in. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, had a tall stature, and was holding a briefcase in his right hand. He looked like a successful man. Su Pingui walked over quickly and said, I'm Su Pingui, the organizer of this party. May I ask who you are? However, the middle-aged man ignored Su Pingui. He glanced around the room and asked, Excuse me, Su Mingzhi, is Mr. Su here? Su Mingzhi? Everyone was slightly stunned, then turned to look at Su Mingzhi. What's going on? Who is this person? Why are you looking for Su Mingzhi? Who are you? Su Mingzhi frowned slightly. In his memory, he had no impression of this person. Mr. Su, I'm Gu Yaodong, the manager of Territory Real Estate. The ownership certificates for the 10 shops you purchased have been processed. Here are your ownership certificates and keys. Please sign for them. As he spoke, Gu Yaodong took out a stack of red books from his handbag. I saw a few big words written on the cover of these red notebooks. Real estate certificate. That is the real estate certificate in the popular sense. Su Mingzhi opened the property certificate, and his name was clearly written on it. Su Mingzhi. 1, 2, 3. 10, a full 10 property certificates, which means 10 shops. Ha! Even though Su Mingzhi had already accepted what the system had told him, when the 10 property certificates actually fell into his hands, Su Mingzhi's heart still began to beat wildly uncontrollably. 50 million. That's a full 50 million. Thanks. This is what I should do. If Mr. Su has no other instructions, then I want to leave. Please. Gu Yaodong left soon, but the entire box was as silent as death. No one expected things to turn out like this. Someone actually sent Su Mingzhi 10 property certificates. Su Mingzhi raised his lips slightly and looked at Su Pingui. Squad leader, don't you want to see the property certificate? Here, the property certificate is here. Su Pingui was still in a daze at this moment. He could hardly believe what he saw. Su Mingzhi is just a small real estate agent. How can he own 10 shops? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Without any hesitation, Supingue immediately grabbed a property certificate and looked at it carefully. But the next second, his legs trembled violently, and he fell to the ground with a bang, his face pale. In the column of real estate rights holder, Sumingjer's name was clearly written. Fake, all fake. I don't believe it. You, Sumingjer, are just a small real estate agent. How is it possible for you to own 10 shops? Supingue is very proud. He is the class monitor. In terms of study, he is better than Sumingjer. In terms of family, he is superior to Sumingjer. In terms of ability, he is far better than Sumingjer. He is now his own boss and earns millions a year. And Sumingjer is just a hard-working worker. Apart from his looks, he can almost crush Sumingjer. Originally, he was the undisputed protagonist of this party. But now, all his limelight has been stolen by Sumingjer. The original million-dollar fortune was nothing but a joke in front of Sumingjer. He can't even be a fraction of Sumingjer. He was unwilling to accept what was happening now. The most important thing for people is to face reality. He. With a light laugh, Sumingjer turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Goddess Lin, let's go together? Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately stood up and left the box with Sumingjer. Chapter 4, No More Pretending, I'm a Rich Second Generation. Quiet. Deathly quiet. Looking at the backs of Sumingjer and Lin Xiaoxiao as they left, everyone opened their mouths wide, unable to speak for a long time. The plot twists happened so quickly that it was almost beyond their understanding. Originally, they always thought that Sumingjer was just bragging when he said he had 10 shops. But the cruel reality slapped them in the face. Sumingjer was not bragging, what he said was true. He really has 10 shops. Hongzi, is this what you said, that Sumingjer is just from a working-class family? Supingue was so angry that he almost bit his teeth off. How does the saying go? He tried to be awesome but ended up getting beaten. This is Supingue's current situation. Lu Hong. He is also completely confused now, even though he lived in the same dormitory with Sumingjer when he was in college, and even though his second aunt was a neighbor of Sumingjer's family. But he really didn't know that he owned 10 shops. In his impression, Sumingjer has always been a hard-working worker with no money and no power. Squad leader, don't you think this is a bit strange? After a moment's silence, Lu Hong spoke slowly. What's strange? What a coincidence. Lu Hong said in a deep voice, do you think Sumingjer deliberately asked someone to act out this drama? Acting? If Lu Hong hadn't said anything, Supingue wouldn't have noticed anything. But after Lu Hong said this, Supingue suddenly felt that it was really possible. If Sumingjer had the property certificate, why didn't he take it out earlier? If Sumingjer has tens of millions of assets, why does he still ride an electric scooter? Hongzi, call your second aunt and ask her what Sumingjer's family does. Supingue said in a deep voice. Lu Hong immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket and called his second aunt. Hey, Xiao, how come you have time to call auntie? Aunt, I want to ask you something. Lu Hong said. What's the matter? What exactly does Sumingjer's family do? Sumingjer? The second aunt was stunned. She knew Sumingjer, he was the child from the next door neighbor. Lu Hong suddenly asked what Sumingjer was doing. Xiaohao, why are you asking about their family? He said he had 10 shops downtown. 10 shops? In the city center? He has 10 shops. His house is just above mine. I can hear him even if he speaks louder. How come I don't know the situation of his house? So? He doesn't have a shop? Nonsense, his family is just an ordinary working class, how can they afford to buy a shop? Okay, thank you, auntie. Wait, don't hang up yet. Last time your second uncle asked you to help him with something about the store, did you ask? My second uncle's family is in the clothing business. They used to do wholesale, but now they want to rent a house in the city center and do their own business. Ahem, second aunt, you also know how tight the shops in the city center are. You are a college student with many friends. I'll ask your friends to find a solution. Okay, I have something else to do. I'll hang up now. Second aunt. Lu Hong. The shops in the city center are more popular than each other. Although he is a college student, college students are not omnipotent. How about it? As soon as Lu Hong put down his phone, Su Pingwei came over. Squad leader, my second aunt has already said that Su Mingzhi's family is just a working class family and they don't have a shop at all. In other words, Su Mingzhi is acting? That's right. Su Pingwei let out a long breath, with a faint smile on his face. He reached out and patted Lu Hong on the shoulder and whispered, Hongzi, help me find out which agency Su Mingzhi works for. Squad leader, what do you want? How dare you act so arrogant in front of me? I'm going to let Su Mingzhi know how many eyes the Horse King has. This. Hongzi, your second aunt asked you to find a shop for him? My company happens to be in the city center. I can help you find out when I have time. Thank you, squad leader. How does the saying go? Don't drink and drive, and don't drive after drinking. So Su Mingzhi naturally sat in the back seat of the electric scooter. As for Lin Xiaoxiao, she naturally took on the role of driver. A beautiful woman, a handsome man, and a small electric scooter, this is what love looks like. For a moment, passers-by exclaimed. Oh! I believe in love again. Let go of that girl and let me come. Why don't I have such a considerate girl? Hearing the exclamations coming from all around, Su Mingzhi showed a smug smile on his face. Although, there is no relationship between him and Lin Xiaoxiao. But these words also felt good to Su Mingzhi's ears. You took me here just to be your driver, right? At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. Su Mingzhi? Wait, is he thinking this? There really wasn't one before. Now you can have it. Well, if I say there is no such thing, would you believe me? Su Mingzhi pondered for a moment and said seriously. He. What does it mean? You just don't believe me? Forest. Su Mingzhi, do you still remember the rainstorm in your senior year? Without giving Su Mingzhi a chance to argue, Lin Xiaoxiao spoke again. Rainstorm? Well, Su Mingzhi has some impression. I seem to have borrowed an umbrella from Lin Xiaoxiao at that time. I borrowed an umbrella from you, and you haven't returned it to me yet. Lin Xiaoxiao. If possible, Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to sew Su Mingzhi's mouth shut. Ha! After taking a long breath, Lin Xiaoxiao said, there is a love letter tucked into the umbrella. Su Mingzhi? Love letter? Is this true? How come he doesn't know? It's not me. Su Mingzhi denied immediately. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes. She had originally thought that Su Mingzhi would be very panicked. Unexpectedly, Su Mingzhi would behave so calmly. Who is that? This question stumped Su Mingzhi. If Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't suddenly mentioned it, he wouldn't even know about the love letter. How could he know who wrote it? Goddess Lin, you asked me to come in the WeChat group. It's not just for this matter, right? Su Mingzhi asked with a smile, half squinting his eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled helplessly and said, Su Mingzhi, was it you who arranged for Gu Yaodong to suddenly appear today? Su Mingzhi was slightly stunned, and then he understood what Lin Xiaoxiao meant. Lin Xiaoxiao must have thought that all this was arranged by him on purpose, a play performed by him and Gu Yaodong, and the real estate certificate was also fake. Goddess Lin, do you think my real estate certificates are all fake? Su Mingzhi shrugged and smiled faintly. Isn't it? Really not. Su Mingzhi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile on his face, and said, you may not believe it, but in fact, I have always been a rich second generation. It's just that I'm more low-key. Rich second generation? Low profile? Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. During her 4 years in college, she never realized that Su Mingzhi was a rich second generation. Could it be that Su Mingzhi, like the protagonists in many novels, has reached the end of his 3-year term? It seems impossible when you think about it. After taking a deep look at Su Mingzhi, Lin Xiaoxiao said, it's up to you, but Su Mingzhi, I want to remind you that Su Pingwei is not a broad-minded person. You've lost his face today. I'm afraid he won't let it go. You have to be prepared. Su Mingzhi nodded lightly. Are you listening to me? Exist. Aren't you going to say anything? I've already said it, I'm a second-generation rich man, I don't care about Su Pingwei or anything like that at all. Lin Xiaoxiao. Well, she figured it out. Su Mingzhi has a disease that will kill him if he doesn't pretend to be awesome. Chapter 5 Good-looking people have good luck. Chapter 5 Good-looking people have good luck. The next day. Su Mingjer is not a person who likes to sleep in, so when the first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone on Su Mingjer's face, he opened his eyes. There was a business card on the bedside table. Manager of Haitsong Financial Company Lin Xiaoxiao. Well. It seems like I missed something yesterday. Be a good person to the end, and send the Buddha to the west. Please park the car in the carport. Don't you want to say something? What? Do you want to go up and sit down? Then, Lin Xiaoxiao turned around and left. This damn alcohol actually triggered my straight male cancer. Although he felt a little regretful, Su Mingjer quickly cheered up. After washing up, get dressed. Holding a bag of property certificates, Su Mingjer rushed towards the commercial pedestrian street. He plans to look at the locations of the shops and then rent them all out. After all, a shop would be meaningless if it were simply placed somewhere. Realize. Only by realizing it can their value be reflected. The commercial pedestrian street is one of the most prosperous streets in Lingjiang City, but it was not prosperous at the beginning. A few years ago, this was an old wholesale market. Later, with the city planning, the wholesale market was changed into a commercial street. The housing prices here suddenly rose, and the surrounding shops became even more expensive. Su Mingjer took a look at the property certificate. My 10 shops are on the left side of the street, number 65, number 67, number 69, number 73, and number 75. On the right side of the street, 54, 56, 58, 64, 66. Almost all of them are located in the middle of the commercial street, which not only has a good location but also has a large flow of people. What is even more rare and valuable is that some shops have consecutive numbers, which greatly increases their value. Lao Zhang, have you heard? All the empty shops on this street have been sold? I heard that he bought 10 shops at once. I don't know which rich man bought it. Rich people are just arrogant. Others buy shops one by one, but here they buy 10 at once. If we calculate one shop at 5 million, these 10 shops would cost at least half 100 million. Wow, we can't experience the happiness of rich people. Alas, if you are born without some things, it is basically impossible for you to have them in this life. Before Su Mingjer could get close to the shop, he heard bursts of exclamations. And what they exclaimed was simple shops. With a slight smile on his lips, Su Mingjer approached and asked a middle-aged man with a smile, "Brother, what are you talking about?" The middle-aged man turned his head and saw a handsome man in a suit. His originally gloomy expression also eased a little. Nowadays, people who are good-looking usually do well in their lives. "Brother, who are you?" "I'm going to take a look at the shops." "Brother, you are a step too late. The shops on the entire street were bought the day before yesterday." "Brother, do you know who that person is?" "I don't know, I guess he's an older boss." "Why old? What if he's a young man? Why would a young man with money buy a shop? Wouldn't it be better for him to buy a sports car?" Su Mingjer thought about it and it made sense. After all, although the shop was valuable, it was not impressive enough. How cool would a sports car be? Perhaps someone doesn't think so? He. The middle-aged man pursed his lips and said, "How can you?" Before he could utter the word "can," he saw Su Mingjer take out the key from his pocket. Then he opened the door of the shop directly. Middle-aged man. It was quiet all around, and the middle-aged man's face was as red as a monkey's butt. Just a second ago, he was still bragging about how old the person who bought the shop was. But what is the result? The real owner was standing right in front of him. How old is he? About 20 years old? When did young people in their 20s stop liking sports cars and start loving shops? Damn it, what the hell is going on? Even young people don't like sports cars these days. The man touched his bald head and muttered to himself in confusion. Su Mingjer did not hear what the middle-aged man said. If he had heard it, Su Mingjer would have refuted it at that time. Who says he doesn't like sports cars? He likes it very much. It's just that the system has not been refreshed. If he were given a chance to buy a sports car for 8.8 yuan, he would choose to pay without hesitation. Su Mingjer walked around the shops and found that they were all renovated, very clean, and had all kinds of facilities. A shop like this with a good location, a lot of traffic and complete facilities should cost at least 50,000, right? That's 500,000 a month. That's 6 million a year. Rent it out, must rent it out as soon as possible. Ahem. Young man, do you use your shop to open a store for yourself or to rent it out? At this moment, a familiar male voice sounded behind Su Mingzhi. When I turned around, I saw that it was the middle-aged man I had met just now. Brother, what's your name? Su Mingzhi smiled and stretched out his right hand towards the middle-aged man. Chen Shuadong smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Su Mingzhi's hand, saying, My name is Chen Shuadong, the owner of Baiweishai next door. It's like this. Recently I plan to expand the scale of my business. If you are willing to rent it out, I can rent it out. Don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. To be honest, Chen Shuadong had actually been eyeing the shop next door for a long time. He had always wanted to rent it, but the previous owner of the shop only wanted to sell it and not rent it, and his attitude was very firm. Chen Shuadong had already given up, but now, he sees light. Su Mingzhi's eyes lit up when he heard Chen Shuadong's words. How does the saying go? When you feel sleepy, someone will bring you a pillow. He just wanted to rent it out, but the next second a customer came to him. Sure enough, good-looking people are even favored by God. For rent, of course. If the shop is not rented out, it will be meaningless. Su Mingzhi said with a smile, Brotherly, how much rent do you plan to pay? 60,000. Each year? Every month. Make a deal. Without any hesitation, Su Mingzhi agreed immediately. Originally, Su Mingzhi's price in mind was 50,000, but the price offered by Chen Shuadong has exceeded his expectations. So Su Mingzhi simply agreed. Sign the contract now? Okay. Chen Shuadong nodded and said, but before that, if you don't mind, I'd like to see the property certificate. After saying that, Chen Shuadong seemed to be worried that Su Mingzhi might misunderstand him, so he quickly added, Little brother, don't get me wrong, I'm just doing this for insurance. See the property certificate? Of course Su Mingzhi knew what Chen Shuadong was worried about. He was just worried that the shop would not be his. That was normal. After all, anyone who sees a young man in his 20s buying 10 shops would find it incredible. Without much hesitation, Su Mingzhi immediately took out the property certificate from his pocket and handed it to Chen Shuadong. Property owner, Su Mingzhi. After carefully reading it for a while, Chen Shuadong showed a bright smile on his face. Little brother, let's sign the contract now. Okay. After signing the contract, Chen Shuadong quickly transferred the money to Su Mingzhi's account. Ding, your account with the last digit 5670 completed the transaction plus 720,000 at 9:42 on July 18th, and the balance is 727,555.2 yuan. Speaking of which, Chen Shuadong is really generous. He paid the rent of 720,000 yuan in one lump sum without saying a word. The boss is generous. Chapter 6, Pockets Full of Property Certificates. Second ant is really something, this shop is not that easy to find. At the same time, Lu Hong drove to the commercial street. The commercial pedestrian street is located in the center of Lingjiang City. It has a good location and a large flow of people. If you want to rent a shop, this is definitely the first choice. However, precisely because of its good location, the popularity of shops here is one of the highest in the whole of Lingjiang. Lu Hong came here this time just to try his luck and didn't have much hope. The signboard at the entrance of the commercial street is as clean as ever, except for 2 management rules posted by the street office. Young man, do you want to rent a house? A middle-aged woman came over. Lu Hong was delighted. Sister, do you want to rent it out? The price is negotiable. No, I just want to tell you that there is someone renting out the place right in front. You can go over and try your luck, said the middle-aged woman. Real? Just now, one apartment has been rented out. If you go too late, it will be gone. Thank you, big sister. Lu Hong nodded and headed straight into the commercial street. Soon, he saw a swarm of people. Is there anyone who wants to rent a house? Before Lu Hong got close, he heard a voice calling into his ears. The voice seemed familiar, and Lu Hong felt like he had heard it somewhere before. But I couldn't remember it for a moment. Shaking his head, Lu Hong put his hands around the crowd and walked inside. But the next second, he stood there in a daze. Su Mingzhi, why is it you? Lu Hong couldn't help but exclaimed. Yes, the person who rented the house was none other than Su Mingzhi. Lu Hong never expected to meet Su Mingzhi here, and what he didn't expect was that Su Mingzhi would actually be the tenant. Why not me? Su Mingzhi smiled faintly and said, Didn't I tell you that I have 10 shops in the city center? Ha, funny. Lu Hong sneered. In order to confirm Su Mingzhi's situation, he even called his second aunt to ask about it. The result was the same as he expected. Su Mingzhi's family is just an ordinary working-class family. Can he afford to buy 10 shops? You want to rent a house? Since we are old classmates, I will give you a 98% discount. Lu Hong sneered. Su Mingzhi, is it interesting? I know who you are. Your family is just an ordinary working class. With your salary, you can't afford it even if you live for 10 lifetimes. You are just an ordinary real estate agent. Don't treat us like 3-year-old children. What if I really did that? Ha, if you really are, you would be my grandfather. Lu Hong sneered. Grandfather? He. Su Mingzhi shrugged. I don't have a grandson as old as you. To put it bluntly, Su Mingzhi just asked casually. Even if Lu Hong wanted to rent it, Su Mingzhi would not rent it to him. I have such a good shop in such a good location that there is no shortage of people renting it. Ignoring Lu Hong, Su Mingzhi looked at the crowd around him and asked loudly, is there anyone else who wants to rent a house? Brother, give me a set. 60,000 per month, right? I'll transfer the money to you now. I want one too, but I can only rent it on a monthly basis. I don't know if it's okay. As soon as Su Mingzhi finished speaking, many people responded. Su Mingzhi naturally accepted everyone who came. Signed the contract, collect rent. In just a few minutes, 2 units were rented out. One unit is rented annually, and the other is rented monthly, with a deposit of 3 months and a payment of 1 month. After a while, another 720,000 plus 240,000 is equal to 960,000 was deposited into the account. So confused. It's totally stupid. Lu Hong was stunned when he saw that Su Mingzhi had received 960,000 yuan in his account in just a few minutes. What is going on? Are these people crazy? Knowing that Su Mingzhi was an intermediary, he still gave him the money. Aren't you afraid that he will run away with the money? Are you crazy? He is just an agent, he is not the owner of the house at all. Are you crazy? Hearing Lu Hong's words, the people around him started laughing. Have you seen what other people are carrying in their pockets? A pocket of property certificates. With this thing here, how could it be fake? Young man, the most important thing in life is to face reality. Did you see the bag in his hand? It's full of property certificates. Ha ha ha. Lu Hong already knew about the property certificate during the class reunion. But this property certificate is fake. What the hell is wrong with these people? Why do they all seem to have been drugged by Su Mingzhi and keep speaking for him? Could it be that these people were all hired by Su Mingzhi? The more I thought about it, the more likely it was Lu Hong. In the real estate agency business, arranging a babysitter is extremely common. It's fake, all fake. He is not the owner of the house, and the property certificate is also fake. Don't believe it. These tenants were all arranged by him as stooges, said Lu Hong. Babysitter? Hearing Lu Hong's words, Chen Xuedong almost couldn't help laughing, and walked straight to Lu Hong. Young man, I'm curious, why do you say the property certificate is fake? His family is just an ordinary working-class family. It is impossible for them to afford a shop. If it is not fake, what is it? Ha, what you said is interesting. Who says working-class families can't buy shops? Do you think everyone is like those nouveau riches, buying luxury cars as soon as they have money? They can't wait to tell the world that they are rich? There are so many low-key wealthy people these days. Young man, don't use your ignorance to measure other people's wealth. Lu Hong's face turned pale and gloomy, as if water was about to drip out. He stared at Chen Xuedong and asked, Who are you? Me? Chen Xuedong shrugged and smiled faintly. My name is Chen Xuedong, the owner of Baiweizhai next door. I am also boss Su's tenant now. Lu Hong. The boss of Baiweizhai? Lu Hong took a look at the luxuriously decorated Baiweizhai restaurant next door and was suddenly speechless. Is the boss of Baiweizhai an idiot? Of course not. Now even the owner of Baiweizhai has come out to support Su Mingzhi, and he is also Su Mingzhi's tenant. This is something Lu Hong cannot accept. Feeling the mocking gazes around him, Lu Hong's face felt like it was burning on fire. Su Mingzhi, just keep on bragging. There will always be a time when your boasting will burst. Let me see how you end up then. Lu Hong glared at Su Mingzhi fiercely, then turned and left. He really didn't have the face to stay here any longer. Brother Su, do you want me to ask someone to stop him? Shen Shuedong came up and asked with a smile. How much assets would a person who could come up with $500 million to buy a shop have? 100 million? 1 billion? Even 10 billion? If you can rely on such a rich man, woohoo, take off. Forget it, no need to care about him, he's just a small character. Su Mingzhi waved his hand and smiled faintly. Shen Shuedong thought about it and it made sense. For a wealthy man like Su Mingzhi who could make $500 million with a wave of his hand, Lu Hong was just a small character. It would be a loss to argue with him. Chapter 7 IKEA Real Estate Company. A few minutes later, Lu Hong left the commercial street with a grim face. Young man, have you rented a shop? At the door, he met his elder sister again. At this moment, he was almost going crazy. Rent it for nothing. There's only a liar and a bunch of shills in there. After saying this, Lu Hong turned around and left without stopping. He never expected to run into Su Mingzhi in the commercial street, and what he didn't expect was that the person who rented the house was also him. If he knew it was Su Mingzhi, he would not come even if a knife was put to his neck. These idiots, how could Su Mingzhi have a shop? He is just a small real estate agent. The real estate certificates in his hands are all fake. He is renting out the real estate agency's properties privately. No, we can't just let this go. We must make Su Mingzhi pay the price. Thinking of this, Lu Hong immediately took out his mobile phone from his pocket, but before he could dial the number. But the cell phone rang first. The caller ID showed Su Pingui's number. Hongzi, there is some progress on the matter of the shop you asked me to look into last time. My friend just told me that someone is renting out the space on the commercial street. You should go over and take a look. If you go too late, it will be gone. Before Lu Hong could speak, Su Pingui's voice came through the phone. Commercial street? He. Brother Gue, you may not believe it, but I am standing at the entrance of the commercial street now. Brother Gue, I just came out of the commercial street. Do you know who is the person who rented the shop there? Don't tell me it's Su Mingzhi. It's him. Su Pingue. For a moment, Su Pingue was silent. Hongzi, didn't you say that Su Mingzhi definitely doesn't have a shop? Then why don't you rent out the shop he brought in? Su Pingue asked after a while. Brother Gue, I want you to assure me that these shops absolutely cannot belong to Su Mingzhi. If my guess is correct, it must be that Su Mingzhi secretly rented out the houses from the agency and then pocketed the money, said Lu Hong. Su Mingzhi could not be the owner of the shops, so these shops could only be properties listed by customers with real estate agencies, and Su Mingzhi secretly took them out and then rented them out on the spot. This was the only reasonable explanation Lu Hong could come up with. Privately renting out the company's properties? Su Pingui's eyes narrowed suddenly. Although he did not have a deep understanding of real estate agencies, he had more or less heard of some unspoken rules, and one of them was salesmen privately renting out properties. It's just that others are hiding it for fear of being discovered. Su Mingzhi, on the other hand, just put it out in the open. Ha, if you don't die, who will? Hongzi, are you free? Let's go to IKEA Real Estate Company? I'm free, of course I'm free. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes, sneered, and nodded. IKEA Real Estate is a very small real estate agency in Lingjiang City, and it is also the agency where Su Mingzhi works. Crunch. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a sharp scream. A brown BMW 535 sedan was parked steadily at the entrance of the IKEA property. Su Pingue and Lu Hong pushed the door open and walked out. Welcome, gentlemen, are you two here to rent or buy a house? As soon as we stepped into the company's door, a lovely young female salesperson came to greet us. Customers who are well dressed and drive BMWs are very likely to place orders. Call your manager. Su Pingue glanced at her and responded indifferently. Sir, if you need anything, please tell me. You have no say. Female salesperson. After looking at Su Pingue deeply, the female salesperson turned and left. A moment later, when she appeared, he was followed by a middle-aged man with a wealthy appearance. Hello, gentlemen. I am Tang Shuejuan, the person in charge of IKEA Real Estate. Is there anything I can help you with? Tang Shuejuan said as he extended his right hand towards Su Pingue. Su Pingue extended his hand and shook hands with Tang Shuejuan, saying, Hello, Mr. Tang, I am Su Pingue, and the person next to me is Lu Hong. In addition to buying a house, the purpose of our visit today is to ask you about someone. Who? Is Su Mingjie working here? Su Mingjie? Tang Xuejuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, Su Mingjie is indeed our salesperson. What do you two want to see him about? It's nothing, actually. I just want Mr. Tang to fire him. Tang Xuejuan? He was asked to fire his own people without saying a word. What kind of person do you think he is? You two, if this is all you're here for, then we don't need to talk about it anymore. Although Su Mingjie's performance is not good, he is also an employee of our IKEA. We don't need outsiders to give instructions on our own personnel adjustments. Tang Xuejuan said in a deep voice with a slightly green face. Mr. Tang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. If you fire Su Mingjie now, I will immediately buy a property worth more than 1 million yuan. What do you think? Su Pinggui said. More than 100 properties? Tang Xuejuan laughed out loud. Boss Su, you underestimate me, Tang Xuejuan. Although IKEA is not a big company, I, Tang Xuejuan, don't care about this 1 million. If you two have nothing else to do, you can leave. After saying that, Tang Xuejuan turned and left. 1 million is the price of the property. Even if this deal is successful, they can only take a commission of 30,000 at most. If Su Mingjie was fired for a mere 30,000 yuan in agency commission, other people would think the same. If the commission was higher, he might consider it. Being rejected by Tang Xuejuan, Su Pinggui was not in a hurry. He raised the corner of his mouth and said faintly, Mr. Tang, don't rush to reject me. Do you know that Su Mingjie used the company's housing resources to rent out privately? At this moment, Tang Xuejuan's body stopped. Taking the company's housing resources to rent out privately seriously damages the company's interests and is absolutely not allowed. What do you want to say? Just now, Su Mingjie was openly renting out properties on the commercial pedestrian street. He has 10 commercial properties in his hands. Mr. Tang, where do you think these houses come from? Su Pinggui asked with a smile, half squinting his eyes. Where did it come from? It must have been stolen using company resources. A total of 10 shops. Take the current market price of 50,000 yuan for a monthly rent, that is 6 million yuan a year. If this business was handled by the company, they could earn at least 200,000 yuan. But now, the 200,000 yuan has all gone into Su Mingjie's pocket. The house must be taken back. But before that, Tang Xuejuan still needs to confirm it. Mr. Su, are you serious? Tang Xuejuan asked. Hongzi, show the photos you took to Mr. Tang. Okay, soon, Lu Hong took out his mobile phone, opened the photo album and handed it to Tang Xuejuan. In the photo, Su Mingjie is trying hard to join in, and there is a crowded crowd around him. Tang Xuejuan narrowed his eyes and his face darkened instantly. Mr. Su, you just said you wanted to buy a property worth more than 1 million, right? That's right. We have recently received a property priced at $1.89 million that will definitely meet your needs. Then happy cooperation? It's been a pleasure working with you. Chapter 8 Su Mingjie really has 10 shops. Commercial Street. 5 shops were successfully rented out, and later 2 of them were also rented on a monthly basis, with a deposit of 3 months and 1 month's payment, for a total of 480,000 yuan. In just a short period of time, the rent received by Su Mingjie reached an astonishing 2.16 million yuan. Su Mingjie decided to list the remaining 5 sets through an agency. IKEA Properties? Xiao Su, you are really awesome. Oh my god, Brother Su, tell me the truth, how much did you rent the 10 shops for? Brother Su, well done. As soon as Su Mingjie stepped into the company's door, colleagues around him came over at the same time. Could it be that the fact that I own 10 shops has been exposed? Ha, I didn't expect you to know it so soon. Su Mingjie chuckled and shrugged. Su Mingjie, come to my office. At this moment, Tang Xuejuan stood at the door of his office and shouted. Coming right up. Su Mingjie responded and strode towards Tang Xuejuan's office. In fact, even if Tang Xuejuan didn't call him, he would have to find Tang Xuejuan. After all, the commission for the 5 shops can still be negotiated. After entering the office, Su Mingjie closed the door. The room is large and has not only an office area but also a dedicated lounge. The door of the lounge was ajar, and there seemed to be a figure moving inside. However, Su Mingjie didn't care. Maybe he was Tang Xuejuan's client or something like that. Sit down. Tang Xuejuan's face looked a little unhappy and he pointed at the chair opposite him. Boss Tang, this is what I have 5 shops. After all, Tang Xuejuan was his immediate superior, so Su Mingzhi still gave him basic respect. Therefore, Su Mingzhi directly expressed his intentions. 5 sets? Xiao Su, this number is wrong, right? Isn't it 10 sets? Tang Xuejuan said sternly with a gloomy face. Well. Su Mingzhi was stunned for a moment, then he explained with a smile, Boss Tang, to be honest, I originally had 10 shops, but just now, I have rented out 5 of them, leaving 5. This time Before Su Mingzhi could finish his words, Tang Xuejuan waved his hand impatiently and interrupted him. Xiao Su, I think you haven't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. It's not just a matter of how much is left. Your actions have had a huge negative impact on our company. Your actions have caused the company to suffer huge losses. Xiao Su, do you know you are wrong? Tang Xuejuan slapped the table with his right hand, staring at Su Mingzhi with his eyes. Su Mingzhi frowned subconsciously. He was no longer the rookie who had just graduated from the ivory tower. Tang Xuejuan's attitude was obviously wrong. Mr. Tang, you are going off topic. What losses have I caused to the company? Su Mingzhi replied coldly with his eyes half closed. Humph. You know what you lost. I'm not telling you now just to save your face. Do you really want me to tear your face off? Tang Xuejuan snorted coldly and said, Now, hand over the listing information and rents of the 10 shops, and then go and apologize to the owners. Boss Tang, you want me to apologize to the owner? That's right. If you go and apologize to the owner now, I can protect you once, otherwise no one can save you. Tang Xuejuan said with a straight face. Su Mingzhi laughed out loud. Boss Tang, what if I say that all these properties are mine? Bang! Seeing Su Mingzhi's attitude, Tang Xuejuan stood up suddenly. Su Mingzhi, I am not negotiating with you now, nor do I want to talk nonsense with you. I now order you to apologize to the owner and hand over the house information and rent to compensate the company for all losses. Tang Xuejuan's eyes widened, his face so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. Su Mingzhi actually said that the property was his? He. Su Mingzhi has been in the company for more than a year. He knows Su Mingzhi too well. He is just a small salesman with a monthly salary of only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Su Mingzhi cannot afford to buy a shop even in 10 lifetimes, let alone in his lifetime. Seeing this, Su Mingzhi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stood up slowly, and sneered, Boss Tang, if you say so, I really won't hand over this house. Not paying any more? Su Mingzhi's tough attitude was beyond Tang Xuejuan's expectations. Su Mingzhi is just an ordinary employee of IKEA Real Estate, he is not even a backbone. He is the person in charge of IKEA Real Estate, and he holds the power of life and death over Su Mingzhi. Originally, Tang Xuejuan thought that as long as he put a little pressure on Su Mingzhi would surrender, but who would have thought that Su Mingzhi would completely ignore him and his attitude was not as respectful as before. You are such a good fellow, Su Mingzhi. You want to rebel before your wings have even grown hard. Believe it or not, I'm going to ask you to get out of here right now. Tang Xuejuan scolded harshly. Su Mingzhi is just a small salesman. What qualifications does he have to challenge me? Just one word from me can make him pack up and leave. Let me get out? Since Tang Xuejuan has torn his face, Su Mingzhi has no intention of saving face for Tang Xuejuan. Tang Xuejuan, do you think you can threaten me like this? Su Mingzhi sneered, I tell you, these things are useless to me. The rebellion. It's really the opposite. A small salesperson dares to bully me. Huff, huff. Tang Xuejuan breathed heavily, his eyes already full of bloodshot. He stared at Su Mingzhi intently and said word by word, Su Mingzhi, I'll give you one more chance. If you hand over the house information, I'll forgive what happened today. Otherwise, get out of here now. If it weren't for the house in Su Mingzhi's hands, he would have asked Su Mingzhi to pack up and leave long ago. Why would he waste so much time on it? However, facing Tang Xuejuan's threat, Su Mingzhi didn't buy it at all. He glanced at Tang Xuejuan indifferently and said, It's a pity, Tang Xuejuan, you missed a big business. As he spoke, Su Mingzhi picked up the shopping bag at his feet. Big business? Tang Xuejuan sneered. How big a business can Su Mingzhi make? But the next second, Tang Xuejuan's eyes widened. Su Mingzhi took out 10 property certificates from his pocket. The name filled in the column for property rights holder was Su Mingzhi. This. Tang Xuejuan's legs suddenly went weak and he fell to the ground with a bang. He couldn't believe what he saw. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could you have 10 shops? Tang Xuejuan roared like a madman. At the same time, the door of the lounge was pushed open, and Su Pinggui and Lu Hong rushed out. They are all fake. Mr. Tang forged all of them. That's right, Su Mingzhi is just an ordinary wage earner. Forgery? Su Mingzhi raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at them calmly, turned around and left the company, and walked straight to the Anjia Real Estate across the street. A moment later, Lu Chen, the manager of Anjia Real Estate, sent Su Mingzhi out with an eager look on his face. It was like meeting a rich man. Is the property certificate fake? No. It's true. Bang. The three men's legs went weak and they fell to the ground. Su Mingzhi owns 10 shops worth 50 million. He and Su Mingzhi are not on the same level. Thinking of this, Su Pinggui's eyes turned black and he fainted completely. Mr. Su. Brother Gui. Chapter 9. Boys must protect themselves when they are outside. Home real estate. Mr. Su, you chose our Anjia Real Estate, which means you chose peace of mind. 1 week. No, it only takes 3 days. We can help you rent out the shop in just 3 days. As for the commission, Mr. Su, don't worry, it is definitely the lowest in the industry. Lu Chen, the manager of Anjia Real Estate, said eagerly. Su Mingzhi was very satisfied with Lu Chen's attitude. This is what opening a business should be like. I'll leave the rental matter to manager Lu. Mr. Su, what are you talking about? Serving customers wholeheartedly is the purpose of our company. Okay, nothing else, I want to leave then. Mr. Su, take care. Looking at Su Mingzhi's departing back, Lu Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. He was not unfamiliar with Su Mingzhi, the salesperson of IKEA Real Estate across the street. But he never expected that Su Mingzhi was not only a salesman, but also a wealthy man. There are 10 shops, and they are located in the central area with the highest traffic in the commercial pedestrian street. The value of each of these shops is more than 5 million, which means at least 50 million. Lu Chen had seen rich people before, but this was the first time he had seen someone as low-key as Su Mingzhi. Boss Lu, isn't he Su Mingzhi? How did he suddenly become a rich second generation? At the side, a young man in his 20s looked at Su Mingzhi's back and said with some jealousy. Xiaohu, what did you call him just now? Su Mingzhi. Xiaohu, I don't want to hear the same thing again. Mr. Su is now an important customer of ours. Do you understand? Lu Chen nodded contentedly. He had a strong premonition that there would be many more opportunities to cooperate with Su Mingzhi in the future. Just imagine, a tycoon who spends $500 million to buy 10 shops for rent. The assets under his control are definitely more than just $500 million. The young man paused for a moment, he opened his mouth, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Boss Lu, I just can't understand why Mr. Su is so rich, but he works as a salesman at IKEA. Why? Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. You and I cannot experience the happiness of rich people. Now I have to go find my happiness. As he spoke, Lu Chen walked towards the opposite side of the street. Chapter 9. Boys must protect themselves when they are outside. Home real estate. Mr. Su, you chose our Anjia Real Estate, which means you chose peace of mind. 1 week. No, it only takes 3 days. We can help you rent out the shop in just 3 days. As for the commission, Mr. Su, don't worry, it is definitely the lowest in the industry. Lu Chen, the manager of Anjia Real Estate, said eagerly. Su Mingzhi was very satisfied with Lu Chen's attitude. This is what opening a business should be like. I'll leave the rental matter to manager Lu. Mr. Su, what are you talking about? Serving customers wholeheartedly is the purpose of our company. Okay, nothing else, I want to leave then. Mr. Su, take care. Looking at Su Mingzhi's departing back, Lu Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. He was not unfamiliar with Su Mingzhi, the salesperson of IKEA Real Estate across the street. But he never expected that Su Mingzhi was not only a salesman, but also a wealthy man. There are 10 shops, and they are located in the central area with the highest traffic in the commercial pedestrian street. The value of each of these shops is more than 5 million, which means at least 50 million. Lu Chen had seen rich people before, but this was the first time he had seen someone as low-key as Su Mingzhi. Boss Lu, isn't he Su Mingzhi? How did he suddenly become a rich second generation? At the side, a young man in his 20s looked at Su Mingzhi's back and said with some jealousy. Xiaohu, what did you call him just now? Su Mingzhi. Xiaohu, I don't want to hear the same thing again. Mr. Su is now an important customer of ours. Do you understand? Lu Chen nodded contentedly. He had a strong premonition that there would be many more opportunities to cooperate with Su Mingzhi in the future. Just imagine, a tycoon who spends $500 million to buy 10 shops for rent. The assets under his control are definitely more than just $500 million. The young man paused for a moment, he opened his mouth, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Boss Lu, I just can't understand why Mr. Su is so rich, but he works as a salesman at IKEA. Why? Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. You and I cannot experience the happiness of rich people. Now I have to go find my happiness. As he spoke, Lu Chen walked towards the IKEA property across the street. How does the saying go? People in the same industry are enemies. Not only did Lu Chen and Tang Xuejuan charge the same price, but they also lived next door to each other. Mr. Tang, how is your business lately? Do you have any quality properties? Speaking of which, I have to thank Mr. Tang. If it weren't for Mr. Tang's wisdom and bravery, I wouldn't have been able to get Mr. Su's shop. Do you know what I saw when those 10 red property certificates were placed in front of me? I saw $500 million. Boss Tang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We are all in the same business, so we need to communicate more. After returning home, Su Mingzhi lay comfortably on the sofa and played with his mobile phone. I was thinking about what I had gained this time. In just half a day, he collected 2.16 million yuan in rent. Adding his previous savings of 7,555.2, Su Mingzhi now has a staggering cash of 2.167555.2 yuan. If calculated based on the previous salary of 3,500 yuan a month, I would not be able to earn that much in my lifetime, let alone in 10 lifetimes. And this is not all of Su Mingzhi's property. He also has 10 shops, which can generate 6 million yuan in profits every year, plus the system's regular flash sales. It turns out that you can't get rich by working. If you want to get rich, the only way is to have a system. After thinking about it, Su Mingzhi began to think about how to use the money. It is definitely necessary to give money to parents, but how to give it is a problem. You can't tell Su Changlin that it fell from the sky. Well, this is a problem. Ding ling ling. Suddenly the phone rang. Su Mingzhi looked at the caller ID and saw that it was a call from his biological mother Fu Xiaowan. After a moment of hesitation, Su Mingzhi pressed the answer button. Hey, son, where are you? I'm home. What's wrong? Anything going on tonight? Su Mingzhi thought about it, then said, No. If you have nothing to do, go home and have dinner. I just happen to have something I want to talk to you about. What's the matter? Don't worry about it, just come back. By the way, remember to dress nicely. Su Mingzhi? Dress up nicely? For some reason, Su Mingzhi suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Mom, this isn't a blind date, is it? What's wrong? Do you have any objection? Even if you have an opinion, keep it to yourself. You are already 24 or 25 years old, and you are still acting like a child. Also, this time the matchmaker is here to meet you, so you must behave well for me. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the blind tone coming from the phone, Su Mingzhi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It turned out that his biological mother was still as strong as ever. No wonder Su Changlin had been a henpeck man for half his life. Well, take this opportunity to buy some gifts for me. As for what to buy? After much deliberation, Su Mingzhi decided to buy 2 watches. Then we will say it is a fake. As for blind dates? Well, just go through the motions. As a real estate agent, others may not necessarily be interested in you. Thinking of this, Su Mingzhi no longer hesitated and immediately got up and opened the door. But the next second, Su Mingzhi stood there in a daze. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged woman dressed in fancy clothes. She was raising her right hand, as if she was about to knock on the door. The woman's name is Song Shuiqing, and she is Su Mingzhi's current landlord. Seeing Su Mingzhi, the woman immediately showed a bright smile on her face. Xiao Su, are you going out? Well, I'm going out to buy some things. Sister Song, what's up? Xiao Su, it's already the middle of the month, and it's almost time to pay the rent. By the way, Xiao Su, you probably haven't received your salary yet, right? Salary? You may not believe it, but I may never post it again. No. Su Mingzhi shook his head. Xiao Su, I'm not unreasonable. If you accompany me out for dinner, I'll waive your rent. What do you think? Song Shuiqing raised her lips slightly and flirted with Su Mingzhi. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Su Mingzhi was almost scared to death. I'm not Aben, there's no need to reward a landlady. Sister, although I haven't received my salary, I still have money. I'll transfer it to your WeChat. After saying that, Su Mingzhi dodged Song Shuiqing's gaze and quickly ran away. Xiao Su, don't run away. If 1 month doesn't work, then let's do it for a year. Never mind. As long as you accompany your sister for dinner, you can stay as long as you want. After escaping from the 6th floor to the downstairs in one breath, Su Mingzhi patted his chest with lingering fear. As the saying goes, boys must protect themselves when they are outside. Chapter 10, The happiness of the super rich is beyond your imagination. In essence, Su Mingzhi is not a person who does not understand romance. But Su Mingzhi is also a normal person with normal aesthetic values. As a young man of 24.5 years old, Su Mingzhi's attention was focused on the young, beautiful girl with long legs. Song Shuiqing really does not meet Su Mingzhi's aesthetic standards. Change houses, you must change houses as soon as possible. Can't afford to offend, can afford to hide. Su Mingzhi took a lingering look at the building behind him and hurried towards the watch shop. Lingjian Wanda Center. As soon as Su Mingzhi entered the Patek Philippe store, a salesperson came to greet him. Hello, sir. I'm Xu Qianqian. Welcome to the Patek Philippe store. Is there anything I can help you with? Xu Qianqian said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Su Mingzhi nodded. Hello, I want to choose a watch for my parents. Excuse me, do you have a goal? No. Since you don't have one, I recommend you take a look at the Patek Philippe Calatrava series men's mechanical watch 5153 or 001. This is a classic and simple model that meets the aesthetic tastes of most middle-aged men. The entire case is made of 316 stainless steel, with a wear-resistant sapphire glass mirror that will never be scratched. The leather strap is made of imported small leather. It is 100% waterproof and can be worn directly for swimming. The diameter is 41 mm x 11 mm, equipped with an original imported movement, and the bottom is clearly visible. The salesperson is very professional and knows all the parameters well. Is it in stock? Let me take a look. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll get it for you right away. Xu Qianqian nodded, turned around and took out a watch from the counter. This is a watch that is all gold in color. The interior of the dial is milky white, the digital hour markers use simple bar-shaped hour marker characters, and the strap is a brown-red crocodile leather strap. The whole watch looks simple, but it gives people a feeling that it is not simple. Su Mingzhi held it in his hand and played with it for a while. It was not heavy, about 100 grams, and the texture was very good. Wearing it on the wrist, it looks pretty good. This watch meets the aesthetic tastes of most middle-aged men and is also the best-selling model in our store. What do you think, Mr. Su? Not bad, how much is it? $235,000. Hiss. Hearing this number, Su Mingzhi took a breath. Su Mingzhi knew that Patek Philippe was a world-famous brand, but he didn't expect that any random watch would cost $230,000. $230,000 is enough for me to collect half a month's rent. Su Mingzhi muttered softly. Xu Qianqian? She saw Su Mingzhi take a breath of cold air just now. She was about to say that if the price was too high, she could recommend a relatively cheaper watch. But the next second, Su Mingzhi said that it was equivalent to half a month's rent. Oh my god. What kind of god is this? Ahem. Xu Qianqian coughed and said, Mr. Su, excuse me for asking you, what is your occupation? Me? I am now a landlord. Xu Qianqian. Landlord, what a wonderful word. There is no pressure of performance, no pressure of depreciation, all you do all day is collect rent, and your happiness index is at its highest. Ha! After taking a long breath, Xu Qianqian looked at Su Mingzhi again, her eyes full of burning passion. Mr. Su, you just said you need a lady's watch, right? That's right. Take a look at this Patek Philippe Classic Watch 7200-200 R001. As she spoke, Xu Qianqian took out a relatively small watch and placed it in front of Su Mingzhi. This watch is designed for women. The dial is only 34.6 millimeters. The case is made of 18K rose gold and is inlaid with 142 diamonds about 1.08 carats. The milky white grain dial and gold three-dimensional characters, and the sapphire crystal glass show luxury. How much? 340,000. Wrap up. What about the men's watch just now? Wrap it up too. Make a lot of money. Hearing Su Mingzhi's words, Zhu Qianqian almost jumped for joy. It is true that Patek Philippe is a world-famous brand, but it also has watches that cost tens of thousands of dollars. In addition, Lingjiang is not a big city and the consumption capacity is not high. There are only a handful of people like Su Mingzhi who spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on watches in one go. She hadn't met such a generous guest for at least half a year. Restraining her excitement, Zhu Qianqian quickly packed up the two watches. At this moment, her gaze towards Su Mingzhi became even more passionate. Mr. Su, would you like to choose one for yourself? We at Patek Philippe have recently launched a young and fashionable watch that suits your temperament very well. Su Mingzhi. Oh. I didn't intend to buy it originally. But to be honest, Patek Philippe watches are indeed beautiful. Show it to me. Wait a moment. This time Zhu Qianqian did not take the watch directly from the counter, but picked up the intercom on her waist. Manager, Mr. Yue wants to buy the latest model, 5160 G001 Platinum. What? Someone buys 5160 G001 Platinum? Zhu Qianqian, I don't have time to joke with you. A cry of surprise came from the intercom. 5160 G001 Platinum. This is different from other watches. This is a watch worth millions, and it is a limited edition watch. There is only one in the entire store. Manager, I'm not kidding you. Mr. Su has already purchased 7200 R001 and 5153 R001. Wait, I'll be right there. A moment later, a beautiful woman came over. She was about 30 years old, tall, wearing a black professional suit, with her hair tied up high, revealing her white neck like jade. She glanced around and then walked straight towards Su Mingzhi. This must be Mr. Su, right? Hello, I am Yi Qingyu, the person in charge of Belfeda. Yi Qingyu said as she extended her right hand to Su Mingzhi. Hello, Manager Yi. Su Mingzhi nodded and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Yi Qingyu. The grip is good, soft, and boneless. Mr. Su, would you like to purchase 5160 G001 Platinum? Not necessarily. Let's see. If everything is suitable, I can buy it. Mr. Su, please follow me. Yi Qingyu nodded and extended an invitation. Of course, the million-level watches are not displayed on the counter, but are stored in the VIP room on the second floor. A few minutes later, Su Mingzhi saw the full picture of 5160 G001 Platinum. This is a silver white watch with an 18K white gold case inlaid with sparkling diamonds. The dial is silver white with a hollow carving of the star and moon logo, and the hands are in classic Roman numerals. At first glance, Su Mingzhi was deeply attracted. Mr. Su, this is a super complex chronograph watch, and it also has a special craftsmanship. Its back cover uses hand-carved hollow carving technology, making the entire watch more luxurious. As she spoke, Yi Qingyu turned the watch over to reveal the back cover. Through the hollow gap, Su Mingzhi could clearly see the complex parts inside the watch. Mr. Su, this watch is not only useful, but also collectible. It is limited to 2,000 pieces worldwide. I can assure you that in 5 years, no, 3 years, it will definitely exceed its current price. Yi Qingyu's words reminded him of Patek Philippe's advertising slogan, no one can own a Patek Philippe, it's just kept for the next generation. How much? 1.27 million. Wrap up. Chapter 11. This wealthy man is not ordinary. Is this what is wrapped up? Hearing Su Mingzhi's words, Yi Qingyu almost suffocated. Originally, she thought it would take a lot of effort for Su Mingzhi to buy a watch. But what she never expected was that things were completely different from what he thought. Su Mingzhi didn't even hesitate at all. The moment she mentioned the price, he immediately decided to buy it. You know, this is not a watch worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars, its value is over 1 million. What kind of rich person can be so generous? Yi Qingyu let out a breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart. She glanced at Su Mingzhi carefully and said, Mr. Su, don't you need to know more? No need. Su Mingzhi waved his hand and said with a smile, like you said, it is not only a watch, but also can be used for investment. It's a win-win situation anyway. Yi Qingyu, indeed. This reason made so much sense that Yi Qingyu was speechless. Even if others know the value of a watch, they will still be somewhat hesitant when faced with a million-level luxury watch. But what about Su Mingzhi? He bought it without saying anything. Yi Qingyu couldn't think of any other words to describe it except awesome. Pack the watch carefully. Yi Qingyu smiled and said, Mr. Su, you bought 3 watches in total, which cost 1.845 million. After deducting the decimals, you only need to pay 1.84 million. Swipe the card. Su Mingzhi took out a bank card from his pocket and threw it to Yi Qingyu. Your account with the last digit 5670 completed a transaction of 1.84 million yuan at 9:42 on July 18, and the balance is 327,555.2 yuan. Mr. Su, here are your bank cards and watches, please keep them. Su Mingzhi nodded, took the item and prepared to leave. However, he soon stopped again. By the way, Manager Yi, there is something I would like to trouble you with. Mr. Su, please go ahead. Can you give me a call? Yi Qingyu? Hearing Su Mingzhi's words, Yi Qingyu was stunned on the spot. Is he already on the phone? Could he have some feelings for me? To give or not to give? If I don't give it to him, will Su Mingzhi be angry? If I give it to him, will he feel that I am frivolous? Yi Qingyu's expression changed again and again in an instant. The moment Su Mingzhi saw Yi Qingyu's expression change drastically, he suddenly realized something. Ahem. Su Mingzhi coughed dryly and said awkwardly, Manager Yi, please don't misunderstand me. You know that 2 of these watches are gifts for my parents. Old people have been poor all their lives, so they definitely won't want to wear such an expensive watch. If they call you and ask you how much the watch costs, just say it's a fake and say a few $100s will be fine. Yi Qingyu. Xu Chanqian. Song Shuiqing. Su Changlin. Fu Shaowan. The corners of Yang Wenqing community's mouth couldn't help but twitch. She originally thought that Su Mingzhi wanted to chat her up, but she never expected that Su Mingzhi was just doing it to please his parents. For some reason, she suddenly felt empty. Mr. Su, excuse me, who are your parents? An ordinary worker earns 3,000 yuan a month. Well, Yi Qingyu couldn't remember how many times she had been speechless today. Originally, she had a preconceived notion that Su Mingzhi was a rich second generation. It turns out that he is not, he is a first-generation rich man who made his fortune from scratch. Okay, Mr. Su, I will definitely keep it in mind. See you later then. I send you. After sending Su Mingzhi out the door, Yi Qingyu saw a scene that she would never forget. Su Mingzhi took out the key from his pocket and pressed it, and then a blue and white electric scooter at the door lit up. Xiao Chen, do you think that rich people are so low-key now? Mr. Su is not only handsome, but also generous. Even when he rides an electric donkey, he looks like he's driving a Ferrari. Riding on his beloved electric donkey, Su Mingzhi hurried towards Sunshine City. Although he spent 1.84 million in one go, his assets shrunk significantly. But Su Mingzhi did not feel sad at all, instead he felt excited. Sure enough, every man has a dream of spending a lot of money. One word, cool. Pass through the bustling streets and drive towards the old town. In order to facilitate work, Su Mingzhi rented a house in the city, which was the previous one. And, this lives in an old house in the old town. After more than half an hour, Su Mingzhi arrived at his destination. The residential area was self-built 20 years ago, with an average building height of only about 5 stories, which is completely different from the current high-rise buildings in style. I parked the car and walked up. At the door of the unit, I met 2 familiar figures. A man and a woman, holding a corgi in their hands. He was about 30 years old, a little fat and had a bald spot on his head. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old. She was not very pretty. If Su Mingzhi were to give her a score, she would score around 65. This is Su Mingzhi's neighbor, and he usually comes up with pretty good ideas. Seeing Su Mingzhi, the man immediately greeted him. Xiao Su, I haven't seen you for a while. How is your work going recently? I can barely support myself. Su Mingzhi said with a smile. Alas. The man sighed deeply. These days, the cost of living is getting higher and higher. It's good enough to be able to support myself. Xiao Su, you are still young and you will be more successful than me in the future. Brother Zhang, you sound like you're so old. Not old yet? You're already married. At this point, Zhang Lei seemed to have thought of something and lowered his voice and whispered, Xiao Su, you came back for a blind date this time, right? Well. Su Mingzhi was stunned. Is it so obvious? Brother Zhang, am I that obvious? Not really, but I saw matchmaker Li and An Fu from the neighborhood next door talking and laughing a few days ago, and I guess they were arranging a blind date for you. Well, it can't really be considered a formal blind date, it's just that the matchmaker came to take a look. Zhang Lei nodded, then reached out and patted Su Mingzhi on the shoulder, saying, Xiao Su, you'd better be careful when you go on a blind date. Matchmaker Li is not an easy person to deal with. What's wrong? Girls introduced by Li the matchmaker would ask for 3 golds and a considerable amount of betrothal gifts, of which Li the matchmaker would usually take a cut. Is there such a thing? Many people know about it. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I understand. Okay, you go up first. We still have to walk the dog. Zhang Lei smiled and said, Lulu, say hello to Uncle Su. Woof woof. The corgi let out a crisp cry. Uncle? Brother Zhang, I suspect that you are scolding me, but I have no evidence. Chapter 12, These days, good looks can make a living. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Pushing open the door, Su Mingzhi immediately shouted. Xiaojia is back? Let Mom take a look. Has he grown more handsome? Soon a middle-aged woman wearing an apron and holding a spatula rushed out of the kitchen. Her name is Fu Xiaowan, Su Mingzhi's biological mother. Fu Xiaowan circled around Su Mingzhi, then nodded contentedly, this suit is nice, it makes me look much more handsome when I put it on. Ahem, Mom, I've always been very handsome. Then you will become more and more handsome. Okay, come over here and help wash the vegetables and prepare for dinner. Your Aunt Li will be here later, so please behave yourself. Okay. Pork, beef, fish. Looking at the mountains of food, Su Mingzhi's mouth twitched. In order to leave a good impression on Aunt Li, Fu Xiaowan spent a lot of money. After a while, his biological father Su Changlin also came back, followed by a middle-aged woman. The woman was about 50 years old and very thin. As soon as she entered the door, her eyes scanned around like a radar. Soon, her eyes fell on Su Mingzhi. Xiaowan, this is your son Su Mingzhi, right? He is quite a handsome man. The middle-aged woman said with a smile, half squinting her eyes. Judging from appearance alone, she was very satisfied with Su Mingzhi. Not bad, not bad. Fu Xiaowan responded, and said, Xiaojia, go greet Aunt Li quickly. We can't neglect the guests. Well. To be honest, after Zhang Lei's previous reminder, Su Mingzhi didn't have a good impression of Aunt Li. He could understand the bride price, but Su Mingzhi did not expect that a matchmaker would actually take a cut from it. However, due to Fu Xiaowan's intimidation, Su Mingzhi still smiled politely at Aunt Li. Aunt Li, please sit down. Aunt Li smiled and said, this child is really polite. Su Mingzhi, hee. Soon Aunt Li began to ask Su Mingzhi about his well-being. Xiao Su, where do you work now? Real estate agent. The bright smile on Aunt Li's face faded slightly. House prices are skyrocketing now, so being a real estate agent should be very profitable, right? I can barely support myself, about 3,000 a month. Aunt Li's smile faded again. Then there must be a lot of room for development, right? There are many people who have worked in the company for more than 10 years and are still salesmen. Aunt Li. At this moment, the smile on her face completely disappeared. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Su Mingzhi was really useless except for his good looks. Ha! After a long breath, Aunt Li forced a faint smile on her face again and said, does Xiao Su have any plans for the future? You are still young. Gains and losses now are not important. There is still time to fight and struggle. Girls nowadays like ambitious boys. Plan? Does it count as being a quiet and wealthy landlord? I want to be a quiet landlord. What? Landlord. Aunt Li. At a young age, he developed paranoia. If she hadn't received the red envelope from Fu Xiaowan, she would have wanted to leave now. I quietly took out my phone, opened the photo album, and started scrolling through the photos. 1, 2, 3. Seeing this, Su Mingzhi was sobbing. These days, not only do scumbags have their own fish ponds, but matchmakers do too. Soon, the photo froze on a photo of a girl. Xiao Su, what do you think of this girl? Aunt Li, actually. Let me see. Before Su Mingzhi could say anything, Fu Xiaowan rushed out of the kitchen carrying sweet and sour carp. Then he snatched the phone away. Appearance, 50 points. No, this girl is not worthy of my son. The next second, Fu Xiaowan frowned and spoke sternly. Aunt Li. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and there was something she didn't say. It's not that she didn't have any good-looking men, but the key is that Su Mingzhi couldn't afford the bride price. Ahem, Xiaowan, then who do you think is more suitable? I'll look for it. Fu Xiaowan nodded and looked through the photos seriously. After a moment, her fingers stopped. The photo shows a girl with long flowing hair, and the key is that she looks very beautiful when she smiles. How to say it? It feels like first love. If Su Mingzhi were asked to give a score, he would give it an 80. That's more like it. Aunt Li took a glance and said, Lu Lin, an undergraduate student at Donghai University, works for a foreign company and has very high standards. How tall is he? My son looks like this, but he's not pleasing to her eyes? Looks are acceptable, but other things are not certain. Xiaowan, we are old friends. I will not hide it from you. The other party's family conditions are not bad, and the betrothal gift is not low. It's okay. These days, being good-looking can earn you a living. Maybe my son won't ask for a dowry. After looking at Su Mingzhi and then at Fu Xiaowan, Aunt Li's mouth twitched violently. You know what, this is really possible. Originally, she thought that given Su Mingzhi's family conditions, they couldn't afford much in terms of dowry, so she would just find a girl from the fish pond to deal with it. Who would have thought that Fu Xiaowan actually looked down on it and even set her eyes on the best fish in her own fish pond? It would be a huge loss if Su Mingzhi caught the fish. Xiaowan, this is inappropriate. I think it's quite appropriate. I think we should just forget it. I've already received the red envelope, so it doesn't count, right? I'll return it to you now. Sorry, no refunds. Okay, then I'll try to ask her out, but she may not accept. Let's make an appointment now. Xiaowan. I'm a big talker, and I might spread the news that someone just takes money but doesn't do anything. Aunt Li looked at Fu Xiaowan silently, then dialed the woman's number. Aunt Lu, it's me. Didn't you ask me to help Lu Lin find a boyfriend recently? I found one. All conditions are met, but when will we meet? Tomorrow? Okay, then tomorrow at 12 noon, Taiha restaurant. After hanging up the phone, Aunt Li looked at Su Mingzhi silently. Xiao Su, you heard it too, tomorrow at 12 noon at Taiha restaurant, I can only help you here. Without giving Su Mingzhi a chance to refuse, Fu Xiaowan agreed directly. It's settled. Come on, it's almost time, let's eat. Soon, Fu Xiaowan asked everyone to start eating. Halfway through the meal, Su Mingzhi suddenly remembered that he still had a watch to give. So Su Mingzhi stood up, took out a gift box from his pocket, and handed it to Fu Xiaowan and Su Changlin. Mom and Dad, this is a gift for you. Gift? What gift? Let me see. Fu Xiaowan smiled. She immediately opened the gift box and then stood there in a daze. Inside was a rose gold watch, which looked very valuable. Su Changlin also widened his eyes. His gift box also contained a gold watch. Of course, the person who also stared with wide eyes was Aunt Li. Can you afford such a beautiful watch with 3,000 yuan a month? Such a beautiful watch must cost at least several thousand or tens of thousands. She felt that her worldview had been turned upside down. Chapter 13: The Legendary Group Blind Date. After sending away the confused Aunt Li, Fu Xiaowan cast a sharp gaze on Su Mingzhi. Is this watch really fake? Certainly. If it's genuine, a Patek Philippe would cost 340,000. Mom, how do you think I can afford it? I don't think so. I have the sales phone number here, Mom. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask yourself. Call me. Fortunately, Su Mingzhi was prepared and quickly reported Yi Qingyu's number to Fu Xiaowan. A moment later, Fu Xiaowan called Yi Qingyu. Hello, who is this? Hello, are you selling fake watches? Yi Qingyu. No need to guess, it must be Mr. Su's mother. Hello, ma'am. This is the Patek Philippe replica store. Reprint? It's just a fake. By the way, did my son buy 3 watches from you? Yes, ma'am. How much? 1,500 yuan in total. So cheap? Give me another set and I'll give it to someone. Yi Qingyu. Hearing Fu Xiaowan's words, Yi Qingyu was stunned on the spot. The script isn't written like this. Ma'am, I'm sorry. The 3 watches Mr. Su purchased were our clearance items. According to the original price, these 3 watches would cost 6,700. Yi Qingyu gritted her teeth and squeezed out these words. Forget it then. After putting away her phone, Fu Xiaowan's expression finally improved, and she began to admire the watch on her hand. It's really beautiful. Son, you got a great deal. Su Mingzhi didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. The next morning, Su Mingzhi was woken up by his parents early in the morning. Su Mingzhi did not go to the rental house, but stayed in the old house for one night. It's not that he doesn't want to go back, but that he can't go back. He really couldn't stand having a landlord who coveted his body. Don't just stand there, pack up quickly and go to Taiha Hotel and wait. Mom, there's no need to be so anxious, right? If I ask you to go, you should go. If nothing else, at least you should be sincere. Mom. Mother, you are right. I will go right away. Su Mingzhi wanted to argue, but when he saw the fly swatter in his mother's hand, he backed off. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he put on a handsome handmade Armani suit and a Patek Philippe watch worth over $1 million, and then Su Mingzhi rushed out of the room. However, Su Mingzhi did not rush to Taiha restaurant, but wandered around the street for a few laps. Xiao Su, you look handsome again after long time no see. Sisters, come out and see the handsome guy. Handsome guy, are you free at noon? Let's have a meal together. Feeling the burning gazes around him, Su Mingzhi had to admit that he could be eaten. Looking at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. Su Mingzhi rode his electric scooter and rushed towards Taiha restaurant. TSK, I thought he was a rich second generation, but this is all. He's quite handsome, but his strength is a little lacking. He's okay as a boyfriend, but not so good as a husband. Su Mingzhi. For some reason, Su Mingzhi suddenly felt that the e-mule was not so popular anymore. Soon, Su Mingzhi arrived at Taiha restaurant. The other party hasn't arrived yet. Although he didn't really want to go on a blind date, the other party was indeed innocent, so Su Mingzhi decided to wait patiently. After simply ordering a cup of coffee, Su Mingzhi took out his cell phone from his pocket. However, time passed by minute by minute. I looked at the watch and it was already 12:15. The woman hasn't come yet. Su Mingzhi frowned. In essence, Su Mingzhi is a fair person. He respects others and hopes that others will respect him. But now, it seems that this is not the case. Picking up the coffee, taking a sip, Su Mingzhi stood up to leave. But at this moment, a girl rushed in. She was wearing a white Nike sweatshirt, Adidas shorts, and carrying an LV backpack. And behind her, there were a dozen people following. They looked around and then walked straight towards Su Mingzhi. Leading the group was Lu Lin, the girl who had a blind date with Su Mingzhi. Hello, handsome guy. Lu Lin was overjoyed at how handsome Su Mingzhi was, and immediately sat opposite Su Mingzhi. Who are these people? Su Mingzhi frowned slightly. My relatives, they are here to help me check. Check? Su Mingzhi glanced at the crowd. Since they entered the door, they had not looked at him. Instead, they found a table and started ordering food. Abalone, sea cucumber, lobster. He. Are you here to eat at a rich restaurant? Miss Lu, this might not be a good idea, right? Brother-in-law, look at what you said. If you want to marry my sister, then of course you have to pay a price. The more generous you are now, the greater the chance that you will marry my sister in the future. As soon as Su Mingzhi finished speaking, a young man about 18 or 19 years old with a childish face came up to him. This is my younger brother, Lu Yaozu. Lu Lin said with a smile. Brother-in-law, you have a nice watch. By the way, what brand was it? I can't remember it right now. Patek Philippe, said Su Mingzhi. Yes, it's called Patek Philippe, brother-in-law. I heard that Patek Philippe watches are not cheap, right? It's not cheap, 1.27 million. Su Mingzhi said coldly. 1.27 million. However, neither Lu Lin nor Lu Lei cared about the coldness in Su Mingzhi's words. Were they shocked by the price? 1.27 million. A watch. Oh my God. They could hardly believe their ears. But after a brief moment of surprise, their hearts were filled with excitement. How much is the net worth of someone who can spend 1.27 million to buy a watch? Tens of millions, and definitely not just 10 million. But tens of millions. Only people with a net worth of tens of millions would spend 1.27 million to buy a watch. I've made it. I've become rich this time. Lu Lin and Lu Yaozu looked at each other, their eyes flashing with eagerness to try. Gurgle. Lu Yaozu swallowed carefully and asked tentatively, "Brother-in-law, is this watch really 1.27 million? Brother-in-law, this watch is great. How about lending it to me for 2 days? If I bring a watch worth 1.27 million to school, wouldn't I be the coolest kid in the school? Lend it to you for 2 days?" In one sentence, Su Mingjie was confused by the question. Did this guy's brain get stuck in a door, or was he born with cerebral palsy? How could he say such a thing? Not to mention, Su Mingjie himself hasn't brought any heat yet, so even if he did, why would he lend it to you? Who do you think you are? Are you the king of heaven? Just because you want to borrow, I have to borrow? First, I'm not your brother-in-law. I have nothing to do with you. Second, why should I lend you my watch? Who do you think you are? Su Mingjie glanced at Lu Yaozu coldly and said with a sneer. Chapter 14, Eating the Rich, that is impossible. Brother-in-law. Yaozu. As if sensing Su Mingjie's dissatisfaction, Lu Lin shouted coldly. Lu Yaozu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw Lu Lin's unfriendly look, he swallowed the words back. I'm sorry, my brother is just like that. There's no need to apologize to me. There's nothing between us. Su Mingjie shrugged and responded indifferently. Lu Lin's mouth twitched slightly, and she felt a little unhappy in her heart. However, when she thought that Su Mingjie was not only young and rich, but also handsome, the unhappiness in her heart quickly disappeared. Handsome guy, it's almost time, let's start the blind date. Let me tell you my conditions first. As she spoke, Lu Lin took out a booklet from her LV bag and handed it to Su Mingjie. The conditions for the blind date are densely written on it. 1. The man's monthly income is at least 500,000 yuan, and the woman will be responsible for managing his salary card after marriage. 2. The wedding house must not be less than 2 million and must be in the woman's name. 3. The marriage expenses shall be borne by the man, including the 3 golds and the bride price, of which the bride price shall not be less than 880,000 yuan. 4. The wedding cost must not be less than 1 million, and the bride must be accompanied on a world tour after the wedding. 5. Because the girl has a younger brother, the man will be responsible for the expenses of his brother's marriage, including a wedding house worth more than 1 million yuan and a wedding car worth more than 500,000 yuan. 6. After the marriage, you must give priority to visiting the bride's relatives, and give each relative a red envelope of no less than 1,000 yuan. 7. No matter how big or small the family matters are, the woman's consent is required. 24 items. A total of 24 items. The moment Su Mingjie saw the marriage conditions, he was stunned on the spot. Are you looking for a husband or a maid? Su Mingjie looked at Lu Lin in surprise and said, That's all? Lu Lin shook her head and chuckled, Of course not, this is just temporary, I'll add more later if I think of anything else. Are 24 items not enough? Do we need to add more in the future? Awesome. It's really big. Ms. Lu, you ask for so much, but what about you? What can you give? Me? Lu Lin raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and smiled proudly, I am responsible for being as beautiful as a flower. Beautiful as a flower? Su Mingjie almost couldn't breathe. He had seen many narcissistic people, but this was the first time he had seen someone as narcissistic as Lu Lin. You. Su Mingjie didn't have time to say anything, but Lu Lin's relatives couldn't help it. Brother-in-law, just agree to it. Where can you find a wife as beautiful and virtuous as my sister? If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. That's right, young man. Lin Lin is the most beautiful girl in Konghua Company. There are 2 reinforcement groups chasing after her. If you don't take action, she might be gone tomorrow. We are very pleased with you, young man. Waiter, bring me 2 more bottles of Mutai, and 2 more bottles of Huazi, and 2 more Australian lobsters. Next door, Lu Lin's uncle Chen Guodong was asking the waiter to order more dishes. From the look of it, it looked like abalone and lobster were free. In fact, as far as they were concerned, they didn't have to pay for the meal. In blind dates, the man always pays. Besides, they all heard that the man has a lot of money, so spending 20,000 or 30,000 yuan on a meal is like playing for him. A flower? He. You may have some misunderstanding about a flower. Seeing this, Suminger didn't say anything. He just watched the people who were wolfing down their food. He thought about it in his mind: abalone, lobster, mautai. These things alone would probably cost less than 20,000. Eat the rich? Oh. After glancing at Lu Lin calmly, Suminger stood up and left. I'll pay the bill. Good. Looking at Suminger's leaving back, Lu Lin was overjoyed. Although Suminger did not say it explicitly, his action of taking the initiative to pay the bill showed his attitude. He agreed, but he didn't say it. Lu Lin's heart started beating wildly at the thought of catching a beetle. Lu Yaozu came up with a smile and said, "Sister, it looks like this brother-in-law is not going away." Lu Lin adjusted her hair and smiled proudly. That's it. By the way, sister, can you ask your brother-in-law to lend me your watch for 2 days? No problem. We are all family. Your brother-in-law's things are your things. If he doesn't give them to you, I won't let him get in bed with me. Thank you, sister. Suminger didn't know about the conversation between Lu Lin and her brother. If he knew, he would probably laugh out loud on the spot. Why don't you just look in the mirror to see what you look like and just indulge yourself in self-satisfaction all day long? Is that interesting? Bill, please. Suminger took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code directly. Sir, please wait a moment. The cashier did some work for a while, then smiled and said, Sir, your total consumption is 38,600 yuan. Miss, you may have calculated wrongly. From beginning to end, I only ordered a cup of coffee. The rest has nothing to do with me. Suminger said with a smile. When the cashier heard Suminger's words, he was stunned. But she quickly came to her senses. Sir, do you mean that the people who are having dinner now have nothing to do with you? Of course. Suminger nodded. We have never met before. And what did they order? I think you can ask them about this. Suminger said, Okay, how much is my coffee? I have something else to do and don't want to waste time here. 68. Scan the code and check out. Suminger turned and left. However, after taking 2 steps, Suminger stopped and turned to look at the cashier. Miss, if it were me, I would have someone guard the door right now to prevent them from running away. These days, there are many cases of people running away from their bills. After saying that, Suminger turned around and left without staying. 38,000. Eat the rich? He. I'm not stupid if I let my hair grow. I have 38,000 yuan, so why not keep it? Do we have to invite a bunch of shameless people to dinner? I am full and bored. On the other side. Waiter, bring 2 more Australian lobsters for takeaway. Give each of us a bottle of mutai. At this moment, Chen Guodong didn't notice anything and was still wolfing down food. Uncle, that's enough. Suminger has already gone to pay the bill. It's okay, let him tie it again later. Didn't you say that Suminger has plenty of money? If a man is reluctant to spend even this little money on you, it's better not to marry such a man. But Shaolin, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already turning your elbow outward? Chen Guodong frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. All right. Lu Lin opened her mouth and finally nodded. Anyway, Suminger is rich, so a few tens of thousands of dollars spent on a meal is just a drizzle for Suminger and will not hurt him much. Ma'am, who is paying for your table? Just at this moment, the hotel manager Wan Jianghai came over and asked with a smile on his face. Chapter 15 Xiao, say hi to my mom. Pay the bill? What order to buy? Haven Tea bought the order yet? Didn't you buy it just now? Lu Lin asked with a frown, a little surprised. Are you talking about Mr. Su? Wan Jianghai said with a smile, I'm sorry, he only paid for a cup of coffee. As for the cost of your meals, that gentleman did not pay. Didn't pay? Hearing this, everyone was stunned on the spot, but they soon reacted. Sister, my brother-in-law must have seen that we were still ordering food, so he didn't record it. Just give my brother-in-law a call and ask him to come over and lie down. Yes, he must have seen that we were still ordering, so he didn't pay. This guy didn't even bother to tell us. Chen Guodong complained with a dissatisfied look on his face. Shaolin, quickly call Suminger and ask him to come back to settle the bill. Yeah, I'll call Suminger right away. While agreeing, Lu Lin took out her cell phone and called Suminger. However, sorry, the user you dialed is busy. Please try again later. Hearing the notification tone on the phone, Lu Lin felt sick. For some reason, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Lin, what did that kid say? He didn't answer the phone. What? Hearing this, Chen Guodong couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He never expected that Su Mingzhi would not answer the phone at this time. Could he have run away? Looking at the lobster on the table, Chen Guodong suddenly panicked. If Su Mingzhi runs away, who will pay for the meal? Lin, maybe Su Mingzhi accidentally pressed the hang-up button just now. Can you try calling him again? Good. Lu Lin nodded hurriedly. But the next second, a familiar voice came. Sorry, the user you dialed is busy. Please try again later. What do you mean? He died again. Lu Lin was about to cry. The first time I didn't answer the call, it could be said that it was just a coincidence that I pressed the wrong button, but what about the second time? This second time couldn't be a coincidence. Su Mingzhi escaped. Gurgle. Thinking of this, Chen Guodong swallowed carefully and said tremblingly, Lin, don't you have matchmaker Li's phone number? Call her quickly and ask her to help make the contact. At this time, Lu Lin was obviously panicked. After hearing Chen Guodong's words, she dialed matchmaker Li's number without any hesitation. This time, the call was connected. Lin, how was the blind date? I told you, Su Mingzhi is very rich. I didn't lie to you, did I? What money is there? Su Mingzhi has run away. Aunt Li? What's going on? She was a little confused. What's going on? I was going on a blind date, so I just asked a few relatives to help check things out. Who knew that after the meal, when it came time to pay the bill, Su Mingzhi ran away? Su Mingzhi ran away with the bill? Not really, he is so rich. Aunt Li was stunned for a moment, then asked, how many people did you call? Not many, only about a dozen. How much did you eat? Lu Lin looked at Wan Jianhai, how much? Including the food I just packed, the total is 45,830. 45,000. Woji. Aunt Li's knees went weak and she almost fell to the ground. It is true that Su Mingzhi is rich, but he is not a fool. Not only did you bring more than a dozen people to a blind date, but the meal also cost 45,000 yuan. It would be strange if others didn't run away. Lin, you guys are such a big eater. Aunt Li, it's because you said Su Mingzhi is rich. Everyone was just trying to help test Su Mingzhi's sincerity, but we didn't expect him to run away. Aunt Li, you have to help me find Su Mingzhi. Get it back? The person has disappeared, how can we possibly find him? I'll try my best. After a perfunctory response, Aunt Li called Fu Xiaowan. Xiaowan, there is something I want to tell you. Your Su Mingzhi ran away. Yes, the woman's people are still waiting for Su Mingzhi to pay the bill. You should quickly tell Xiao Su to go back and pay the bill. How can you let the woman pay for a blind date? If this gets out, who will dare to go on a blind date with Xiao Su in the future? After leaving Taiha restaurant, Su Mingzhi's mood suddenly became cheerful. When Su Mingzhi thought of those shameless guys being stopped in the hotel, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a graceful arc. Ding-a-ling. Just then, the cell phone in my pocket rang. When I took it out, it was a call from my biological mother Fu Xiaowan. Mom! You little brat, what's wrong with you? It's just a meal, how much can it cost? You're so good that you just ran away from the bill. If this gets out, how are you going to go on blind dates in the future? It's good to spread it out. I just don't want to go on a blind date. What did you say? Mom, listen to my explanation. The other party is not here for a blind date at all. He is simply here to eat at a rich man's house. What's the meaning? It's like this. Su Mingzhi quickly explained the cause and effect of the matter. How many people did you say came from the other side? About a dozen, I don't know the exact number. How much did you eat? I know it's 38,000, but they were still counting when I left. Hiss. Fu Xiaowan couldn't help but take a breath. It was 38,000 when I left, so wouldn't it be 40,000 or 50,000 now? Bill, please? What the hell is this? It's obvious that the other party is here to cheat people. Well done, son. When I first saw the photo of this little girl, I could tell she had a treacherous look on her face. Now it seems to be true. Su Mingzhi. That's not what I said at the beginning. Mom, if everything is fine, I'll hang up. Son, don't hang up yet. If this doesn't work, I'll arrange one for you in 2 days. Don't worry, we won't look for good-looking ones this time, just ordinary ones will do. Su Mingzhi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Su Mingzhi took a deep breath and said seriously, Mom, to be honest with you, I already have a girlfriend. Good boy, your wings have grown hard enough to deceive even your own mother. Mom, I'm serious. Nonsense, if you let her talk to me now, I will believe it. Su Mingzhi looked around, thinking about finding someone to make up the numbers. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. Mom, wait, I'll let her talk to you now. As he spoke, Su Mingzhi rushed to the familiar figure and said, Xiao Xiao, say hello to my mother. Lin Xiao Xiao? What's going on? Looking at Su Mingzhi who suddenly appeared in front of her, Lin Xiao Xiao was completely confused. Yes, she was confused. She recently joined Haitsan Finance. Her immediate boss is Yu Hanyang, a PhD candidate who returned from overseas. Today the other party specially invited her to dinner, and the location was set at Taiha Restaurant. Originally Lin Xiaoxiao didn't want to come, but she had just started working and didn't want to make the relationship too awkward, so she came anyway. Unexpectedly, I met Su Mingzhi here. What she didn't expect was that Su Mingzhi stuffed the phone into her hand without saying a word and asked her to say hello. What does this have to do with anything? Ah. Auntie, hello, I'm Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao put the phone to her ear and said hello with a dull face. Chapter 16 Check out the bill? What bill? I just had a cup of coffee. Lin Xiaoxiao was very smart. She understood the moment she finished speaking. Su Mingzhi is looking for her to be a shield. Lin Xiaoxiao? Why does this name sound so familiar? Lin Xiaoxiao exhaled and said, I'm Su Mingzhi's college classmate. Girl, are you really Su Mingzhi's girlfriend? Are you sure you're not acting? No. Looking at Su Mingzhi who was winking at her, Lin Xiaoxiao could only cooperate with Su Mingzhi's performance. This brat, I was helping him arrange blind dates all day long, but he ended up using a trick to secretly attack me. Okay, Auntie won't bother you anymore. Just come to my house for dinner and visit on the weekend. Fu Xiaowan said happily. Ah. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned at the time. She really didn't know how to respond to this question. Auntie has something else to do, let's talk about it later. Without giving Lin Xiaoxiao a chance to speak, Fu Xiaowan hung up the phone. Holding the phone, Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless. How is it? What did my mother say? Your mother asked me to go home for dinner on the weekend. It's okay, I can just find an excuse to get away with it when the time comes. Su Mingzhi waved his hands. He thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be just this. When the time comes, you can just find an excuse, like a company meeting or something like that. After hearing Su Mingzhi's words, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a long breath. If she were really asked to meet the parents, she really didn't know what to do. By the way, Su Mingzhi, why are you here? Why else? My mom asked me to go on a blind date. How does it feel? Not very good, I was almost ripped off as a wealthy man. Su Mingzhi briefly told Lin Xiaoxiao what had happened. 12 people? 40,000 for a meal? Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned on the spot. Even in her dreams she never imagined that there would be such a weird thing in the world. So you haven't eaten yet? Just had a cup of coffee. Then let's have lunch together at noon, I'll treat you. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxiao blinked her beautiful eyes at Su Mingzhi, then glanced at Yu Hanyang behind her. Well, he just asked Lin Xiaoxiao to be a shield, and he has to give it back immediately. No problem. Boss Yu, it shouldn't be a problem to add one more person, right? Yu Hanyang's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Su Mingzhi and said, of course, but I think Brother Su seems to be very busy. Ahem. Su Mingzhi coughed dryly, then replied with a smile, Boss Yu, you are joking. I am just an idle person, and I don't have anything to do. Besides, Goddess Lin has invited me, so I have to squeeze out time even if I have to. Boss Yu will not be unwelcome, right? Welcome. Yu Hanyang clenched his teeth and uttered these two words. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her lips slightly, revealing a brilliant smile on her face, and then looked at Su Mingzhi. Tell me more about those 24 conditions, it's so funny. As expected, women are gossipy animals. A person who looks quite cold at ordinary times will become very interested when talking about gossip. Yu Hanyang didn't say anything, but stared at the backs of the two men with a grim face. But after a moment, a smile appeared on his face again and he quickly chased after him. What? Aunt Fu doesn't care? Lu Lin exclaimed. Aunt Fu doesn't care, so you have to take care of this matter. It was you who said Su Mingzhi was rich. Yes, I did say that Su Mingzhi is rich, but I didn't ask you to bring more than a dozen people with you. A meal costs 45,000 yuan. Let alone Su Mingzhi, if it were me, I would run away too. Aunt Li. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the dead tone on the phone, Lu Lin felt sick all over. Just now, he was still feeling lucky that he had met a first-generation rich man. But who would have thought that in just a few minutes, everything would come to nothing? Not only did they lose their lives, they also had to pay for their meals. This is a full 45,000 yuan. Lu Lin is almost going crazy. Miss, who will pay for this money? Wan Jianghai's face gradually became gloomy. He also had a strong premonition that these people were trying to default on their debt. Lu Lin. She had no choice but to look at the group of relatives and friends behind her. However, these relatives and friends all avoided Lu Lin's gaze without exception. Uncle. Lu Lin looked at Chen Guodong. Shaolin, don't look at me like that. I just ate 2 bites. It's not much. And I had no intention of coming. It was you who said Su Mingzhi was rich and asked us to come over and eat whatever we wanted. Chen Guodong said. Third aunt. Shaolin, you know I don't smoke or drink, so the 200 yuan I'll give you can be used as my meal money. Fourth uncle. I'll give you 200 too. Also, don't call me for this kind of thing in the future. I, Lu Kai, have never been so embarrassed before. Don't even mention 200 per person. Even if it doubles, 400 per person is still not enough. Lu Lin is just an ordinary worker. Her monthly salary is only 4,000 yuan, and this meal is enough for her 1 year's salary. She was about to cry. How about we run away too? Thinking of this, Lu Lin glanced silently towards the entrance of the hotel and began to plan her escape route in her mind. But when she saw this, she was stunned. 2 men and 1 woman walked in at the door. One of them turned out to be Su Mingzhi. Su Mingzhi. He actually has the nerve to come back. Su Mingzhi, stop right there. Lu Lin stomped her feet suddenly and rushed directly towards Su Mingzhi. Then a group of relatives and friends instantly surrounded Su Mingzhi. Without exception, they all glared at Su Mingzhi. That look seemed to want to eat Su Mingzhi alive. But Su Mingzhi's face was calm. Su Mingzhi glanced at everyone and asked with a smile, Miss Lu, is there anything wrong? Hurry up and pay the bill. Lu Lin looked at Su Mingzhi viciously and said sternly. Settlement of bill? What bill? I've already settled the battle. Su Mingzhi shrugged and smiled faintly. Su Mingzhi's words were like a spark falling into the hay, instantly igniting the crowd. You're talking nonsense. You just paid for a cup of coffee, and you still have 45,000 left. A grown man goes on a blind date and doesn't even pay the bill. Do you still have any shame? You'll never find a wife if you stay like this. Brother-in-law, stop joking and settle the bill quickly. At this moment, Su Mingzhi smiled, and his smile was full of disdain. Ladies and gentlemen, which law stipulates that the man must pay for a blind date? I only ordered a cup of coffee from the beginning to the end. I didn't eat a single bite of the rest of the food. What does it have to do with me? Also, Lu Yaozu, I'm warning you again, don't call me brother-in-law. We are not familiar with each other. Bringing a whole family here to eat and drink for free, and even acting like a superior person, this is the first time in my life I've seen this. Su Mingzhi said with a sneer. Not only Lu Lin is a weirdo, the whole family is weirdo. Chapter 17, 8.8, A Pagani in Seconds. When others eat and drink for free, you will have some concerns. But what about Lu Lin? Not only did she not have any scruples at all, but she even felt superior. You. Su Mingzhi, settle the bill quickly. We can talk about it when we get home. Go home? Miss Lu, please don't be so self-indulgent. Let me tell you this, you don't deserve it. Lu Lin. Su Mingzhi actually dislikes him? She is a beauty in a foreign company, and the number of people chasing after her is as large as a reinforced company. But now, she was despised by Su Mingzhi in front of everyone. Her face was almost thrown in. Su Mingzhi, I wish you will never find a wife. Sorry, I've found it. Su Mingzhi raised his lips slightly, turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, and said, "Let me solemnly introduce you to Lin Xiaoxiao, my girlfriend." It was not until this time that Lu Lin saw Lin Xiaoxiao standing behind Su Mingzhi. She was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a black business suit, with her jet black hair piled high, and no makeup on her wrists or neck. Dignified, beautiful, generous, capable. When Lu Lin saw Lin Xiaoxiao, he actually felt ashamed of himself. If her appearance score is 80, then Lin Xiaoxiao's appearance is above 95. Fairy. The word fairy is not an exaggeration at all when used to describe Lin Xiaoxiao. Are you Su Mingzhi's girlfriend? Lu Lin stared at Lin Xiaoxiao and asked word by word. After silently glancing at Su Mingzhi, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, yes. Bang. Lu Lin's face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground instantly. In front of Lin Xiaoxiao, she didn't have any chance of turning the tables. She couldn't help but regret what she had just done. She missed such a great opportunity to join a wealthy family. And she knew that an opportunity like this would never come again in her life. Miss, who do you think will pay the bill? At this time, Wang Jianghai's voice sounded again. I'm married. Can't I get married? Lu Lin gritted her teeth and roared, then took out 2 credit cards and a salary card from her pocket. Ms. Lu, my credit card limit is not enough. I'm still short of 10,000 yuan. Use the salary card. The salary card has been fully swiped. Wow. At this moment, tears rushed out like the Yellow River bursting its dam. Let's go. Su Mingzhi had no sympathy for Lu Lin's experience. All he wanted to say at this moment were 2 words, you deserved it. Who would bring a dozen people to a blind date to eat for free? Who would put forward so many conditions on a blind date? Is this marrying a wife or marrying an ancestor? Box. The atmosphere was a little bit weird. Lin Xiaoxiao, Su Mingzhi, and Yu Hanyang sat opposite each other. Compared to Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Mingzhi, who were chatting and laughing, Yu Hanyang's face seemed a little gloomy. Xiaoxiao, who is this brother Su? Yu Hanyang looked at Su Mingzhi. Although they had been in contact for more than 10 minutes, Yu Hanyang had only said 2 or 3 sentences so far, which totaled less than 50 words. He still knew nothing about Su Mingzhi's identity. Su Mingzhi, my college classmate. I'm so sorry, I didn't expect that brother Su was actually a top student in Princeton. Yu Hanyang stretched out his right hand. Su Mingzhi shook hands with him. It's not Princeton, it's Lingjian University. Lingjian University? Ha, it's just a second-tier university. Yu Hanyang's eyes flashed with contempt, but he hit it well in just a moment. Lingjian University is not bad either. By the way, where does brother Su work? Real estate agent. Su Mingzhi said. Real estate agency. Hearing this, the contempt in Yu Hanyang's eyes became even stronger. Originally, he had thought of considering Su Mingzhi as his opponent, but now it seems that he was overthinking. A small real estate agent is not worthy of being his opponent. Real estate agents are pretty good. Real estate is so hot right now, so the salary should be pretty good, right? Yu Hanyang asked with a smile, half closing his eyes. Generally speaking, about 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Then you must be under a lot of pressure. Okay, if you have anything to say, we'll talk later. Let's order first. Yu Hanyang wanted to say something, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Lin Xiaoxiao. Okay, let's order some food. This time, Yu Hanyang didn't say anything. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. He said so much just to tell Lin Xiaoxiao that he and Su Mingzhi were not on the same level at all, and Lin Xiaoxiao knew clearly what to choose. Soon, Yu Hanyang started ordering food. I have to say that Yu Hanyang is quite generous and he is not stingy at all when ordering food. Abalone, lobster, sea cucumber. Since that item was expensive, he just ordered that. Su Mingzhi calculated in his mind and estimated that the meal should cost less than 10,000 yuan. Handing the menu to the waiter, Yu Hanyang said to himself, Brother Su, the dishes at Taiha restaurant are not too expensive. In my opinion, it is better for the man to pay for a blind date. No matter how much money it is, you have to admit it, otherwise it will be bad for your reputation if it gets out. Recognize? Admit nothing. If he admitted it, wouldn't he be the one being taken advantage of? Boss Yu, while Lu Lin is still here, how about I hand her over and you help him settle the bill? Yu Hanyang quickly shook his head. That won't work, then I will be a sucker. Then why did Mr. Yu treat me as a fool? Bringing more than a dozen people to a blind date clearly means they want to eat for free, and the meal costs 45,000 yuan. If it were you, Mr. Yu, would you pay the bill? That's not right. Also, whoever pays the bill will be a brain-dead person. Yu Hanyang. Originally, he wanted to say yes. After all, 45,000 was not a big sum for him. But before he could open his mouth, Su Mingzhi made his point. Now that's good. If he really answers to pay the bill, he will become a brain pallid. Gritting his teeth, Yu Hanyang said, whoever pays the bill will have brain damage. He. Su Mingzhi smiled and didn't answer. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but Su Mingzhi could not tolerate Yu Hanyang targeting him again and again. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Su Mingzhi's mind. The system has been refreshed. Ding, the system refresh was successful. The original price of Pagani Huayra is 29 million yuan, but the flash sale price is only 8.8 yuan. The original price of Ferrari 488 is 4.16 million, and the flash sale price is 8.8 yuan. 10 BMW 525s originally cost 5.36 million yuan, but now they are sold at a flash sale price of 8.8 yuan. Oh my god. It turned out to be Pagani Huayra. Su Mingzhi's heart moved and he placed the order immediately. Do you want to buy it? Buy. Su Mingzhi clicked the order without hesitation. Pagani Huayra is the ultimate sports car, with only 100 units worldwide, and no more than 10 in the country. The factory price of each one is 29 million. And this is just the factory price. Because the Pagani Huayra is released in limited quantities and is of great collectible value, there is almost no chance to buy it on the market. His value now has probably already exceeded 50 million. Su Mingzhi never expected that the system would instantly sell out this kind of top-notch luxury car at a price of 8.8. System prompt: congratulations to the user for successfully placing an order. Pagani Huayra parked in the hotel parking lot. User successfully placed an order. Extra reward: Stinky X1 already placed in the system warehouse. Stinky card: after use, the target will become smelly within 10 minutes. Chapter 18. What a coincidence, I also own a car. Stinky card. Looks like I got something extraordinary. He looked at the cards in the warehouse and then looked at Yu Hanyang. Su Mingzhi suddenly felt that Yu Hanyang seemed to be a good experimental subject. But now is not the time to experiment. If we want to do it, it has to be after dinner. If I use it now, wouldn't it be a turn-off for me? Taiha Hotel is worthy of being one of the top high-end hotels in Linjiang. Apart from anything else, the food is served very quickly. In just 20 minutes, all the dishes were served. Brother Su, you probably don't eat these things very often, right? Eat as much as you want today, I'll pay. Su Mingzhi's right hand was shaking, and he almost couldn't help but use the Stinky card. Then I won't be polite? Don't be polite to me. After giving Yu Hanyang a look, Su Mingzhi said nothing and asked Lin Xiaoxiao to start eating. Su Mingzhi, come and have some sea cucumber. Lin Xiaoxiao said as she helped Su Mingzhi pick up some food. Su Mingzhi, please pass me the lobster. Su Mingzhi. Yu Hanyang. Looking at the intimate interaction between Su Mingzhi and Lin Xiaoxiao, Yu Hanyang was dumbfounded. He is still there. Ahem. Yu Hanyang coughed and said, Xiaoxiao, there is a financial exchange meeting recently. How are your preparations going? Lin Xiaoxiao frowned slightly and glanced at Yu Hanyang calmly. Boss Yu, let's talk about work during working hours. Now is our break time. Yu Hanyang. Brother Su, don't just focus on eating, let's chat for a while. Sorry, I don't like to talk while I eat. Su Mingzhi looked apologetic. You don't like to talk, but you're still chatting enthusiastically with Lin Xiaoxiao? If he hadn't wanted to leave a good impression in front of Lin Xiaoxiao, he would have wanted to kick Su Mingzhi out right now. Looking at the two people who were chatting happily, Yu Hanyang silently picked up the chopsticks. Now he could only hope silently in his heart that Su Mingzhi would disappear from his sight as soon as possible. Soon, Su Mingzhi was full of food and drink. Su Mingzhi let out a long breath, then looked at Yu Hanyang. Mr. Yu. It's time to check out. Yu Hanyang. He feels like he is just a tool. After glaring at Su Mingzhi fiercely, Yu Hanyang looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, are you done eating? Let's pay the bill. Yu Hanyang, okay. Gritting his teeth, Yu Hanyang walked straight to the cashier. Goddess Lin, who is this person? Su Mingzhi asked puzzledly. My immediate boss. Lin Xiaoxiao said helplessly. Chasing you? Why not? Why would you agree to this? This guy changes women faster than he changes clothes. Su Mingzhi nodded inside sincerely. Oh, you are not as good looking as me, but you can still find so many girlfriends. It's ridiculous. Well, is this narcissism? Of course not, I'm just stating a fact. Lin Xiaoxiao. He glanced at Su Mingzhi and thought about Yu Hanyang. Well, although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that what Su Mingzhi said was indeed true. Soon, Yu Hanyang returned to the box with the bill in his hand. The meal cost a total of 8,800 yuan. He didn't feel bad about it, he just felt it was not worth it. During the whole meal, he didn't even have a chance to talk to Lin Xiaoxiao. It was all messed up by Su Mingzhi. Fortunately, the days of suffering will eventually pass, and he will soon see the dawn. Xiaoxiao, it's almost time. I'll take you back to the company. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, but just looked at Su Mingzhi. Hee, let me take it there. Su Mingzhi immediately interrupted. Yu Hanyang was going crazy. Although Lin Xiaoxiao had only been working in Haizong for a week, he had already fallen deeply in love with this talented and beautiful woman. To this end, he did not hesitate to offend another minister in the company and forced Lin Xiaoxiao to join his team. After a week, he and Lin Xiaoxiao have become quite familiar with each other, so Yu Hanyang plans to further strengthen his relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao today. But who would have thought that when everything was going according to the script, a Chang Yaojin suddenly appeared halfway. Su Mingzhi destroyed everything. At this moment, Yu Hanyang wished he could cut Su Mingzhi into 8 pieces and throw him into the river to feed the fish. Who Yu Hanyang gasped for air, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, forced a smile on his face again, and said, Brother Su, you must be very busy as agents, so I won't bother you with such a small matter. My car is in the parking lot next door, I'll just take it there. Yu Hanyang emphasized the word car, hoping that Su Mingzhi would give up when faced with difficulties. But ideals are full and reality is skinny. Su Mingzhi didn't even bother to hang him. Su Mingzhi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, what a coincidence, my car is also outside. At this moment, in the parking lot of Taihe Restaurant, a uniquely shaped purple gold supercar was parked quietly, and around the car, a surging crowd gathered. The car is 4.605 meters long, 2.036 meters wide, 1.169 meters high, with a wheelbase of 2.795, 19-inch front wheels and 20-inch rear wheels. Gull-wing door design, wedge-shaped nose, and teardrop-shaped glass cabin. Purple gold leather seats and a full carbon fiber body, integrated audio and video system and driving communication system and other multifunctional configurations. It's a Pagani Huayra, with a market value of 29 million. It is equipped with a 6.0L twin-turbocharged V12 engine specially built by AMG for Pagani, with a maximum power of over 700 horsepower and a peak torque of approximately 1000 Nm. At this moment, the entire parking lot was packed with people, and everyone was staring at this world-class supercar in amazement. Wow, I never thought that I would see a Pagani Huayra worth 30 million in my lifetime. 30 million? 30 million is the factory price. This car is worth at least $500 million now. I really want to know what it feels like to sit on $500 million. I wonder which rich second-generation person dumped his car here so casually, not even afraid of getting scratched. Wan Jianghai was groaning in his heart. Just now, when he had just dealt with Lu Lin's matter, he received a report from his subordinates. It was said that there was a top-of-the-line supercar parked in their parking lot. Upon hearing the news, Wan Jianghai rushed out immediately, and then he saw the Pagani Huayra worth $500 million in front of him. Without any hesitation, he immediately arranged 2 security guards to maintain order, and things were going well at first. But as time went on, more and more people came to take pictures, and they even seemed to be unable to stop them. If anything goes wrong, he will be in big trouble. Everyone, please don't push us. If you scratch your sports car, none of us can afford to pay for it. Calm down, everyone calm down. Chapter 19. It turns out that Su Mingzhi is a wealthy man. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Xiaoxiao saw the familiar electric scooter at a glance. Then he walked straight towards the electric donkey. Su Mingzhi, is this your car? Seeing this, Yu Hanyang curled up his lips into a teasing smile. He thought that even if Su Mingzhi was poor, something that could be called a car should have at least 4 wheels. The result? 2 wheels. This guy called a taxi when something happened? This is just one of them. Su Mingzhi said with a smile. One of them? He he he. So you have another car? If you want to see it, just follow me. Greeting Lin Xiaoxiao, Su Mingzhi walked straight towards the parking lot. Su Mingzhi, when did you buy a car? Goddess Lin, I told you a long time ago that I am a rich second generation, but you just don't believe it. Go away, go away. After 4 years in college, I still don't know you? Understand me? Su Mingzhi paused and turned to look at Lin Xiaoxiao. You have a crush on me? Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Su Mingzhi and said, Do you think it's possible? Su Mingzhi thought about it seriously and realized that it was not impossible. After all, not to mention in the class, even in the whole school, my appearance ranks among the top. Possible. Go to hell. We talked and laughed all the way and soon arrived at the parking lot. But the next second, Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned where she was. The entire parking lot was packed with people, even busier than a vegetable market. What is going on? Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned at that time. Of course, Su Mingzhi and Yu Hanyang were also confused. Walking through the crowd, what comes into view is a purple supercar. Yu Hanyang was trembling all over, staring at the car in front of him, and said in surprise, Is this a Pagani Huayra? Pagani Huayra? Lin Xiaoxiao asked puzzledly. Pagani is a world-renowned super sports car manufacturer. Its super sports cars are famous for their extreme performance, exquisite craftsmanship made entirely by hand, high prices, and rare production volumes. This Huayra is the masterpiece of Pagani. It is limited to 100 units worldwide, and there are no more than 10 in China. Its current price is over $500 million. Yu Hanyang said excitedly, the one who can drive this car must be Ling Jiang, no, the top second-generation rich in China. If I could drive a Pagani Huayra once in my life, I would be satisfied. His Lin Xiaoxiao took a breath of cold air. A car, $500 million. This almost refreshed her cognition. It was hard for her to imagine who could spend $500 million to buy a car. It can't be opened, but you can touch it. Su Mingzhi said with a smile. Forget it, I dare not touch it. A top luxury car like this can only be restored with its original factory paint. It costs millions to do it once. If it is scratched, I can't afford the compensation. Yu Hanyang said with a sigh. He now also earns $1 million a year, but after working hard for a year, it is only enough to paint this Pagani Huayra once. Although he wanted to touch it, he didn't have the courage. By the way, Su Mingzhi, where is your car? Weren't you watching? After saying that, Su Mingzhi walked straight towards the Pagani Huayra. Mr. Su, please watch from outside the cordon. Wan Zhanghai stopped Su Mingzhi. Ha! Seeing this scene, Yu Hanyang couldn't help sneering. But then, his eyes widened. The moment Su Mingzhi approached, the facial recognition system was instantly activated. The 4 headlights suddenly lit up and the gull-wing doors slowly rose to both sides. This is Pagani's latest technology, which can input the owner's face into the onboard computer. As soon as the owner approaches, the car door will automatically unlock. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the gull-wing doors slowly rose, revealing the luxurious interior of the Pagani Huayra. Oh my god, oh my god. Yu Hanyang looked at the Pagani Huayra and then at Su Mingzhi, opening his mouth wide and unable to speak for a long time. Yes, are you kidding me? Is Pagani Huayra Su Mingzhi's car? Yu Hanyang couldn't believe his eyes. But everything that happened before his eyes forced him to believe it. Facial recognition system, this is the best proof. There was a mess all around and everyone was marveling at the owner of this Pagani Huayra. But at this moment, Yu Hanyang opened his mouth wide and couldn't utter a word for a long time. He thought about how he had shown off just now, and how he had explained all the relevant information about Pagani Huayra in detail, and even said that his biggest wish in this life was to drive a Pagani Huayra. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This feeling is really terrible. Originally he thought he was a child of destiny, earning millions a year at a young age. But compared with Su Mingzhi, $1 million annual income is nothing. Other people's cars don't even cost this much to be repainted. Yu Hanyang clenched his fists tightly, his face changing from gloomy to bright, and after a moment he loosened his fists. Pagani Huayra is not something that ordinary people can buy, and those who can buy it are not ordinary people. He can't afford to offend such a person, nor does he dare to offend him. He and Su Mingzhi are from 2 different worlds. Yu Hanyang let out a long breath, his eyes gradually became firm, as if he had made up his mind. Su. Brother Lang. Su Mingzhi turned his head and looked at Yu Hanyang. Originally, he thought Yu Hanyang would be so shocked that he went crazy. Unexpectedly, Yu Hanyang suddenly called him brother. This surprised Su Mingjie a little. Can I touch it? Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Su Mingjie nodded. Yu Hanyang suppressed his excitement and quickly walked to the Pagani Huayra. Then he reached out and touched it amid everyone's envious eyes. It feels cool and delicate to the touch, as if the air is filled with the smell of money. At this moment, the surrounding spectators were all shocked. How does it feel, brother? Do you smell the smell of money? How can a sports car worth $500 million not feel good? Boss, are you still missing a pendant on your leg? Handsome, are you free tonight? We can have dinner together. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Su Mingjie smiled faintly, then sat in the driver's seat. The leather seats are designed entirely according to ergonomics and fit Su Mingjie's back curve perfectly. The interior color is mainly purple, just like the car. Elegant and noble. Carbon fiber steering wheel, feels first class. Top-notch audio, top-notch texture. On the passenger seat was a brown paper document bag containing the car's driving license and insurance. The system has arranged everything that can be thought of. Ignition. Su Mingjie said in a low voice. The next second, the voice system automatically recognized it and the Pagani Huayra automatically ignited. Boom! As soon as you step on the accelerator, the 6.0L twin-turbocharged V12 engine equipped in Huayra, which was specially built for Pagani by AMG, lets out a thunderous roar. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent, with only the beast, the Pagani Huayra, roaring angrily. Chapter 20. Something terrible has happened. Lin Xiaoxiao has been kidnapped. Awesome, so awesome. This sound, I'm going to die. This is a supercar, this is every man's dream. Handsome guy, I'm hot. After a brief silence, the crowd exploded again. Everyone has a dream of owning a supercar, and now, a sports car worth $500 million is in front of them. They admitted that they were wet. Lang, brother Lang, can I drive for a circle? Yu Hanyang asked. Drive a circle? He. Stinky card warning. Originally, Su Mingjie wanted to try out the effect of the Stinky card on Yu Hanyang. Unfortunately, Yu Hanyang suddenly changed his attitude. Suddenly turned into a bootlicker. For the moment, Su Mingjie really had no reason to take action. But he wants to drive? If I reject him now, will he be furious? Then just use the Stinky card and everything will fall into place. Yes, do it. No. Su Mingjie said sternly. Ah. Yu Hanyang took 2 steps back, his face looking gloomy. After a long while, he said weakly, no, forget it. Su Mingjie. If it doesn't work, just forget it? This is not quite the same as the script he imagined. After silently glancing at Yu Hanyang, Su Mingjie's eyes fell on Lin Xiaoxiao. Goddess Lin, get in the car. Boom. The tires rubbed against the ground, raising clouds of dust, and in an instant, the Pagani Huayra shot away like a sharp arrow. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Pagani Huayra, Lin Xiaoxiao looked confused. Until now, he has not recovered from the shock. In her memory, Su Mingjie did not come from a wealthy family. As for the 3-year period, that is nonsense. Su Mingjie's family is an ordinary working-class family. However, looking at the scenery outside the window that was constantly receding and feeling the smell of money in the air, Lin Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. What is going on? Su Mingjie suddenly became a rich man? Could it be that what he said about owning 10 shops in the city center was true? In the past, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't believe it, but now with the appearance of this Pagani Huayra, she suddenly began to believe it. However, another doubt arose in her mind. Where did he get the money? Whether it is 10 shops or this Pagani Huayra. Its value is more than $500 million. Where does this money come from? Suddenly, an ominous premonition flashed through Lin Xiaoxiao's mind. Could it be that Su Mingjie did something that was written into the constitution? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly became anxious. Su Mingjie, you are not doing any illegal business, are you? Breaking the law? Lin Xiaoxiao must have had the wrong idea. However, Su Mingjie did not refute, but looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with interest. Does this count as caring about me? Stop it. Now is not the time to talk about this. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand and said. What if I were to say yes? Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her expression became even more nervous. Su Mingzhi, my second uncle is in the police station, you should go and turn yourself in now, he will definitely help you. No, I'll tell my second uncle now and ask him to get ready. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxiao took out her cell phone from her pocket and pretended to make a call. Are you serious? Su Mingzhi's mouth twitched and he quickly stopped him. If the police were called, it would be a serious matter. Stop. I was just joking. I didn't do any illegal business. Su Mingzhi quickly explained. What about this car? Ahem. Su Mingzhi coughed awkwardly and said, isn't it because the salary of a real estate agent is too low? I found a part-time job at a rental company in just 2 days. Leasing company? Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Su Mingzhi with a complicated expression and said, so, this car belongs to the rental company? That's right. The company just opened and they're planning to promote it, so they asked me to drive out for a walk. Really? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Su Mingzhi with some suspicion. Which rental company has such confidence that it even has top luxury cars like Pagani Huayra? Nonsense. Su Mingzhi glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao without blushing and said, do you think I can afford a Pagani Huayra? A supercar worth $500 million, no matter what business you do, you can't make that much money in a short period of time, right? Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it and it seemed to be the same. Even for those businesses that are written into the constitution, it is not possible to make such a huge amount of money overnight. When I think about it this way, it seems that the only explanation is leasing. So you used a rental car to trick Yu Hanyang? I didn't lie to him, I just lied to you. Of course, it was just a thought. Su Mingzhi didn't intend to say it out loud. You can say that. Su Mingzhi said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao. For a moment, she really didn't know what to say. Using a rented car, he deceived Yu Hanyang. Only Su Mingzhi could do such a thing. Okay, the company is just ahead, please pull over and I'll walk over. When they were about to arrive at their destination, Haitsong Finance, Lin Xiaoxiao spoke. How about I take you in? Forget it. If someone sees me getting off the supercar, they'll think I'm being kept by someone. It's not impossible. Lin Xiaoxiao? What is Su Mingzhi talking about? Does he really want to support himself? Lin Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and said, come on, with your salary, I can almost support you. You said it, and I took it seriously. Dream on. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and glanced at Su Mingzhi lightly, then opened the car door and turned away. Xiaoxiao, wait. Don't forget to come to my house for dinner on the weekend. Hearing Su Mingzhi's words, Lin Xiaoxiao staggered and almost fell to the ground. Didn't we agree to find an excuse to get away with it? Why did you change your mind now? Turning her head and glaring at Su Mingzhi fiercely, Lin Xiaoxiao walked straight towards the company. Su Mingzhi. Please give me a definite answer whether you are going or not. If you don't go, I can find someone else. After silently glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao's back, Su Mingzhi drove away. What Su Mingzhi didn't see was that in a coffee shop not far away, 2 women who were dressed similarly to Lin Xiaoxiao were watching all this silently. Xiao Qian, I told you this Lin Xiaoxiao is a vixen. It hasn't been long since she returned to China, and she's been kept by someone. Who said it wasn't? Xian Xiaoqian pursed her lips and said with disdain, it's fine if she's being kept by someone, but she even had the nerve to flirt with Mr. Yu. I've never seen such a shameless woman. By the way, sistering, what car was that just now? Looking at the logo, it looks like a Pagani Huayra. Is it the Pagani Huayra worth 29 million? It should be. The 2 women looked at each other, their eyes full of jealousy. They also want to laugh while sitting in a Pagani Huayra. Chapter 21. This rich man is very rich, but he is too frugal. Taiha Hotel parking lot. As the Pagani Huayra left, the crowd gradually dispersed. And Yu Hanyang was finally able to take out his beloved car, a red Mercedes-Benz E300. Mercedes-Benz is considered a luxury car in the public's mind, and since the car was purchased not long ago, Yu Hanyang likes it very much. When he has nothing to do, he will wash it. But after seeing Su Mingzhi's Pagani Huayra, Mercedes-Benz suddenly doesn't seem so attractive anymore. Only Pagani Huayra is a man's romance. Mr. Yu. Just then, the hotel manager, Wan Zhanghai, came over. Yu Hanyang woke up as if from a dream, and quickly responded, Manager Wan, is there anything wrong? What does that friend of yours do? Wan Zhanghai asked curiously. Yu Hanyang was stunned. He was certainly not naive enough to think that Su Mingzhi was just a small real estate agent. Real estate agency? Real estate? He should be the boss of a real estate company. Yu Hanyang said slowly. Hiss. Real estate company owner? Hearing this, Wan Jianhai took a breath of cold air. There are many things to make money these days, but there is no doubt that real estate must be the best among them. Every boss of a real estate company is a big shot worth billions or even tens of billions. It's no surprise that such people can afford a Pagani Huayra. At this moment, a bus full of passengers stopped steadily at the entrance of Taiha Hotel. Business is coming. Wan Jianhai hurried to meet him. But the next second, something unexpected happened. A crowd of people stood at the entrance of Taiha Restaurant. A young man holding a small flag looked around and then walked straight towards the parking lot. Please follow me, passengers. Next we are going to visit the Pagani Huayra, which is limited to 100 units worldwide and no more than 10 in China. Wan Jianhai? What is going on? Are these people all here to see the car? Are you kidding me? While Wan Jianhai was stunned, the tour guide had already brought the tourists to the parking lot. Soon they were dumbfounded. There was not even a sports car in the entire parking lot, let alone a Pagani Huayra. The best car in the entire parking lot is the Mercedes-Benz E300 parked in the corner. What's going on? Where is the Pagani Huayra? The tour guide walked straight towards Wan Jianhai and said, Hello, sir. I'm Mengyu, the tour guide of the Grey Wolf Tour Group. I heard online that there is a Pagani Huayra parked here. Where is the Pagani Huayra now? Pagani Huayra? He ran away long ago. Just drove away. What? Mengyu exclaimed. He and his men temporarily changed their route just to see this famous Pagani Huayra. But when others arrived, the car was gone. But what? You can wait in the hotel for a while, because Mr. Su still has a car that has not left. Wan Jianhai said. There is another car. Mengyu's heart, which had been extinguished by cold water, was rekindled with hope. Anyone who can afford a Pagani Huayra must also have a world-class luxury car, right? Where is it? Mengyu asked impatiently. Yes, it's right in front of the hotel. Mengyu looked back and saw a small blue and white electric scooter. Small electric donkey? Pagani Huayra? Wait, is there something wrong? Mengyu was stunned at that time. Manager Wan, do you mean to say that this yachty belongs to the owner of the Pagani Huayra? That's right. Wan Jianhai nodded. Although he didn't want to admit it, Wan Jianhai had to admit that this was the fact. The Pagani Huayra and this electric scooter are both Su Mingzhi's properties. Mengyu. At this moment, he really didn't know what to say. It was hard for him to imagine that a man who could afford a Pagani Huayra could own an electric scooter as his other car. Manager Wan, there are 23 of us in total. Please make the arrangements. After a long while, Mengyu spoke. Okay. Wan Jianhai was overjoyed. Thanks to Su Mingzhi, he made a lot of money today. Come on, everyone, please follow me. I promise that the food in our Taiha restaurant is of high quality and low price. Wan Jianhai said as he called the crowd to walk into the hotel. Looking at Wan Jianhai, who was overjoyed, Yu Hanyang sighed silently. He is aware of the huge influence of the Pagani Huayra. But what he never expected was that the influence of Pagani Huayra would be so great. Even tour groups from other cities came to visit. To be honest, he would never have imagined that things would turn out like this. He found it funny when he thought about his previous sarcasm towards Su Mingzhi. In Su Mingzhi's eyes, he might just be a clown. Shaking his head, Yu Hanyang opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz E300 and drove towards Haitsong Finance. But as soon as he drove out of the parking lot, he saw a purple and gold Pagani Huayra driving towards him. If Ling Jiang didn't have the second Pagani Huayra, then the person sitting in this car must be Su Mingzhi. Go and come back? What's the meaning? Is that possible? Through the rearview mirror, Yu Hanyang saw the blue and white electric scooter parked at the door. He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. How much does a small electric donkey cost? The maximum amount is 5,000 yuan. And what about a Pagani Huayra? Starting from 50 million. A Pagani Huayra is worth 10,000 electric scooters. It shouldn't be possible. But in the next second, Su Mingzhi told him with practical actions that there is no such thing as turning the impossible into the possible. The Pagani Huayra did a graceful drift and stopped at the entrance of Taiha restaurant. The gull wing door opened automatically. After Su Mingzhi got out of the car, he walked straight to the electric scooter at the door. Yu Hanyang saw a scene that he would never forget. Su Mingzhi actually stuffed the electric scooter into the front trunk of the Pagani Huayra. Yu Hanyang, this rich man is obviously very rich, but he is too frugal. Of course, Yu Hanyang was not the only confused person. And the hotel manager Wan Jianhai. Originally he was just joking. After all, why would someone who can afford a supercar worth $500 million care about a small electric scooter? To put it bluntly, other people's maintenance costs more than this price. The reason why he said this was simply because he wanted Meng Yu and the others to stay so that he could make some money. But the result was far beyond his expectations. Su Mingzhi really came back. He actually took the electric scooter with him. I say, you are a super rich person, can you please not be so frugal? Chapter 22, Rumors. Wow, that electric donkey at the door actually belongs to a wealthy man. Shouldn't the super rich treat money as dirt? A super rich man who drives a 50 million supercar actually came back to get the electric scooter. My world collapsed. In the hotel, Meng Yu was completely messy. To be honest, he didn't really trust Wan Jianhai at first. After all, how could a person who drives a supercar be the owner of an electric scooter? The two just don't go together. But everything that happened before his eyes forced him to believe that what Wan Jianhai said was true. The other party not only came back to pick up the car, but also stuffed the electric scooter into the front storage box of the Pagani Huayra. At this moment, Meng Yu's worldview seemed to collapse. Manager Wan, are all the rich people in Lingjiang so frugal? Meng Yu turned his head and looked at Wan Jianhai. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Wan Jianhai opened his mouth, but in the end no words came out. It's not that Lingjiang's super rich is frugal, but that Su Mingzhi is different. Su Mingzhi had no idea what Wan Jianhai and Meng Yu were thinking. If he knew, he would definitely give Meng Yu a thumbs up. Yes, he is that frugal. Every penny he earns is hard-earned and must be cherished. After all, collecting rent is very hard work, okay? After stuffing the electric scooter into the trunk and looking at the crowds of people rushing around, Su Mingzhi got into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and before the crowd gathered, the car rushed out like lightning. A graceful figure, an ear-shaking roar, in one word, handsome. Haitsong Finance. Lin Xiaoxiao was writing her speech with her head down. She clenched her teeth and frowned, and it was obvious that she was under a lot of pressure. The financial conference is about to be held, and as one of Haitsong's investment managers, Lin Xiaoxiao needs to give a speech at the conference. This conference will bring together all the talents in the financial investment field in Lingjiang City. There will be many returnees from overseas and many top students. As a recent overseas returnee, Lin Xiaoxiao has academic qualifications, but actually has no status in the financial world. This financial conference was her chance to turn things around. Whether she could gain a foothold in the Lingjiang financial world depended on this one move, so she was extremely cautious about the speech for this conference and revised it again and again. Lin Xiaoxiao has a little problem, or a little quirk, which is that once she feels stressed, she wants to drink water. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao felt the urge to urinate becoming stronger. Rubbing his temples, Lin Xiaoxiao stood up and walked towards the bathroom. As soon as she approached the bathroom, two familiar voices made Lin Xiaoxiao stop. Sister Ying, did you see Lin Xiaoxiao just now? Qian Xiaoqian asked. I saw it, what's wrong? Li Ying nodded. The woman is writing a speech. For the financial conference? Pretty close. Oh, you really think you're a piece of cake? It's a company practice for newcomers to give speeches at financial conferences. Everyone can just write it casually, but she is the only one who takes chicken feathers as a token of authority. Li Ying sneered. Who said it wasn't? Qian Xiaoqian whispered, but Sister Ying, didn't you say that Lin Xiaoxiao was kept? Is there any meaning for her to do this? Who knows? Maybe she knows that others are just playing around, and now she wants to leave herself a way out? 2. Ha! Lin Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh, then turned and left. Out of sight, out of mind. After all, there isn't just one toilet. But at this moment, Yu Hanyang suddenly walked over. Xiaoxiao, are you not feeling well? Why do you look so bad? Yu Hanyang asked. No. That's good. Work is important, but health is more important. Don't tire yourself out. After saying this, Yu Hanyang immediately walked into the men's restroom. From the moment he saw Su Mingzhi's Pagani Huayra, all his thoughts about Lin Xiaoxiao disappeared. Why cry in this E300 when you can laugh in a Pagani Huayra? He and Su Mingzhi are from two different worlds. In front of Su Mingzhi, let alone an annual salary of 1 million, even if it was tens of millions, he would not be competitive at all. Instead of engaging in such fearless competition, it is better to stop early and establish a good relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao. Maybe you will have a chance to experience the joy of driving a Pagani Huayra. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Yu Hanyang's face. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Originally, she wanted to pretend that she didn't hear anything and leave, but now, she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. After letting out a long sigh, Lin Xiaoxiao pushed open the bathroom door. Coming towards us were two beautiful women, Jian Xiaoxian and Li Ying. The two of them looked at Lin Xiaoxiao anxiously and greeted her cautiously. "Hello, Manager Lin." "Good. Manager Lin, did you hear anything just now?" "No." Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head expressionlessly. "Ha." The two looked at each other, let out a long breath, and rushed out of the bathroom. Luckily, no one heard it, otherwise we would have been in big trouble. "Xiao Qian, did you hear that?" Lin Xiaoxiao dared to do it, and she didn't allow us to say anything? Li Ying, was not scared. "Hee hee, that's right." A clear laugh came from afar. "Hoo hoo." Lin Xiaoxiao took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. There are always more beautiful things in the world. Yes, that's it. Su Mingzhi did not drive the Pagani Huayra back directly, but temporarily rented a parking space in the neighboring community and parked it. On the one hand, Su Mingzhi was worried that his parents would not be able to accept such a world-class supercar. On the other hand, Su Mingzhi was worried that Sunshine City was an ordinary community with no property management and no security. If someone scratched it, it would cost millions to repair the paint, and Su Mingzhi would be heartbroken. So after thinking it over, Su Mingzhi decided not to drive back for the time being. After opening the front storage box and taking out the electric scooter, Su Mingzhi happily headed towards Sunshine City. When passing by the door, Su Mingzhi waved to the security guard in a friendly manner. What Su Mingzhi didn't know was that right behind him, two security guards had confused faces. "Lao Shang, did you just put a small electric donkey in?" "No, but there is a supercar." "Then why would someone come out of the garage on an electric donkey?" "How should I know?" Lao Zhang shook his head. "Lao Zhang, do you think someone might have stuffed an electric donkey into a supercar?" "Lao Zhang. Would anyone be so bored as to put an electric scooter in a supercar? No matter what others think, he thinks it's not. What kind of beastly person must be to do such a thing?" Chapter 23, Bamboo Snake Mouth, Wasp Tail Sting. Sunshine City. As soon as he opened the door, Su Mingzhi saw Fu Xiaowan sitting on the sofa with her legs spread out. Next to her sat the timid Su Changlin. Su Changlin attacks hard externally, but is submissive internally. Yes, that's right, this is the legendary henpeck man. "Su Mingzhi, come here." Seeing Su Mingzhi, Fu Xiaowan raised her eyebrows and shouted sternly. Su Mingzhi thought about it, then moved a bench and obediently came to Fu Xiaowan. "Mom, is there something wrong?" Su Mingzhi asked cautiously. "Don't you know whether there is something wrong or not?" Fu Xiaowan raised her eyebrows and said. Su Mingzhi's mouth twitched, and he asked tentatively, "Lin Xiaoxiao? Tell me, what is your relationship?" Fu Xiaowan asked calmly. What's the relationship?" Su Mingzhi frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. "Lover? That's definitely not the case. Friend? It seems that I am a little bit better than my friends. In that case, let us be comrades." Lin Xiaoxiao needed him to help him block Yu Hanyang, and he also needed her to help him block Fu Xiaowan. Well, comrade is a good word. Appropriate. However, just think about it and forget it. Su Mingzhi said he definitely didn't intend to tell it out loud. "Girlfriend?" Su Mingzhi said seriously. "Real? Really?" Su Mingzhi nodded seriously. "What is the other party's family situation? What does he do?" "Family situation?" Su Mingzhi was stunned, his mind spinning rapidly. Memories of my 4 years of college came flooding back like a tide. Lin Xiaoxiao is multi-talented and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, all of which require a lot of money to cultivate. Moreover, after graduating from university, Lin Xiaoxiao went to study abroad, to the world-class university Princeton. The money spent on this trip was not a small amount. Su Mingzhi roughly estimated that the amount of money was probably no less than 1 million. It is impossible to earn so much money by working. Only by doing business can it be explained. Yes. That's it. Doing business. Su Mingzhi said. Fu Xiaowan nodded. What degree? Master of Finance from Princeton University. How many people are there in your family? A family of 3. Do you have a younger brother? No. When are you going to get married? Bright. Wait, it seems like something extraordinary has been inserted here. Marry? What kind of marriage? When did I say I wanted to get married? How can comrades in arms get married? Mom? What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Su Mingzhi asked. When do you want to get married? Fu Xiaowan raised her eyebrows and asked sternly. Su Mingzhi. Marry? Ha, Mom, you may not believe it, but I was just pretending. Ahem. Su Mingzhi coughed quickly and said, Mom, there's no rush for this. If you're not anxious, I am. The son of the old lady Wang in the building next door is only 21 years old, and she even has a grandson. Let's talk about Uncle Joe who just moved in a while ago. His son is only 22 this year. Well, his grandson can already help with cooking. Besides. Wait. Seeing that Fu Xiaowan was about to speak, Su Mingzhi quickly interrupted her. Even his grandson can be a helper. Are you sure his son is only 22 years old? What's wrong? Don't you allow other people's grandchildren to develop earlier? Fu Xiaowan said with a raised eyebrow. Su Mingzhi. How much hormones does one need to take to mature to this extent? Silently glancing at Fu Xiaowan, Su Mingzhi said, Mom, I don't mind. The key is that they may not be happy with it. It doesn't matter. It's the weekend. Forget it. Let's not wait until the weekend. Let's ask Xiaoxiao to come to our house for dinner tomorrow. When the time comes, Mom will help you to speed up. Remember, this is a death order. Don't try to get around it. Su Mingzhi. Lin Xiaoxiao is very annoyed. In just one day, the rumor that she was kept by someone spread throughout the company. In the short distance of a few dozen meters from the company entrance to her workstation, Lin Xiaoxiao had already heard several groups of people whispering. When a woman is kept by someone else, it attracts as much attention as when a man is cheating on his wife. In addition, Lin Xiaoxiao is a famous beauty in the company, which makes her even more eye-catching. Whenever she heard someone talking about her, Lin Xiaoxiao wished she could sew Qian Xiaoqian and Liang's mouths shut. Morning, Sister Lin. Good morning, Sister Lin. Many company employees greeted Lin Xiaoxiao as usual. Lin Xiaoxiao also smiled and nodded in response. However, Lin Xiaoxiao always felt that there was a hint of disdain in the way they looked at her. This made Lin Xiaoxiao very uncomfortable. If she really did it, then she would just accept it regardless of her disdain. The key is that she didn't do anything. She just took Su Mingzhi's car once, and because she was worried about this, she started walking more than 200 meters away from the company. As it turned out, it was of no use. The rumors were far more ferocious and vicious than she had imagined. It's only been one day and the whole company is buzzing with the news. Sister Lin, Mr. Jiang wants you to go to his office. As soon as I sat down, a young man came over and said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, whose real name is Zhang Hufeng, is the big boss of Haitsan Financial Company and a leading figure in Lingjiang financial sector. Zhang Hufeng came to me at this time. If nothing unexpected happened, it must be about the rumors. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a long breath and stood up and walked towards the president's office. Hey, Sister Ring, I heard that President Jiang will deal with Lin Xiaoxiao in this way? Sun Jia said. Sun Jia is from the risk control department, not in the same department as Lin Xiaoxiao, but she is well aware of Lin Xiaoxiao's reputation. A top student at Princeton University and the most beautiful golden flower in Haitsong. I don't know, but I can imagine that Lin Xiaoxiao's good days are over. Liang said with a smile. Others say that God is fair. If he opens a window for you, he will not open a door for you. But what about Lin Xiaoxiao? God, he suddenly got Alzheimer's disease. Not only did he give Lin Xiaoxiao a beautiful face, he also gave her a perfect academic qualification. When she thought of Lin Xiaoxiao being in trouble, she felt extremely happy. That's right. Sun Jia nodded in agreement and said, Sister Ring, to be honest, every time I see Lin Xiaoxiao's cold and aloof look, I want to slap her in the face. Why is she pretending to be so noble? She's still being kept by someone else. Who says it's not true? For someone like Lin Xiaoxiao, it would be a great relief if CEO Jiang kicked her out of the company this time. By the way, Sister Ring, now that Lin Xiaoxiao is gone, doesn't that mean Mr. Yu has a vacancy? You can't snatch it from me. Sun Jia, what do you mean? I'm going to take action against the boss. Oh, Sun Jia, I advise you not to be so wishful thinking. Mr. Yu is mine. Sister Ring, don't you have a boyfriend? A boyfriend isn't a husband, isn't it good to have one more? Chapter 24 I treat you as a brother, but you want to sleep with me. President's office. Yu Hanyang looked at Zhang Hufeng in front of him with trepidation. Zhang Hufeng's face looked a little gloomy. As the president of Haizan Finance, he attaches great importance to the company's culture. He has always believed that a good atmosphere is the greatest driving force for a company to keep moving forward. And now, someone wants to destroy the atmosphere he has created with great difficulty. This made Zhang Hufeng very unhappy. Yu Hanyang, Lin Xiaoxiao is your subordinate, you tell me what to do. Zhang Hufeng stared at Yu Hanyang with sharp eyes. Boss Jiang, these are all rumors, don't believe them. What's the meaning? Boss Jiang, do I know the guy driving the Pagani Huayra? Do you know him? He is Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend. Zhang Hufeng. Hearing this, Zhang Hufeng was stunned on the spot. After all this time, it's just a misunderstanding? Dong dong dong. At this time, someone knocked on the door of the room. Come in, Zhang Hufeng responded lightly. Soon, Lin Xiaoxiao walked in. Seeing Yu Hanyang trembling with fear on the side, Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhang Hufeng. Mr. Jiang. Sit down and talk. Zhang Hufeng pointed to the stool in front of him. Thank you. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and sat down. Shaolin, you've been in the company for a while, right? It's exactly 1 week today. How are you doing? Is everything going well? Well enough. I heard some bad comments today, can Xiaolin explain it? Boss Jiang, if I say this is all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Letter. Lin Xiaoxiao? What's going on? This is not quite what Lin Xiaoxiao thought. According to her imagination, Zhang Hufeng should criticize him harshly. But now, it seems that Zhang Hufeng has no intention of criticizing her. Because of Yu Hanyang? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Yu Hanyang. Yu Hanyang nodded slightly. After taking a long breath, Lin Xiaoxiao said, Boss Jiang, since Boss Yu has already told you, what do you mean by calling me here? Shaolin, there is more than one person in this company. It's not enough for me to trust you. You have to make everyone trust you. You understand what I mean? Zhang Hufeng said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao. To be honest, she doesn't quite understand. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean? Shaolin, since you called your boyfriend, then don't hide it. Bring him here for everyone to see, and the rumors will naturally disappear. Zhang Hufeng said with a smile. Boyfriend? Lin Xiaoxiao cried out like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. Is Su Mingjie your boyfriend? What did Yu Hanyang say? Isn't it? Zhang Hufeng's brows gradually frowned. If not, then he would have to consider another possibility. Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded silently. That's it. If the rumor is dragged on for too long, it will not only have a bad impact on the company, but also on you. It's better to solve this matter sooner rather than later. Ask your boyfriend to come over after get off work today, and all problems will be solved naturally. What do you think, Xiaolin? Zhang Hufeng said. Lin Xiaoxiao, okay. Look, Lin Xiaoxiao is out. I don't know if she was fired. In my opinion, such a woman should be kicked out of the company. This time, no one concealed their feelings at all, and their eyes looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with deep disdain. That's enough, shut up. What a disgrace to be making so much noise, don't you want to do this anymore? Outside the door, Yu Hanyang walked in with an angry face. He glanced around and shouted harshly. Mr. Yu, we are telling the truth. Facts are bullshit, he is Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend. If you dare to gossip about me behind my back, go to the finance department and get your salary immediately. Boyfriend? After hearing Yu Hanyang's words, everyone stopped talking. However, the disdain in their eyes did not decrease but increased. She didn't have a boyfriend before, but now that it's been exposed, this boyfriend has come out. Who would believe? Holding the phone, Lin Xiaoxiao's face was full of confusion. Several times, she wanted to call Su Mingzhi, but she stopped herself. All along, she and Su Mingzhi have been in a relationship of shield and shield. Now suddenly one day, one of the shields wants to become a regular employee. What should the other shield think? Will he say directly, "I treat you as a brother, but you want to sleep with me"? It's hard to say for others, but Lin Xiaoxiao feels that with Su Mingzhi's straightforward personality, he might really dare to come out. Never mind. Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, typed a text message and sent it out. Pick me up at the company gate at 6 o'clock tonight and drive the car. After doing all this, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh. In Sunshine City, Su Mingzhi also held a mobile phone in his hand. He opened the address book several times, found Lin Xiaoxiao's number, and wanted to dial it, but in the end, he gave up. Letting Lin Xiaoxiao go home for dinner, doesn't that mean she is wasting time? Will others agree? Also, Lin Xiaoxiao and I are comrades in arms. What if Lin Xiaoxiao mistakenly thinks that I covet her body? Well, Su Mingzhi was indeed a little bit greedy. With fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs, it's hard not to be drooling over her. Forget it, let's just find an excuse to get away with it. Su Mingzhi put the phone to his ear, pretending to be on the phone, and said loudly, "Xiaoxiao, what did you say? You can't come to the meeting tonight? Fine, then I'll tell Mom." Soon, Fu Xiaowan stuck her head out of the kitchen and looked at Su Mingzhi vigilantly. "Xiaoxiao can't come?" Fu Xiaowan said calmly. Su Mingzhi nodded, "Yes." Ding dong, you have a new text message. Before he could utter the word D, his cell phone rang. A new text message has arrived. When I clicked on it, it was Lin Xiaoxiao's number. Pick me up at the company gate at 6 o'clock tonight and drive the car. Su Mingzhi? What does it mean? I haven't even started yet and you're attacking? It turns out that not only do I crave your body, you also crave mine. Mom. Xiaoxiao's meeting seems to have been cancelled. Su Mingzhi said seriously. Then why are you still standing there? Go now. Okay. Su Mingzhi shouted loudly and then ran away. Halfway through the run, he suddenly remembered that Lin Xiaoxiao asked him to drive. Are you driving a big car? Or drive a car? Although Su Mingzhi prefers Pagani Huayra. But what if Lin Xiaoxiao likes to sit on the electric scooter and hug his waist? As a good man with noble character in the new century, Su Mingzhi decided to respect Lin Xiaoxiao's choice. He pulled out his phone, typed a text message, and hit send. Do you prefer a big car or a small car? Chapter 25. I like it too. Big car? Small car? Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched wildly. Forgive her for her lack of education, she didn't quite understand what Su Mingzhi meant. What is a big car? What is a small car? He wrote a text message and sent it out. Ding dong. Su Mingzhi replied soon. The big one is naturally a Pagani Huayra, and the small one is an electric donkey, stupid. Lin Xiaoxiao. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Like me, I also like. Oh. Shaking her head, Lin Xiaoxiao put all this behind her and started again to prepare her speech. Time passed quickly, and when Lin Xiaoxiao looked up, the wall clock on the wall had already pointed to 5:50 in the afternoon. After packing up her things, Lin Xiaoxiao turned around and went downstairs. Sister Ing, have you heard that Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend is coming to pick her up? Of course I heard about it. I was just about to go downstairs to watch the show. Oh, a boyfriend? She has a boyfriend, how could we not know that she has a boyfriend? It's just that Mr. Yu is a good person and is still speaking for Lin Xiaoxiao. At the door, Lin Xiaoxiao glanced around and found that Su Mingzhi had not arrived yet. Lin Xiaoxiao found a corner and waited quietly. Her hair was tied up high, her neck was as white as jade, and her stunning appearance attracted many people's attention. Sure enough, just as we thought, there is no one here at all. It's also true that keeping a mistress is something that is always kept secret. How could that man possibly show up? Xian Xiaoqian, Li Ying, Sun Jie and other spectators looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with smiles. Especially Li Ying, her face was almost smiling to the point of flowers blooming. If Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't suddenly shown up, the position of investment manager would have been 100% hers. She had never found an opportunity before, but now that things had become so big, she was so happy, as if she had won 5 million. We've laughed enough today. Let's save some energy to laugh again tomorrow. Let's go. Boom. Suddenly, a roar like that of a wild beast sounded in her ears. When they looked over at the sound, they saw a purple gold supercar driving straight towards them. Crunch. Before Qian Shaoqian and Liang could come to their senses, the supercar had already stopped steadily in front of them. In an instant, their attention was attracted by the two super sports cars. Wedge-shaped nose, teardrop-shaped glass cabin, gull-wing door design, purple and gold leather seats and an all-carbon fiber body. All of this told them that this car was very expensive. Just when they were still shocked by the supercar, the window rolled down, revealing a handsome face. Xiao Xiao, why are you still standing there? Our mother is waiting for us to go home for dinner. Su Mingzhi said with a smile. Our mother? Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched slightly. She wanted to refute, but she swallowed the words back when they came to her lips. Isn't the reason why she asked Su Mingzhi to drive to pick her up just to push Su Mingzhi, her boyfriend, to the forefront? If I refuted now, won't all my efforts be wasted? With a slight smile on her lips, Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at Qian Shaoqian and others. Everyone, I'll go first. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao reached out and opened the car door. The gull-wing door slowly opened and Lin Xiaoxiao sat on it. At this moment, Qian Shaoqian, Sun Jia, and Liang were all stunned. Sister Ing, did I see it right? Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend is really here? If the three of us hadn't had hallucinations at the same time, I think it would have been true. Liang said bitterly. Then is Lin Xiaoxiao still being kept by someone? What the hell? Didn't you hear what that handsome guy said just now? He asked Lin Xiaoxiao to go home for dinner. Have you ever seen a mistress that you can bring home for dinner? Liang said unhappily, no wonder Lin Xiaoxiao didn't explain, she was just waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. After saying that, Liang turned around and left angrily. Originally, she wanted to laugh at Lin Xiaoxiao's joke, but who would have thought that instead of laughing at the joke, she herself became the joke? Li Ying's face felt like it was on fire when she thought of the ridicule she had given Lin Xiaoxiao earlier today. What is keeping? He is my serious boyfriend. Damn it, why is Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend so rich? In the car. Goddess Lin, tell me honestly, are you greedy for my body? Su Mingzhi said. Lin Xiaoxiao? Are you greedy for Su Mingzhi's body? Are you kidding me? Lin Xiaoxiao really wanted to slap Su Mingzhi in the face, but when she saw the luxurious interior of the car, she swallowed the slap back. If it gets bumped or hit, the person will be fine, but the car will be in serious trouble. Of course not. Lin Xiaoxiao glared at Su Mingzhi fiercely. Then why did you take the initiative to ask me to pick you up? Su Mingzhi asked with a smile. Well. Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless for a moment. She couldn't say that the main reason she asked Su Mingzhi to come this time was to get him to cooperate with her in showing off. Didn't your mother ask you to treat me to a meal? Hey, how did you know? I was about to call you, but I didn't expect your text message to come first. Su Mingzhi looked shocked. The brains of people who have studied abroad are different. People can guess what they are thinking before they even say it. Lin Xiaoxiao. It seems that even if he didn't send the text message, Su Mingzhi would still come back? When Lin Xiaoxiao thought of her own dilemma at the time, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. As if noticing that Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't answered for a long time, Su Mingzhi asked curiously, why aren't you talking? Ha, I don't want to talk. If you don't want to talk, forget it. Just listen. Let's compare the statements first. Su Mingzhi said. Confession? What's going on? Lin Xiaoxiao was a little confused. What's the meaning? My mother asked me about your family situation yesterday, and I said something nonsense. Su Mingzhi then repeated the situation. Princeton, parents in business, family of 3, no younger brother. Isn't this talking about myself? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Su Mingzhi deeply and said, Su Mingzhi, are you investigating me? What do you mean? If you hadn't investigated me, how would you know so much? Lin Xiaoxiao asked sternly. Su Mingzhi? Guessed it? Oh my god. Su Mingzhi was shocked at that time. He was just making it up at the time, but he didn't expect that he would actually guess it right. Could this be the legendary fate? Yes, that's right. Ahem, if I say I guessed it, would you believe me? Impossible. Guess, how can you guess so accurately? You said that one or two conditions might be guessed correctly, but this one perfectly meets several conditions. Okay, I won't pretend anymore. Maybe this is the legendary fate. Lin Xiao Xiao. Chapter 26 Goddess Lin, you are exposed, you just want my body. Raffles Estate. Su Mingzhi came again, greeted the security guard at the door, then stepped on the accelerator and drove his Pagani Huayra in like lightning. Lao Zhang, that supercar is here again. Wow, where is it? I went back yesterday to ask someone, and that supercar is the legendary Pagani Huayra. It's worth $500 million. $500 million? No way, is it that valuable? Nonsense, others have limited edition worldwide. Do you think there will be another electric donkey coming out today? I don't think so. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw out of the corner of his eye a small blue and white electric scooter slowly driving out of the underground garage. There was a handsome man and a beautiful woman sitting in the car. No need to guess, the man riding the electric scooter is the owner of the world-class supercar Pagani Huayra. Gurgle. They both swallowed their saliva at the same time, looking confused. This wealthy man is obviously very rich, but he is too low-key. Lin Xiaoxiao sat in the back seat of the electric scooter and looked at Su Mingzhi curiously. Su Mingzhi, if you put the electric donkey in the trunk, aren't you afraid of scratching the paint off the car? To be honest, when he saw a small electric scooter lying quietly in the trunk, she was extremely surprised. She never imagined in her dreams that Su Mingzhi would do such a thing. It's not that easy to wipe off. What if? Even if it was really scratched, there is still a layer of car cover to be fine. Lin Xiaoxiao. Well, this is the legendary story that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are anxious to death. By the way, there is something else I want to tell you. Su Mingzhi said. What? Later, if my mother asks you when you are getting married, just say it's too early and you're still thinking about it, okay? Su Mingzhi said. Oh, okay, wait, what did you say? Get married? Lin Xiaoxiao originally responded casually, but in the end she couldn't help but exclaimed. What did this guy say? Marry. Su Mingzhi, what are you talking about? What about marriage? Lin Xiaoxiao was a little confused. Ahem. Su Mingzhi coughed awkwardly and said, I'm just trying to fool my mom. Don't mind it. Bullshit, how can I not care? What if your mother really wants me to marry you? Don't worry, even if you are willing, I am not willing. Su Mingzhi shrugged and said with a smile. Not willing? Lin Xiaoxiao went crazy at that time. Why wouldn't Su Mingzhi be willing? She is Lin Xiaoxiao, a top student at Princeton University. Annual income of hundreds of thousands. Besides, she has fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. Why would Su Mingzhi be unwilling? What did you say? You still don't want to? Why don't you want to? Do you know how many people are chasing me? It's as much as a reinforced company together. Why don't you want to marry me? Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened, staring at Su Mingzhi. Su Mingzhi. Listening to Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Su Mingzhi looked at Lin Xiaoxiao strangely. It turns out that he is a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart. He said he didn't covet my body, but it was exposed so soon. He even wanted to marry me. Su Mingzhi squeezed the brakes with both hands, stopped the electric scooter on the side of the road, and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with a smile on his face. Goddess Lin, you're exposed. Exposed? What did I expose? You want to marry me, and you still say you don't want my body? Su Mingzhi said with a smile, in fact, if you want my body, just tell me, I'm ready anytime. Can you? You can. Big. Lin Xiaoxiao stared with her eyes wide open, and it took her a long time to recover. She never imagined in her dreams that Su Mingzhi would do such a thing. Shut up. Okay. Su Mingzhi nodded, then made a zipper gesture at his mouth. They walked in silence for a few minutes, and Su Mingzhi and Lin Xiaoxiao stood at the stairs. Upstairs is where Su Mingzhi's parents live. Although Lin Xiaoxiao behaved very calmly along the way. But when it really came to the final step, he still felt a little bit panicked. What should I call Su Mingzhi's parents when I meet them later? Would it be bad to come empty-handed? If they ask me when I will get married, how should I answer? At once, countless thoughts emerged in Lin Xiaoxiao's mind, but she couldn't answer any of them. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the cell phone in Su Mingzhi's pocket rang. When I took it out, it was a call from my biological mother Fu Xiaowan. Where are the people you picked up, brat? The opportunity has been lost for several rounds. By the way, did you pick up the person? Before Su Mingzhi could speak, Fu Xiaowan's voice was heard on the phone. Mom, you may not believe it, but I'm downstairs right now. Got it. Where is it? Just downstairs. Ah, why don't you hurry up and come up? Okay. Putting down the phone, Su Mingzhi looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Goddess Lin, let's go. Lin Xiaoxiao, which floor? 6th floor. Who, after letting out a long breath, Lin Xiaoxiao walked up. This must be Xiaoxiao, she's really pretty, please take a seat. Fu Xiaowan quickly stood up and made a pleased gesture to Lin Xiaoxiao with a bright face. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then a bright smile appeared on her face. Auntie, hello, I'm Lin Xiaoxiao. I came here in a hurry and didn't buy any gifts. I hope Auntie won't mind. In just one sentence, Fu Xiaowan was overjoyed. This kid is really polite. Come in and sit down. Dinner will be served soon. After that, Fu Xiaowan turned her gaze to Su Mingzhi. You little brat, what are you still standing there for? Go to the kitchen and help, you're like a piece of wood. Su Mingzhi. Sure enough, when you have a new love, you forget the old love. Giving Lin Xiaoxiao a look that said hold on, Su Mingzhi quickly slipped into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Su Changlin was cooking. Seeing Su Mingzhi coming in, Su Changlin said with a smile, you have good taste, your girlfriend looks like a fairy. Ahem. That is? Su Mingzhi smiled complacently. Even though she is a fake girlfriend, she is still a girlfriend, right? Dad, why don't I cook? I'm worried you'll burn the food. You little brat, you were still wearing your crotchless pants while your dad was cooking. Go, wash the vegetables. Okay. Su Mingzhi nodded and started washing the vegetables. From a distance, Su Mingzhi heard Fu Xiaowan's voice, Xiaoxiao, what do you do for a living? I work in a financial investment company. Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Then the salary should not be low, right? Monthly salary, 30,000 yuan. By the way, Xiaoxiao, where are your parents? What do your parents do? My parents are running a small business. How many people are there in the family? We are just a family of 3. No brother? No. So when are you planning to get married? Baji. At this moment, the world seemed to be quiet. Chapter 27, very big and very white. Indeed, Su Mingzhi had reminded her before, and she was mentally prepared. But when Fu Xiaowan asked this question, Lin Xiaoxiao was still speechless. Ah, Auntie, I haven't thought about this issue yet. Lin Xiaoxiao replied hesitantly. It's okay. I didn't consider it before, but I can consider it now. Fu Xiaowan said with an experienced look on her face, we still have the energy now, so you can get married early and have a child. We can also help you take care of it. By the way, have you thought of a name for your child? Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao could still accept the topic of marriage. But what is the situation with giving birth? Teacher, this question is beyond the syllabus. There was no other way. Lin Xiaoxiao could only look at Su Mingzhi, meaning, how do you solve this problem? At this moment, Su Mingzhi was also speechless. If this meeting the parents is compared to an exam. Well, before this, Su Mingzhi had already conducted a professional simulation test on Lin Xiaoxiao. Under normal circumstances, getting 100 points would not be a problem at all. But who could have imagined that when the exam officially started, the test paper suddenly went beyond the syllabus? At this time, I can only turn the table over. Mom, stop talking and come and take a look. My dad has burnt the food. Su Mingzhi shouted. Su Changlin's mouth twitched, and he looked at the garlic sprouts in the pot. Actually, they weren't very mushy. What? The food is burnt. Su Changlin, can't you let people save some food? Fu Xiaowan rushed into the kitchen angrily. Crisis resolved. Su Mingzhi rushed out of the kitchen. Su Mingzhi, what's our child's name? When Lin Xiaoxiao saw Su Mingzhi, she asked immediately as if she had found a life-saving straw. Su Mingzhi? Wait, something seems wrong. Lin Xiaoxiao asked me for help. Didn't she mean for me to help her out? Our child? Goddess Lin, are you sure? Yes. What are you talking about? Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned at the time, she felt like her brain was broken. Don't misunderstand me. It's right next door. If you really can't stand it, I have no problem with that. Like home? Home is shit. Lin Xiaoxiao felt like she was about to be mad to death. Giving Su Mingjie a vicious look, Lin Xiaoxiao wished she could press Su Mingjie to the ground and rub him 100 times. Dream. He. Su Mingjie shrugged indifferently. Although she said no, Lin Xiaoxiao's wolfish ambitions were clearly revealed. But why is Su Mingjie not worried at all, but instead a little excited? After taking a look at Lin Xiaoxiao's round, white, long legs, Su Mingjie swallowed his saliva carefully. Su Mingjie, Xiaoxiao is ready to eat. Just at this moment, Fu Xiaowan came out of the kitchen with food. After dinner, Fu Xiaowan asked Su Mingjie to send Lin Xiaoxiao home, which Su Mingjie naturally accepted with pleasure. Auntie, no need. What do you mean you don't need it? How dangerous is it for a girl to be alone at night? Let Su Mingjie take you back to safety. It's settled. Fu Xiaowan waved her hand and made the decision. Downstairs. Su Mingjie raised his lips slightly. Big or small? Casual. Your home, or Ruja? Lin Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, and she had the urge to punch Su Mingjie in the face. My home. By the way, where is your home? Emerald Community. Emerald Community? Su Mingjie was slightly stunned. It seemed that such a house had been flashed in the instant kill system. It was just that Su Mingjie chose the shop at that time. You may not believe this, but we almost became neighbors. Lin Xiaoxiao? What's the meaning? I originally had a house in the Jade Community. Taking someone else's house to be your neighbor, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know what to say for a moment. Stop talking nonsense and drive. He. Sure enough, women's mouths are deceiving. They may say things casually, but in the end they still like bigger ones. The Jade Community is located on the bank of the Min River. Relying on the beautiful river view, the Jade Community has become one of the famous high-end communities in Lingjiang. After a 40-minute drive, Su Mingjie sent Lin Xiaoxiao to the community gate. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Xiaoxiao pushed the door and left without saying a word. Etc. What? Aren't you going to say anything? What? Do you want to go up and sit down? Su Mingjie was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Okay. Humph. Don't even think about it. Lin Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and turned away. But after taking just 2 steps, she fell back. Su Mingjie. Do you drive like this every day? Of course, it is our duty to help with publicity. Publicity? He. I think you just want to borrow the car to install a batch. How about this? You drive me to and from get off work every day starting tomorrow, and I'll continue to shield you from Auntie for a week. Su Mingjie? Just as Lin Xiaoxiao finished her words, Su Mingjie looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with a strange look in his eyes. What does it mean? Lin Xiaoxiao also wants to show off? This is not in line with her character. You want to show off too? No. Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. What is that? Don't worry about it, it's not for show. Usually people who pretend to be cool will not admit that they are pretending to be cool. Okay. Su Mingjie nodded. Okay, then it's settled. Wait for me at the door at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lin Xiaoxiao said. 1 week is enough for the rumors in the company to disappear. No problem. Su Mingjie nodded, indicating that he had no problem. Are you sure you don't want to invite me in to sit down? After giving Su Mingjie a cold look, Lin Xiaoxiao turned around and left without any hesitation this time. Women are indeed ruthless animals who can turn their faces against you. Shaking his head, Su Mingjie prepared to drive away. Dong dong dong. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the car window. I rolled down the car window and saw a young lady with a nice figure wearing a tight skirt outside. How to say it? It's the kind with a very deep career line. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Su Mingjie asked politely. Hello handsome guy, is this car yours? Yes. The girl's eyes flashed with joy, and she said, handsome guy, I heard that girl sitting in the passenger seat of a supercar will complain about being hot. Is that true? As she spoke, she pulled her skirt down. Very big and very white. Of course, it's fake. How can I complain about being hot? Supercars have air conditioning. After saying that, Su Mingzhi stepped on the accelerator, and the Pagani Huayra rushed out like lightning. Girl! What happened to the saying that those who drive luxury cars are all rich men? Why is the script different from what I imagined? Chapter 28. If an apology is useful, then why bring the police? Heights on finance. The atmosphere today is particularly solemn. The entire financial investment department was eerily quiet. Qian Shaoqian and Li Ying were both sitting obediently at their workstations, their expressions looking terribly gloomy. Sister Ying. After thinking about it, I honestly feel that something is not right. Do you think it is possible that Lin Xiaoxiao heard our discussion in the bathroom that day and deliberately let that man cooperate in this drama? Qian Shaoqian approached Li Ying cautiously and said, "Acting?" Li Ying was slightly stunned, and then her eyes narrowed. If Qian Shaoqian hadn't said it, Li Ying wouldn't have thought about it, but after she mentioned it, Li Ying really thought it was possible. After all, how could such a coincidence happen? Suddenly a boyfriend appeared and came to pick up Lin Xiaoxiao. Why do you say that? Li Ying asked. Sister Ying, think about it, if it were you and I had a boyfriend like this, you would have publicized it a long time ago. There's no point in hiding it like this. And if we hadn't happened to see this incident, maybe no one would have known about it at all. If she wasn't a mistress, why would Lin Xiaoxiao hide like this? Qian Shaoqian said. You know what, it actually makes sense. But based on this alone, there is no way to tell whether it is true or not. Sister Ying, it's actually very simple. How many times would a man who doesn't want to see the light of day send Lin Xiaoxiao off? Yesterday, I posted a message on the local forum. I'm afraid this matter has already reached the ears of the man's original wife. I'm sure the other party will never show up today. Qian Shaoqian said confidently. Well done, Shaoqian. Don't worry, as long as you push Lin Xiaoxiao away, I will take the position of manager at the table, and you will be the deputy manager then. Li Ying reached out and patted Qian Shaoqian on the shoulder, and her heart was immediately filled with joy. Thank you, Sister Ying. It's just a small matter. Li Ying waved her hand and walked to the window alone. She wanted to see if the handsome man from yesterday would appear. Then, her eyes gradually widened. Just downstairs of the company, a purple Pagani Huayra was parked quietly at the door. The car door opened and Lin Xiaoxiao got out. Li Ying, at #%. Well, I was happy for nothing. Shaoqian. Yes, Sister Ying. If I were you, I would delete the post from the local forum. Why? Qian Shaoqian was surprised. She was not sure what Li Ying meant. One second he was praising her for doing a great job, and the next second he asked her to delete the post. What's going on? Come and see for yourself. With a little doubt, Qian Shaoqian came to the window and looked down. A purple gold supercar was parked quietly at the door. Not far from the sports car, Lin Xiaoxiao was walking up the stairs. Have to. Even a fool can see what's going on. Qian Shaoqian silently took out her phone, logged into the local forum, and then deleted the post mysterious supercar man bag. Keeping a mistress. Sister Li. The positions of manager and deputy manager are probably completely out of our reach. Li Ying sighed helplessly. The Pagani Huayra is worth more than 500 million yuan. With a boyfriend like this, what can she use to compete with Lin Xiaoxiao? Sister Lin. Sister Xiaoxiao, have you had breakfast? I bought too much. Compared with yesterday's cold words, everyone today showed great enthusiasm towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Not only did they all rush to greet him, some even found ways to bring her breakfast. Milk, soy milk, preserved egg and lean meat porridge. There is a wide variety of everything. While Lin Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, her heart was already filled with joy. Everyone's reactions today just proved one thing: she made the right bet. Letting Su Mingzhi drive her to work really did silence everyone. Sister Xiaoxiao, was the guy driving the luxury car yesterday your boyfriend? Soon, a little girl came up and asked curiously. Yeah. Lin Xiaoxiao responded lightly. Su Mingzhi used her to block his mother, and now she is using Su Mingzhi to block her colleagues. Lin Xiaoxiao thinks it is reasonable. Sister Xiaoxiao, your boyfriend's sports car is not cheap, right? It's okay. The factory price was 29 million. I estimate it can be sold for about 500 million now. Hiss. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's answer, the little girl took a breath of cold air. How much is the net worth of someone who was willing to spend $500 million to buy a sports car? 100 million? 1 billion? Or 10 billion? Thinking about it, the little girl suddenly became excited. Sister Xiao Xiao, what does my brother-in-law do? What do you do? Lin Xiao Xiao couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Su Mingzhi had two identities, one was a real estate agent, and the other was an employee of a leasing company. But it's hard to say which one. Have you sorted out yesterday's market data? Not yet. Why don't you hurry and tidy it up? Next, a few more curious girls came over to hit him, but without exception, they were all sent back by Lin Xiao Xiao. A bunch of gossipy women. Shaking her head to put aside the distracting thoughts, Lin Xiao Xiao focused on the speech. For Lin Xiao Xiao, this financial conference is her best opportunity to gain a foothold in Lingjiang's financial industry. Manager Lin. At this moment, a trembling voice sounded in her ears. When I looked up, it was Li Ying. To be honest, Lin Xiao Xiao had no good feelings towards Li Ying at all. Others don't know where the rumors in the company came from, but Lin Xiao Xiao knows it clearly. Is there something? Lin Xiao Xiao asked coldly. It was my fault for what happened to manager Lin before. I shouldn't have gossiped in the company without knowing the truth. I'm sorry, Li Ying said with a bitter face. Hearing Li Ying's words, Lin Xiao Xiao sneered. Li Ying, do you think you were wrong for spreading gossip without understanding the situation? Li Ying nodded. Heh, Li Ying, you are wrong. Your mistake is not whether you have figured out the matter, but the gossip itself. While it is company gossip, this is an unforgivable mistake in itself. I will report this matter to the general manager truthfully. As for how you and Xian Shaoqian will handle it, the company will make the decision. Xian Shaoqian? Hearing Lin Xiao Xiao's words, Li Ying's eyes widened immediately. You know everything? Next time you gossip, it's better to check if there's anyone around. After saying that, Lin Xiao Xiao ignored Li Ying and got up and left. Manager Lin, I was wrong. I was really wrong, please let me go. Manager Lin. Wrong? If apologies are useful, then why bring the police in? Chapter 29 I just like married women. The company will definitely deal with this kind of rumor mongering and troublemaking seriously. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao, the company will definitely give you an explanation. Office of the Minister. Yu Hanyang said seriously. Yeah. Lin Xiao Xiao responded faintly and turned and left. Xiao Xiao, wait a minute. Xiao Xiao, you know that my biggest dream in my life is to drive a Pagani Huayra. Can you help me talk to your boyfriend? Yu Hanyang said awkwardly. Before meeting Su Mingzhi, although Yu Hanyang was also quite envious of the Pagani Huayra, he just thought about it and gave up. After all, he knew that there were less than 10 Pagani Huayras in the whole country. Lingjiang is just a third-tier city. Let alone opening it, you can't even see it. But just 2 days ago, the situation changed. Not only did he see the Pagani Huayra, but he also got his hands on one. From this moment on, Yu Hanyang could no longer remain calm. Whenever he closes his eyes now, the streamlined body of Pagani Huayra and the deafening roar of its engine will appear in his mind. He dreamed of experiencing the feeling of driving this beast. After hearing Yu Hanyang's words, Lin Xiao Xiao was speechless for a moment. If the car belongs to Su Mingzhi, then of course there is no problem. But the car did not belong to Su Mingzhi, but to a leasing company. What if Yu Hanyang messes up? Who will be responsible for it? Let me make it clear first. If it breaks down, it's your fault. Okay. Yu Hanyang nodded without thinking. Okay, I'll ask Su Mingzhi when I have time, but I can't guarantee that he will agree. Good. Soon the company's handling results regarding Li Ying and Xian Shaoqian came out. Xian Shaoqian had 3 months' salary deducted and was given a warning. If you do it again next time, you will be expelled immediately. Li Ying was fired without any warning. At this moment, the entire financial investment department was in an uproar. Originally they thought that at most 1 month's salary would be deducted and the matter would be over. But what they never expected was that the company's punishment would be so severe. Xian Shaoqian had 3 months' salary deducted, and Li Ying was directly fired. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Damn it, is the company serious this time? They didn't even deduct the salary and fired him directly. Sister Ying has been in the company for several years and is considered a veteran of the company. Can you just open it like that? Actually, this can't be blamed on the company. If you want to blame someone, blame Li Ying for being a gossiper. If Li Ying wasn't a gossiper, this wouldn't have happened. I really envy manager Lin for finding such a rich boyfriend. By Xian, what's wrong? Do you want to cry on a supercar too? I'm going to be honest. I won't pretend anymore. I just want to cry in a supercar. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of envy. Let us be honest, who doesn't want to cry in a supercar? You have to know that it is a Pagani Huayra, worth $500 million. This god is so unfair sometimes. He gave Lin Xiaoxiao such a high degree, but why did he let her be so beautiful? Is he going to let people live? Su Mingjie went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in the afternoon. After all, Su Mingjie always brags that he works for a rental company. What if someone really asks him which company it is and he can't answer? To be on the safe side, Su Mingjie decided to register one himself. On the one hand, it can conceal one's tracks, and on the other hand, the products that are sold out at a flash sale can be rented out. Speaking of registering a company, it was quite difficult more than 10 years ago. But it is different now. With the opening up of various policies, it is quite easy to register a company. You just need to bring your ID card, go to 2 departments, fill out a few application forms, and pay a few hundred yuan for processing fees and seal engraving fees. Su Mingjie came out of the industrial and commercial unit with a stack of information. After seeing the information, his expression suddenly became a little conflicted. Awesome rental company. Is this name too arrogant? Will I get beaten if I meet someone in the same profession? After hesitating for a long time and thinking for a while, when he finally made up his mind to change the name of the company, he found that the unit had closed down. God willing. This is probably God's will. Even God let me use this name, so let it be. Su Mingjie struggled for a while, then let out a long breath. Just at this moment, Su Mingjie's phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was Lin Xiaoxiao's number. Beep. Hello? Su Mingjie, where have you been? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong? Didn't you agree to pick me up after get off work? Where are you? Su Mingjie quickly checked the time. It was already 6:20 in the afternoon, and 20 minutes had passed since Lin Xiaoxiao got off work. Ahem, something happened at the company. Have you finished with it? I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Su Mingjie stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to Haitsan Financial Company. 10 minutes later, Su Mingjie drove the Pagani Huayra to the entrance of Lingfeng Building. The streamlined body immediately attracted countless office workers to stop and watch. Wow, I didn't take a picture of the Pagani Huayra in the morning, but I didn't expect it to appear again in the afternoon. If I could sit in the passenger seat of this car, I would be willing to cry to death. Sister, don't even think about it. The car has already been taken. Just as everyone was marveling at the beautiful appearance of Pagani Huayra, Lin Xiaoxiao walked over with her head held high, opened the gull-wing door without saying a word, and got in. Although Lin Xiaoxiao is not a vain woman by nature, it is undeniable that she feels very good at this moment. Is the matter settled? In the passenger seat, Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head and looked at Su Mingjie. That's about right. The company name has been registered, and all that remains is to rent a suitable house and hire 2 reliable actors. It's hard to imagine that as someone who has a flash sale system, I actually have to rent it from others. By the way, Su Mingjie, what's the name of your company? I've never heard you mention it. Awesome rental company. Su Mingjie, I know that your rental company is very powerful, otherwise it wouldn't even rent out the Pagani Huayra, but I want to ask about the name of your company. The name is Awesome Rental Company. Lin Xiaoxiao? For some reason, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly felt like she was screwed. Awesome Leasing Company? Will I get beaten if I tell others this name? Su Mingjie. Yeah. Su Mingjie nodded. Does your company's name mean they often get beaten up? Lin Xiaoxiao looked worried. The scene of Su Mingjie being beaten up by a group of people seemed to appear in front of her eyes. Isn't this name too arrogant? Are you arrogant? Admittedly, there is a little bit of that. However, all of this was arranged by God, and Su Mingjie could do nothing about it. Arrogant? I don't think so. I think it's being realistic. Take this Pagani Huayra for example. Can other rental companies afford it? They can't. They want to be arrogant, but they don't have the capital to be arrogant. Su Mingjie said calmly, but our awesome company is different. We are the top car rental company in the country. We have the capital to be arrogant. After hearing Su Mingzhi's words, Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless. But she suddenly felt that what Su Mingzhi said seemed to make some sense. It's like pretending to be a big shot. If a person without power pretends to be a big shot, then that is really pretending to be a big shot. But when people with real power pretend to be awesome, that's really awesome. The awesome leasing company is indeed awesome. By the way, Su Mingzhi, there is something I want to tell you. I'm listening. Yu Hanyang asked me to ask you if you can let him drive this Pagani Huayra for a spin. After saying that, Lin Xinglan seemed to have thought of something and quickly added, if the vehicle is damaged, he will be responsible. Yu Hanyang hasn't given up yet. Does he really think that the stinky cards in the warehouse are vegetarian? Goddess Lin, have you ever heard a saying? What? A car is a man's second wife. How can he give up his second wife? Lin Xiaoxiao? Second wife? Wait, does Su Mingzhi think of himself as the owner of the car? Don't forget, this car belongs to the company. I just like married women. Lin Xiaoxiao. At this moment, she was completely speechless. After chatting casually, we soon arrived at the Jade community. Ahem, why don't you invite me in and sit down? Goodbye. After glaring at Su Mingzhi fiercely, Lin Xiaoxiao opened the car door and turned away. Pity. Shaking his head, Su Mingzhi turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, a woman suddenly rushed out from somewhere and fell on the hood. Oh my God. There are people committing fraud in broad daylight. In the past, he had to be careful of scammers when driving his luxury car on the road, but Su Mingzhi didn't take it too seriously. After all, deep down in his heart, Su Mingzhi feels that this world is still bright. However, he seemed to have run into the dark side today. Rolling down the car window and sticking his head out, Su Mingzhi said loudly, "Miss, there is a dashcam in the car." Handsome guy, I'm sick. I have a disease that will kill me if you don't hug me. As she spoke, the woman lying on the hood raised her head and threw a coquettish glance at Su Mingzhi. Oh my God. Isn't this the girl with hip binding sleeves that day? I am so scared. Su Mingzhi's mouth twitched and he wanted to run away. But the woman was lying on his hood, and Su Mingzhi really didn't dare to move. After thinking for a moment, Su Mingzhi showed a faint smile on his face. Miss, can you please do me a favor? Handsome guy, you say? Can you help me buy a cup of milk tea from the milk tea shop in front? No problem. The girl in hip binding nodded immediately, then turned around and rushed towards the milk tea shop. She seemed to have seen herself marrying into a wealthy family. Boom. At this moment, a thunderous roar sounded behind me. I turned around and saw the Pagani Huayra rushing out like lightning. Milk, do you want milk tea? Chapter 30 Su Mingzhi Recruitment. The sun is shining, and it is another rare good weather. Su Mingzhi sent Lin Xiaoxiao to the company, and Su Mingzhi went straight to the job market. The next step is to find manpower. Perhaps it was because of the good weather in the morning, or perhaps it was because of the economic downturn, the job market was crowded with people. Young man, looking for a job? Come to our Volkswagen dealership. The base salary is 3,000 plus commissions. If you don't do well, you can get 6,000 to 7,000 a month, and if you do well, you can get 20,000 to 30,000 a month. As soon as he walked into the door of the talent market, Su Mingzhi was grabbed by a middle-aged man. A basic salary of 3,000 plus commission, which means 20,000 to 30,000 a. Well, just listen to it. If you take it seriously, you will lose. Sorry, I'm not here to apply for a job, I'm here to recruit people. When the middle-aged man heard that Su Mingzhi was not looking for a job, he immediately lost interest. Soon he turned his attention to another young girl, little girl, looking for a job? We are at the Volkswagen dealership, with good benefits and high pay. You can easily make 20,000 or 30,000. 20 or 30,000 easily? The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Really, really? Of course, come here, little girl, I'll give you a detailed introduction. Under Su Mingzhi's gaze, the childish little girl was quickly pulled aside and began to be brainwashed. Young. Su Mingzhi did not stop this. As young people, if you suffer a lot of losses, you will become smarter. Who hasn't experienced this? He found a corner, picked up a piece of white paper, wrote the word recruitment, then Su Mingzhi took out his mobile phone and waited patiently. There were all kinds of gorgeous advertisements all around, but when it came to Su Mingzhi, it became a blank sheet of paper, especially since Su Mingzhi was in a corner. According to common sense, there should be few visitors. But the reality is that there are a lot of people gathered in front of Su Mingzhi. More than 80% of them are girls, and the remaining 20% of men are also attracted by girls. Handsome guy, why are you so handsome? How about adding each other on WeChat? I don't have a boyfriend yet. Handsome, I have a special skill. I can warm the bed? This scene made the HRs and male colleagues around them so angry that they wanted to bite their teeth. It's great to be good looking. Just because you are good looking you can be vulgar, right? They wished they could just kill Su Mingzhi and replace him. Hearing everyone's words and looking at the surging crowd around him, a look of helplessness flashed across Su Mingzhi's face. Sometimes, he had to admit that it was too beautiful and it was a kind of distress to him. He just wants to recruit people quietly. Can you please not do this? Ahem, sisters, let's talk about the WeChat issue later. Can you let me recruit people? Su Mingzhi said helplessly. Handsome guy, we are human beings, why don't you just recruit us? That's right, handsome guy, what company are you from? How is the company's treatment? Well, finally I met some normal people. Ahem. Su Mingzhi cleared his throat and said with a smile, first, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Mingzhi, and the company I work for is a newly established rental company. Due to development needs, we are now recruiting 2 outstanding salesmen with a base salary of 8,000 plus commission. Hiss. As soon as Su Mingzhi finished speaking, there was a sound of gasps at the scene. Lingjiang is not a first-tier city, and a salary of 8,000 is considered a high salary in the entire Lingjiang area. However, the imagined scene of people cramming together did not appear, and the whole place became quiet instead. It's not because it's too low, but because it's too high, so high that they feel it's unreal. The basic salary is 8,000. Even a liar can't offer such a high salary. I say, boss, before you cheat people, can't you understand the market situation first? You can easily starve yourself to death if you do this. Security, where are the security? Get this liar out now. The HRs and male colleagues around him all opened fire on Su Mingzhi. There's no way, Su Mingzhi is too eye-catching. With Su Mingzhi around, they can't recruit at all. Now they only have one idea, which is to get Su Mingzhi out as soon as possible. However, facing these doubts, Su Mingzhi did not refute them. He had a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. Whatever you think, the opportunity is here anyway. It's up to you whether you want to try or not. Just then, a young man walked out from the crowd. There was a young girl beside him. At this moment, the girl pulled the young man's arm and said, "Forget it, Junhan. Mr. Su is so handsome, he must not be a liar." It would have been fine if the girl didn't say anything, but after she said this, the expression on In Junhan's face became even gloomier. Mr. Su, may I ask what is the main business of your rental company? Responsible for the rental business of luxury cars and luxury houses. Su Mingzhi replied. Is it that simple? I can't see it. I've seen a lot of tricks like yours on the internet. You are just using high salaries to lure some pretty girls to come and then engage in sexual business. Flesh trade? Su Mingzhi was stunned at that time. After silently looking at the young man, Su Mingzhi felt speechless for a moment. Surfing the internet can cause a lot of harm. Why aren't you talking? Did I get it right? I knew that you good-looking people are full of bad intentions. Mr. Su, if others don't come to apply for the job, I will. Before the young man could finish his words, a cry of surprise came from outside the crowd. Then, Lu Chen, the manager of Anjia Real Estate, squeezed in, with Xiao Hu behind him. Looking at the entire China, if we were to say which profession has the highest mobility, it would undoubtedly be sales. If you ask which industry has the highest liquidity in sales, real estate agencies consistently rank among the top 3. Just recently, several people resigned from Anjia Real Estate. As the manager of Anjia Real Estate, Lu Chen wanted to find time to come to the Talent Exchange Center and find a few people. But he never expected to run into Su Mingzhi at the Talent Exchange Center. What was even more unexpected was that Su Mingzhi was actually recruiting. This time Lu Chen couldn't keep calm anymore. Who is Su Mingzhi? A big shot with a net worth of over 100 million. If I can get close to him, there's no need to worry about not being able to rise to prominence in the future. Therefore, Lu Chen shouted without any hesitation, Mr. Su, if others don't come to apply, I will. The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Chen. Isn't this Lu Chen, the manager of Anjia Real Estate? Why is he here? By the way, what did he say just now? He wants to apply for a job? What on earth is going on? Lu Chen is a frequent visitor to the talent market, and many HRs present know Lu Chen. At this moment, faced with Lu Chen's sudden action, they were all stunned. Chapter 31 Awesome Leasing Company. Li Hao sneered and said, Mr. Gu, in the final analysis, we are just protecting ourselves. We have seen through what you have done over the years. You treat us as pawns, and we will never let you manipulate us again. The old leader was so angry that his face turned blue. He held the armrests of the chair tightly with both hands and roared, Do you think these things can destroy me? You are just a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Ungrateful? Li Hao was unmoved. We are just exposing the truth. Enough. The old leader stood up suddenly and pointed at Li Hao, I can make you die miserably. At this time, a voice came from the door, Mr. Gu, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Su Zhu and Lin Ming walked into the meeting room with calm smiles on their faces. You. The old man glared at them with gritted teeth, What on earth do you want to do? It's very simple. Su Zhu walked up to the old leader, We want you to give up control of the company. Wishful thinking. The old boss sneered, I control everything in the company, and you are dreaming of taking away my empire. Su Zhu smiled faintly and threw a few documents in front of the old boss. The documents contained more black materials about the old boss: money laundering, bribery, market manipulation, almost everything. The old man looked through the documents, his expression becoming increasingly grim. Are you going to fight me to the death? He said in a low, threatening voice. Mr. Gu, Lin Ming said softly, the current situation is that you either choose to withdraw with dignity, or we make these things public, and then you will end up in disgrace. The old leader looked at the indifferent faces in the conference room and suddenly realized that he had no way out. He tightly grasped the document and said in a trembling voice, You won, but don't think I will stop there. We look forward to your counterattack. Su Zhu smiled slightly, but before that, you'd better withdraw as soon as possible. The old leader's face turned pale. He was silent for a moment, then finally waved his hand and said, Just wait and see. Then he slammed the door and left. Take over. A few days later, the old boss was forced to announce his resignation as chairman of the company, and Li Hao took over as the new chairman. The entire business community was shocked. Su Zhu stood by the window of the company's top-floor office, overlooking the lights of the city. Lin Ming walked up and handed him a glass of red wine, Cheers. Cheers to our great victory. Su Zhu took the glass and clinked it with Lin Ming. Li Hao walked in at this time and said with a smile, You too, I just received news that the old boss has transferred all his shares. He ran away so quickly? Lin Ming was surprised. It seems that he also knows that the situation is hopeless. Su Zhu chuckled, That's good. After he leaves, the company will be completely in our hands. What should we do next? Li Hao asked. Continue to strengthen internal control, Su Zhu said, clear out all of the old boss's cronies to ensure there are no future troubles. In addition, Lin Ming added, we need to stabilize the existing projects and let the outside world see that we are still as stable as a rock. Li Hao nodded, Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Thank you for your hard work. Su Zhu smiled and patted Li Hao on the shoulder. With you at the helm, I am very confident about the company's future. Li Hao smiled and nodded, then I won't bother you two anymore. After Li Hao left, Su Zhu looked at Lin Ming, now, the old boss has been completely driven out of the situation. Yes, but he will never give up easily. Yes, we have to be prepared to respond. The storm is coming again. However, it wasn't long before a new crisis befell them. The old boss contacted a group of investors through overseas channels and distorted the fact that he was forced out of the company into internal intrigue. He began to sow discord and tried to make investors doubt Li Hao's leadership. Not only that, he also used every possible means to spread rumors that the company's financial situation was unstable and even tried to obtain the company's confidential information through industrial espionage. For a time, people in the company were panicking, and external investors also began to withdraw their capital. Li Hao anxiously convened a meeting of the company's top executives. Everyone, our situation is very dangerous. The company's stock price has fallen by 15% now. Su Zhu stood up and said calmly, we must act quickly. First, we need to publicly clarify the rumors about the ancient leader. Lin Ming added, secondly, we must find the commercial spies in the shortest possible time and bring them to justice. Li Hao nodded in agreement and immediately began to make arrangements. A few days later, the company issued a public statement detailing the reasons why the old boss was kicked out of the company and the rumors he spread. At the same time, the company's security department acted quickly, captured a spy who was trying to steal secrets, and handed him over to the police. With the implementation of this series of measures, the company's stock price began to gradually recover and investors' confidence was also restored. Final showdown. But the old leader still refused to give up. He organized a group of confidants to threaten Su Jia and Lin Ming. Once, Su Jia's car was chased by a black SUV on the way and almost overturned. Lin Ming sensed the danger and stepped up surveillance on the ancient leader. Finally, they seized the opportunity. When the old leader was discussing with his confidants in a private club, the private detective secretly arranged by Su Jia and Lin Ming recorded the entire conversation, including the multiple attacks they planned against Su Jia and Lin Ming. With this recording evidence, Su Jia submitted it to the police without hesitation, and the old leader was finally arrested by the police on suspicion of organized crime. A few months later, Su Jia and Lin Ming completely took control of the old boss's company and developed it into an even larger business empire. In the top floor office, Su Jia raised his glass and said, "Cheers to our successful battle." Lin Ming clinked his glasses with him gently, "Let's celebrate our future victory." Su Jia and Lin Ming completely control the business empire of the old boss, but as the territory expands, new challenges follow. The company's rapid development has attracted the attention of the market, and competitors are beginning to eye it. In order to further consolidate their market position, Su Jia and Lin Ming decided to conduct a strategic merger. They set their sights on a fast-growing technology company, Chenowei Technology. This company has strong R&D capabilities and a unique market positioning, and has become an important part of their plan. Su Jia and Lin Ming first secretly contacted Han Yu, the chairman of Chenowei Technology. After several talks, the two sides reached a preliminary intention to merge by exchanging shares. Once this news was disclosed, it immediately caused a huge response in the market. However, the night before the merger agreement was signed, Han Yu suddenly changed his mind and decided to abandon the merger plan. Su Jia and Lin Ming were stunned for a moment, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 32 Lu Chen, I'm afraid Mr. Su will misunderstand. Lu Chen and Xiao Hu, you will be official employees of the awesome leasing company from now on. After leaving the job market, Su Mingzhi looked at Lu Chen with a smile. In the end, he did not choose to recruit people from outside, but instead filled the only position internally. It wasn't that he wanted to, but the crowd was just too overwhelming. Until someone rolled up his sleeves and looked at Su Mingzhi fiercely. At this time, Su Mingzhi had no choice but to slip away. These people are crazy, they want to send themselves to the hospital and use their salary to pay for the medical expenses. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Chen looked at Su Mingzhi excitedly and said, Mr. Su, where is our company? I can start work tomorrow. Company? Well, time is running out and he hasn't chosen a location yet. Ahem. Su Mingzhi coughed and said, don't worry, since we are a newly opened company, the company address has not been determined yet. Lu Chen? The company address has not been decided yet? In other words, there is no address. Awesome leasing company, does it only exist on paper? For a moment, Lu Chen didn't know what to say. He was a little unsure whether Su Mingzhi was just playing around. Mr. Su, when can the address be decided? When? Su Mingzhi looked at Lu Chen deeply, and then a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Lu Chen, I'm going to give you a task now. What mission? Within 3 days, find me a suitable house as the company's office, and also find a warehouse for parking. Lu Chen. Well, he had just joined the awesome rental company, but his work had already been arranged. What can he do? I can only grit my teeth and admit it. I will ensure that the mission is completed. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Okay then, I'll leave this matter to you. I looked at the time and it was already 11:30 in the morning, almost time for lunch. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Good. Looking at Su Mingzhi's leaving back, Lu Chen didn't know what to say. He wondered if he was a little too impulsive. It is true that Su Mingzhi is rich. But could it be that he is just playing around by setting up this awesome leasing company? So far, the situation of leasing companies is worrying. The company is newly established. The staff are newly recruited. As for the office location? Well, not yet, we are still looking for one. What if after 2 or 3 days, Su Mingzhi feels that it is too much trouble and simply gives up? Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a little regretful. He felt that he shouldn't be so impulsive. Thinking of this, Lu Chen silently took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Mr. Chen. Compared to face, Lu Chen feels that making a living seems to be more important. On the other side, Su Mingzhi came to the parking lot. As expected, there was another large crowd surrounding the Pagani Huayra. To be honest, Su Mingzhi still misses the simple life in the past. Sadly, those days are gone forever. Everyone, please make way. After struggling to push through the crowd, Su Mingzhi finally got into the car and slowly drove out of the parking lot. When passing by the entrance of the talent market, he saw Lu Chen standing at the entrance out of the corner of his eye. I just started working and I've already assigned Lu Chen to this position. Am I being too inhumane? Thinking of this, Su Mingzhi slowly leaned over and lowered the car window. Manager Lu, would you like me to give you a ride? Su Mingzhi said with a smile. Quiet. Deathly quiet. Looking at Su Mingzhi's smiling face, Lu Chen was completely stunned. Pagani Huayra. The legendary Pagani Huayra. Recently, this car has been widely discussed in the local forum of Lingjiang City. Originally, Lu Chen thought that it was one of the top rich second generations in the country who wanted to have nothing to do and drove to Lingjiang for a trip. However, he never expected that this world-class sports car would actually be Su Mingzhi's car. At this moment, Lu Chen was completely stunned. Hello, Lu Chen, if you want to come back, just come back. I will pretend nothing happened. Mr. Chen's voice came from the phone. Return. Come back. I would rather cry in a Pagani Huayra than laugh in my Anjia real estate. Lu Chen let out a long breath and said with a determined look, Mr. Chen, I have already resigned and found a better company. Let's not contact each other in the future. I'm afraid Mr. Su will misunderstand. Hello, Lu Chen, what do you mean? You were the one who called me. Mr. Chen wanted to say something, but Lu Chen didn't give him the chance and hung up the phone directly. Putting away the phone, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Su Mingzhi again. Mr. Su, don't get me wrong, I will never return to Anjia real estate. Su Mingzhi. Country Garden. Mr. Kong is back from his business trip? Mr. Kong, long time no see. The security guard at the door greeted me in a friendly manner. Kong Ziyuan is the investment director of Cathay Financial Group. He is 40 years old and recently found a girlfriend who is also in the same industry as him. She is a researcher in the Haitsan Financial Investment Department named Liang. Baby, I'm back, did you miss me? Pushing open the door, Kong Ziyuan shouted. However, the imagined scene of the young swallow throwing herself into the arms of the emperor did not appear. Instead, Liang with a gloomy face was seen. What's going on? Kong Ziyuan was completely confused. Baby, what happened? Honey, I'm fired. Liang said, gritting her teeth. Li Ying's face was gloomy. When she thought about being fired, she felt a raging anger in her heart. She has worked in Haitsan Finance for several years, and even if she has no credit, she has worked hard. But the company fired Lin Xiaoxiao, a new employee, and she was almost going crazy. She has to vent this anger. Li Ying was fired? Kong Ziyuan was slightly stunned, and then a faint smile appeared on his face. He took it as a big deal, just being fired, no big deal. It's not like he has no money. Let alone supporting one Li Ying, even supporting two would make no difference to him. Isn't it just being fired? It's okay, I'll support you. If you don't want to, then come to Cathay Pacific and I will arrange a seat for you. Kong Ziyuan said with a smile. However, Kong Ziyuan's words did not reassure Li Ying, and her face became even gloomier. Husband, things are not what you think. I was cheated. Li Ying said, gritting her teeth. Got cheated? When Kong Ziyuan heard Li Ying's words, his eyes narrowed. Li Ying is his woman, and to cheat Li Ying is to cheat him. Chapter 33 I am just an ordinary landlord. Soon, Li Ying told Kong Ziyuan what had happened. Of course, this version of the story has been modified, and Lin Xiaoxiao's role has been exaggerated a lot. At the same time, she also concealed many of the things she had done behind Lin Xiaoxiao's back. As for Su Mingzhi's affairs, she never mentioned it. You mean, Lin Xiaoxiao deliberately reported you and that's why you were fired? Kong Ziyuan asked coldly. Yes, husband, you must make the decision for me in this matter. I just said a few words to her and apologized to her afterwards, but she still wouldn't give in. Li Ying said with a pleading look on her face. Kong Ziyuan didn't say anything. He half closed his eyes and tapped the table lightly with his right index finger, making a rhythmic tapping sound. Li Ying is his woman, and cheating Li Ying is equivalent to not giving him face. After a moment, he opened his eyes again. Baby, is Lin Xiaoxiao going to attend the financial conference? Aha! So what's her subject? It should be internet finance. Internet finance? Kong Ziyuan sneered. How could a little girl understand what internet finance is? Just wait and see, honey. I'll humiliate her at the conference. Thank you, husband. Li Ying nodded excitedly and said, Honey, I recently bought a new piece of underwear. Kong Ziyuan's eyes lit up, and a brilliant light burst out from his pupils. The next day was another sunny day. Su Mingzhi drove to the Jade community early in the morning. Different from usual, Lin Xiaoxiao was not waiting for him at the door today. Su Mingzhi waited at the door for about 10 minutes, and then he saw Lin Xiaoxiao jogging out with a folder in her hand. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Xiaoxiao opened the car door and was immediately awed by a fragrant breeze. You wear makeup? Today, Lin Xiaoxiao wore a black women's suit on the upper body and a hip skirt on the lower body, revealing a pair of long legs in black stockings. With her long, smooth black hair tied up at the back of her head and a formal makeup, she looks like a strong career woman. After taking a quick look at Lin Xiaoxiao's long legs and black stockings, Su Mingzhi felt that they must feel good. Yeah. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and said, I have to attend a financial conference today, so I won't go to the company, I'll go directly to the financial center. Okay. Su Mingzhi nodded, then stepped on the accelerator and the Pagani Huayra rushed out like lightning. Su Mingzhi, how about you accompany me inside later? Lin Xiaoxiao said. Why should I go? I don't understand. Su Mingzhi has never personally participated in high-end conferences such as financial conferences. But he has attended quite a few real estate trading conferences. Although the types are different, Su Mingzhi feels that the processes are similar. It's just a few leaders pretending to be critical and then giving a speech or something. It's meaningless. It's because you don't understand that you have to listen more. If you could understand, I wouldn't take you there. Lin Xiaoxiao said. He. I think you want me to be your shield? Su Mingzhi suddenly thought of something. As if Su Mingzhi had guessed her thoughts, Lin Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then turned her head to look out the window. What a nice weather today. Okay. I agree, but you have to agree to one condition. What conditions? Lin Xiaoxiao asked vigilantly. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll talk about it when I have thought about it. Let me make it clear first, it can't be anything excessive. Certainly. That is fine. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Mingzhi, then nodded silently. After arriving at the place and parking the car, Su Mingzhi followed Lin Xiaoxiao and walked into the financial center. This financial conference was held in the auditorium on the 23rd floor. After verifying their identities, the two entered the auditorium smoothly. At this moment, quite a few people have gathered in the auditorium. They gathered in twos and threes, having heated discussions with each other. What internet finance, what CPI, what PPI, Su Mingzhi didn't understand a word of it. As expected, I am suitable to be a quiet landlord. Thinking of this, the corner of Su Mingzhi's eyes seemed to drift towards a corner where no one was around. He decided to find an opportunity to escape. Manager Lin, you didn't expect that we would meet so soon. But at this moment, a sharp female voice came into Su Mingzhi's ears. When I looked over at the sound, I saw a woman in her 30s walking towards me with a middle-aged man. Your friend? Su Mingzhi turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. For some reason, Su Mingzhi heard some wit in the other party's words. Lin Xiaoxiao gently tidied the hair around her ears with her right hand and said, Not really, a former colleague. Oh. Su Mingzhi nodded. No wonder Su Mingzhi felt something strange was going on here. It turned out to be a former colleague. Did you drive them away? Su Mingzhi asked. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, but her eyes were already drifting off into the distance. No need to ask, there must be a reason because of Lin Xiaoxiao. You are so awesome. Su Mingzhi exclaimed sincerely. He just joined the company and he has already squeezed out the old employees. If this happens in a while, won't the entire Heights on Finance be dominated by the surname Lin? After giving Su Mingzhi a look, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to look at Li Ying and said calmly, Long time no see. By the way, Manager Lin, this must be your boyfriend, right? Would you like to introduce him to me? Li Ying's eyes fell on Su Mingzhi. There was no previous frenzy, only a slight chill. How could Lin Xiaoxiao find such a handsome and rich boyfriend? Why should I introduce it to you? Lin Xiaoxiao said. She didn't have any good feelings towards Li Ying in the first place, so was there any need to introduce her to her? You. Hearing this, Li Ying was speechless for a moment, and the anger in his heart suddenly increased. Poof. With a cold snort, Li Ying looked at Su Mingzhi. Sir, don't you plan to say anything? Explain? Say what? I don't even know you, why should I waste my time with you? I have absolutely no intention of talking. Su Mingzhi shrugged and responded calmly. You. Being ignored once and twice, Li Ying stomped his feet in anger. But she couldn't do anything. She had no choice but to turn her eyes to Kong Ziyuan. Husband. Ahem. Kong Ziyuan coughed, then looked at Su Mingzhi. Sir, I'm afraid it's a bit ungentlemanly of you to do this, isn't it? Gentleman? You are clearly being sarcastic to me, and you still want me to be a gentleman? Do you take me for a fool? Who are you? Su Mingzhi raised his eyebrows and looked at Kong Ziyuan. I am the director of Cathay Financial's investment department. I wonder where this gentleman is employed. Kong Ziyuan said proudly. Cathay Financial is Lingjiang's leading large company and his annual salary has already exceeded 1 million. With this identity, he can crush Su Mingzhi into scum. I can't say I'm high, I'm just an ordinary landlord. When I have nothing to do, I like to drive my Pagani Huayra around to collect rent. It's that simple. Landlord? Pagani? Kong Ziyuan? How come he doesn't know these things? Chapter 34, 20 Me. In Kong Ziyuan's script, he envisioned that when Su Mingzhi heard his position, he would immediately kneel down and lick his boots. But what he never expected was that Su Mingzhi not only did not lick his boots, but instead threw out an awesome identity. Landlord and Pagani. Wait, even if you want to brag, you can't brag like this, right? Ahem, little brother really knows how to joke. Then just treat it as a joke. Su Mingzhi shrugged and said calmly, but I think your woman should know these things. Su Mingzhi suddenly remembered that the woman in front of him was one of the women standing in front of Lin Xiaoxiao's company that day. At first, Su Mingzhi didn't recognize him. Kong Ziyuan? He looked at Li Ying. Li Ying nodded silently. I don't know if it's the landlord, I just know he has a supercar. At this moment, Kong Ziyuan felt speechless. Originally, he wanted to use his identity to put some pressure on Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend and collect some small interest. But who would have thought that with his status, he would be nothing but a scum in front of others? If Li Ying had told him these things earlier, he would never have pretended to be arrogant in front of Su Mingzhi. But now, the batch has already been shipped out. He had no choice but to continue pretending. If you can't surpass Su Mingzhi in terms of financial resources, then you can only surpass Su Mingzhi in other aspects. Kong Ziyuan sneered and said, Oh, young man, you are still too young. Money is not important these days. What is important is ability. The ability to create wealth is the most important capital. Young man, even though you are rich now, it doesn't mean you will continue to be rich in the future. I will surpass you one day. Hearing this, Su Mingzhi nodded in agreement. He felt that what Kong Ziyuan said made a lot of sense. Nowadays, money is meaningless, and the most important thing is the ability to make money. It's like he now only has 600,000 yuan in rent and no other income. Mr. Kong is over 40 this year, right? Not much, just 40. Mr. Kong is 40 years old and still has such a strong desire to make progress. I really admire him. Unlike me, I am only in my 20s and I just want to make a living by collecting rent every day. Mr. Kong, you are right. I am indeed lacking in the ability to make money. Starting today, I have decided that in addition to collecting 600,000 yuan in rent every month, I must also open up other ways to make money. Su Mingzhi said seriously. Kong Ziyuan. Looking at Su Mingzhi's serious expression and listening to Su Mingzhi's casual mention of 600,000, Kong Ziyuan wanted to die. He worked hard for half his life and finally got the position of Minister of Investment. This is the end of his climb. Up to now, his annual salary is just over 1 million. But what about others? The monthly rent alone is 600,000. That's more than 7 million a year. Talk about ability? He works hard for a year, but still can't collect as much as others do in 2 months' rent. Kong Ziyuan was devastated by Su Mingzhi in all aspects. He looked at Su Mingzhi deeply, then turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoxiao. Manager Lin, I heard your speech is about internet finance? That's right. What a coincidence. My speech is also about internet finance. Let's see whose speech is more exciting. After saying that, Kong Ziyuan took Li Ying and turned away. Husband, why did you leave? You're not leaving? If you don't leave, you'll get slapped in the face. But don't worry, when the speech comes, I will definitely let Lin Xiaoxiao know what it means that old ginger is still spicy. From afar, Su Mingzhi heard Kong Ziyuan's voice. It looks like he wants to beat you in public speaking. Can you do it? I don't take him seriously yet. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head slightly, with a faint smile on her face. By the way, you performed well today. You acted like a landlord quite well. Pack? He. You may not believe it, but I am acting in my true colors. It's okay. Su Mingzhi smiled and said, by the way, tell me, how did you push Li Ying away like this? From the way she looks at me, it seems that she has a deep hostility towards you. Lin Xiaoxiao. She said that I was kept by you. It's not impossible. He. If you are really a landlord and the rent is 600,000 per month, then I can still consider it. Okay, I won't pretend anymore. I am actually a landlord, and that Pagani Huayra is mine. He. Just as Su Mingzhi and Lin Xiaoxiao were chatting idly, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The financial conference officially begins. The first person to speak was the host. She is tall and beautiful, and the black dress she wears adds a touch of elegance to her. After a brief speech, the CEOs of major financial companies began to give their speeches. Then raised some questions and thoughts respectively. Lin Xiaoxiao held a pen in one hand and a notebook in the other, occasionally writing and drawing on the notebook, listening very attentively. Su Mingzhi was also very serious, but he and Lin Xiaoxiao were serious in different directions. Lin Xiaoxiao was absorbing knowledge seriously, while Su Mingzhi was studying hard so as not to fall asleep. HSBC, Rongtong. Representatives from major financial companies took to the stage to speak. After a while, it was Lin Xiaoxiao's turn. Dear directors and friends, hello. I am Lin Xiaoxiao from Haitsong Finance. I am very happy to participate in this financial conference. I am honored to share with you some thoughts and opinions on internet finance. The biggest difference and advantage between it and traditional enterprises is that it has extremely low risk and high efficiency. In fact, everyone is always worried about the risks of internet finance, but real internet finance does not have such great risks. What is internet finance? Internet finance requires a credit system based on data, a risk control system based on data, and it requires powerful data. At the beginning, no one cared about Lin Xiaoxiao's speech. But as the speech continued, everyone's eyes gradually brightened, and they nodded and shook their heads from time to time. On the other side, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was speaking eloquently on the podium, Kong Ziyuan showed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. It is undeniable that Lin Xiaoxiao's speech was indeed wonderful, but she had a fatal flaw: it was too vague. Building a credit system and big data risk control are still too far away for today's financial system. But he is different, his speech is based on the present. Maybe Lin Xiaoxiao's speech will get more praise in the future, but now he is sure to win. Husband, can you compare to Lin Xiaoxiao? Rest assured. Chapter 35, Stinky Card Warning. The trend of technological revolution cannot be changed. In the face of the tide of history, what we really need to do is to face the challenge and work together. Opportunities are opportunities for each of us. This is the end of my speech. Thank you. Pa. When Lin Xiaoxiao finished her speech, thunderous applause broke out at the scene. How is it? Did I speak well? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Su Mingzhi with a proud face, like a peacock that had just won a fight. Very good, very good. Su Mingzhi nodded perfunctorily. What's good about it? Anywhere is fine. Su Mingzhi, could you please stop being so perfunctory? Was I being perfunctory? Well, kind of. His entire mind was focused on the system. The system hasn't been refreshed yet, but there is a Stinky card lying in the warehouse. Su Mingzhi has always wanted to use this card to try out its effect. But I never found the right opportunity. How about on Kong Ziyuan? It seems to be possible. Look, Kong Ziyuan is on stage. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kong Ziyuan going on stage. Stinky card, use. Ding, congratulations to the host for using it successfully. The target Kong Z Yuan will become smelly in the next 10 minutes. Countdown for the card to take effect: 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The card took effect successfully. Hello, leaders and guests. I am Kong Z Yuan from Cathay Financial. Manager Lin's speech just now was very exciting, but it also had some shortcomings. Ugh. Sorry, ugh. Kong Z Yuan was talking fine, but for some reason, he suddenly smelled a foul odor in his nose, and then he couldn't help but started to dry heave. Ugh. I'm sorry. Ugh. At this moment, everyone present was stunned by Kong Z Yuan's sudden action. What is going on? Why was Kong Z Yuan suddenly vomiting when he was talking fine? What's going on? Minister Kong, are you okay? Soon, someone came on stage to support Kong Z Yuan. But it would have been fine if they didn't get close. As soon as they got close to Kong Z Yuan, they smelled a foul odor in their noses. Then they looked at Kong Z Yuan, bent over and started to retch. Stinky. It stinks so badly. Where does this stench come from? Why do I smell like it's coming from Kong Z Yuan? How long has it been since Kong Z Yuan last showered? Why does it smell so strong? Ugh, it doesn't look like I didn't take a shower, it's more like I collapsed. The people present are not fools, on the contrary, they are very smart. The word collapsed, coupled with the stench coming from Kong Z Yuan, immediately made them think of a lump of yellow substance. At this moment, no one could remain calm. Kong Z Yuan, if you really can't help it, then go to the bathroom. There's no need to collapse here. Get out quickly. Security, where is the security? Take Kong Z Yuan out quickly. Soon, several security guards rushed in from the door. But before they could get close to Kong Z Yuan, they were already foaming at the mouth because of the stench. Now, no one dared to go up. This guy, other people take money for shitting, but Kong Z Yuan takes his life for shitting. No one understood why Kong Z Yuan suddenly became like this. He was the only one who silently watched the Stinky card disappear from the system warehouse. Originally, he just wanted to try out the effect. Unexpectedly, this accident led to a big disaster. After what has happened, it would be a miracle if this financial conference can still go on. Isn't the power of this thing a little too great? What do you mean by too powerful? Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously, as if she had heard Su Mingzhi's mumbling. Su Mingzhi felt a little guilty. Nothing, just a few words of emotion. I don't know what's wrong with Kong Z Yuan. Why can't he collapse? Lin Xiaoxiao looked helpless. Originally, she wanted to take this opportunity to make further progress in her career. But now Kong Z Yuan has done this. No matter how wonderful her previous speeches were, no one would remember them. Everyone's attention was attracted by Kong Z Yuan. Wait, could it be that Kong Z Yuan did all this on purpose? He knew that it was impossible to surpass himself in public speaking, so he chose to find another way and use this unique method to eliminate his own influence? If you don't think about it, you won't know. If you think about it, you will be shocked. The more Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Su Mingzhi. Do you think Kong Z Yuan did all this on purpose? Lin Xiaoxiao sighed softly. Intentional? Su Mingzhi? His mind was a little confused and he couldn't quite understand what Lin Xiaoxiao meant. Why do you say that? Do you think it's possible that he knows he can't surpass me in public speaking? So you deliberately made such a scene to draw everyone's attention to him? Then, naturally, no one will remember my speech. Lin Xiaoxiao said seriously. Others may not be sure, but Su Mingzhi can say it with certainty. No. Absolutely not. Kong Z Yuan definitely didn't mean it. No. Without even thinking, Su Mingzhi rejected it directly. Why not? Because, Originally, Su Mingzhi wanted to say that it was because he used the Stinky card, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Why? Because of intuition. Su Mingzhi said seriously, just like you women understand women, we men also understand men. Men are all animals who care about their reputation. Do you think there is a man who would disrupt a financial conference in this way? Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it seriously and it seemed to be true. Although Kong Z Yuan made such a fuss, this financial conference definitely could not continue. But he also lost all his face. Put yourself in her shoes. If it were her, she would never do such a thing. That's right. Lin Xiaoxiao said with a distressed look, "It's a pity that I have been preparing this speech for a long time. God knows how much effort he put into this speech. But now it's all ruined. It's okay. There will be opportunities in the future. It's better than Kong Ziyuan." Lin Xiaoxiao. Looking at Kong Ziyuan, who was vomiting continuously on the podium, Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head secretly. After this incident, Kong Ziyuan's reputation is probably ruined in the entire financial circle, and his future days will probably not be easy for him. For some reason, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a little sympathy for Liang. "I just found a big tree, but before I could warm myself up, it became cold." Pitiful. Chapter 36. The only way to survive in the arena is to rely on your acting skills. After 10 minutes, the stench on Kong Ziyuan disappeared, but even so, the whole scene had become a mess. The organizers had originally formulated a number of emergency plans, but most of those plans were for dealing with unexpected situations, such as sound failure, sudden power outages, etc. No one expected that Kong Ziyuan would suddenly do this. Finally, Kong Ziyuan was thrown out with great difficulty, but the conference could not be carried out. The organizers had no choice but to end this farce. The culprit, Su Mingzhi, has already left the financial center with Lin Xiaoxiao. "Su Mingzhi, I just can't understand why Kong Ziyuan suddenly emitted a foul odor, and why the odor suddenly disappeared," Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Lin Xiaoxiao had been thinking all the way, but she just couldn't understand why Kong Ziyuan didn't have any bad smell at the beginning, but his body started to stink as soon as he stepped on the stage. However, when everyone thought that Kong Ziyuan had collapsed, the stench disappeared instantly. "Why? Do you want me to tell you that the Stinky card is only valid for 10 minutes? Ahem." Su Mingzhi coughed dryly and said, "Maybe it was just Kong Ziyuan who farted. Over time, the stink will naturally dissipate." "Did you fart?" After hearing Su Mingzhi's words, Lin Xiaoxiao thought about it, then nodded seriously. "You know what Su Mingzhi said really makes sense. Apart from this reason, she really couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. However, Kong Ziyuan's fart was really amazing. It lasted for 10 minutes. Maybe this is the fart king." Pucci Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laughed out loud. "Shaolin, what's so funny?" At this moment, a deep voice came from behind. Zhang Hufeng, president of Haitsun Finance, strode over. "Mr. Jiang." Lin Xiaoxiao immediately greeted him respectfully. "Shaolin, what fart king were you talking about just now?" Zhang Hufeng asked with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched, and she explained with embarrassment, "No, just chatting casually." Zhang Hufeng smiled and didn't dwell on this matter too much. Instead, he looked at Su Mingzhi. "Shaolin, this is your boyfriend, right?" "Yes." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, and then said to Su Mingzhi, "Su Mingzhi, let me introduce you, this is the president of our company, Zhang Hufeng, President Jiang." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I have heard about what happened recently. Thank you for protecting Xiaoxiao's reputation." As he spoke, Su Mingzhi stretched out his right hand towards Zhang Hufeng. "What are you talking about, Mr. Su? Xiaolin is an excellent employee of the company. It is the company's responsibility to protect the reputation of its employees." Zhang Hufeng stretched out his hand and shook hands with Su Mingzhi. "By the way, what industry is Mr. Su in?" Click. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Compared with Kong Ziyuan before, Zhang Hufeng is definitely not comparable to Kong Ziyuan in terms of experience or vision. If Su Mingzhi gave a bad answer, he would be exposed. But obviously, Lin Xiaoxiao was worrying too much. Su Mingzhi raised his lips slightly, smiled faintly, and said, "I was working in real estate before, and recently I plan to expand channels and develop rental business." "Renting?" Mr. Su is optimistic about the renting business? Zhang Hufeng asked curiously. "I'm not really optimistic about it, mainly because of the needs of acting. But think about it, these things are not easy to say directly." "Certainly." Su Mingzhi said without blushing or panting, "Boss Jiang, actually renting is just a popular term. I prefer to call it sharing. What I'm really optimistic about is the sharing economy." "Sharing economy?" Zhang Hufeng frowned slightly, he was unfamiliar with this word. He only saw it occasionally when he was surfing the internet. "Mr. Su, can you explain it in detail?" Zhang Hufeng asked after a moment's silence. "Of course." Su Mingzhi raised his lips slightly and said with a smile, "The sharing economy is actually simpler. It is to integrate idle items, labor, education, and medical resources, and then rent out these resources to jointly obtain economic dividends. It's like I have a bicycle, but I put it in the warehouse and don't use it. Then it can't create value. But what if I rent it out? To people who need a bike but don't have one? I charge 1 yuan for each ride, which is not expensive, and I think most people can accept it. Although $1 is not much, this is just one car. What if there are 1,000, 10,000, or 1 million cars? And more importantly, it is a long-term benefit, not a one-time transaction. If there are 1 million cars, that means at least 1 million per day, 30 million per month, and more than 300 million per year. And the profit is not just 300 million yuan. Some of the vehicles will be reused and generate repeated income. Zhang Hufeng initially estimated that the profit was at least over 10 billion. At this moment, Zhang Hufeng was shocked. He never expected that there would be such a huge profit. Zhang Hufeng let out a long breath, forcibly suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said again, "Mr. Su, I have another question. What if the trial user refuses to return it after using it? If you don't want to return it, then don't return it." Su Mingzhi said with a smile. Zhang Hufeng? Not returning? He didn't quite understand what Su Mingzhi meant. If you don't pay it back, wouldn't it be a pure loss? Mr. Su, I don't quite understand what you mean. If the user refuses to return it, won't it be a loss? Zhang Hufeng asked. Boss Jiang, it's actually very simple to solve this problem. Can't we just collect the rent in advance? For example, if the cost of a bicycle is 99 yuan, we will collect a deposit of 99 yuan in advance. In this way, even if it is not returned, there will be no loss for us. Su Mingzhi said. Oh my god. Can we still play like this? At this moment, Zhang Hufeng was completely convinced by Su Mingzhi. No wonder Su Mingzhi can drive the world's top supercar Pagani Huayra at such a young age. Others can make money with just any idea. Mr. Su, I have another question. Please go on. The conversation between Su Mingzhi and Zhang Hufeng attracted a lot of people's attention. Gradually, more and more people gathered around Su Mingzhi. Almost everyone coming out of the venue stopped to listen, and many company CEOs even took out paper and pen from their pockets to take notes. This place has become a small classroom, with the CEOs of major financial companies as students and Su Mingzhi as the teacher. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Su Mingzhi's acting skills exceeded his imagination. Not only did he act well, but he also shocked everyone. Chapter 37 Hint. When the 10 minutes were up, the stench on Kong Ziyuan disappeared, but the whole scene was in chaos. Originally, the organizers had formulated a number of emergency plans, mainly to deal with sudden situations such as sound failure and sudden power outages. However, no one expected Kong Ziyuan to do this suddenly. In the end, the organizers had to throw Kong Ziyuan out, and the conference could not continue, so they had to end this farce helplessly. As the culprit of all this, Su Mingzhi has already left the financial center with Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao was full of doubts. She didn't understand why Kong Ziyuan suddenly emitted a foul odor, and why the odor suddenly disappeared. She recalled that Kong Ziyuan began to stink as soon as he came on stage, but when everyone thought he collapsed, the odor disappeared instantly. Was she going to tell Lin Xiaoxiao that the Stinky card was only valid for 10 minutes? Ahem, Su Mingzhi coughed dryly. Maybe it was just Kong Ziyuan who farted. Over time, the stink will naturally dissipate. After hearing this, although Lin Xiaoxiao looked serious, she still nodded, thinking that Su Mingzhi's explanation made sense. Apart from that, she really couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. However, Kong Ziyuan's fart was really amazing. It lasted for 10 minutes. Maybe this is the king of farts. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laughed. At this moment, a deep voice came from behind. Shaolin, what's so funny? Zhang Hufeng, the president of Haitsong Finance, strode over. Mr. Jiang. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately greeted him respectfully. Shaolin, what fart king were you talking about just now? Zhang Hufeng asked with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao looked embarrassed. No, just chatting casually. Zhang Hufeng smiled and did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he turned to Su Mingzhi. Shaolin, this is your boyfriend, right? Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, then introduced to Su Mingzhi. Su Mingzhi, let me introduce you. This is the president of our company, Zhang Hufeng, Mr. Jiang. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I heard about what happened recently. Thank you for protecting Xiao Xiao, Su Mingzhi said, extending his hand to Zhang Hufeng. Mr. Su is too modest. Xiaolin is an excellent employee of the company. It is our responsibility to protect the reputation of employees. Zhang Hufeng shook hands with Su Mingzhi. What industry is Mr. Su in? Lin Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Unlike Kong Ziyuan, Zhang Hufeng's experience and vision are incomparable. If Su Mingzhi gives an inappropriate answer, everything may be exposed. But Su Mingzhi obviously controlled it well. He smiled lightly and said, I used to be in the real estate industry, and recently I want to expand the rental business. Renting? Zhang Hufeng asked curiously, Mr. Su, are you optimistic about the rental business? Su Mingzhi remained calm and replied, actually, I prefer to call it sharing. I am optimistic about the sharing economy. For example, I have a bicycle that is stored in the warehouse when not in use, so it has no value. But if I rent it to someone who needs it, I charge 1 yuan for each ride, which is not much, but it adds up. What if there are 1,000, 10,000, or even 1 million bicycles? And this is a long-term benefit, not a one-time transaction. Zhang Hufeng frowned after hearing this. He was unfamiliar with the concept of sharing economy, although he occasionally went online. He pondered for a moment and asked, Mr. Su, can you tell me more about it? Su Mingzhi smiled and said, sharing economy is actually the integration of idle resources, such as goods, labor, education and medical resources, and then renting these resources to jointly obtain economic benefits. Zhang Hufeng was shocked by this concept. He didn't expect the profit to be so lucrative, and Su Mingzhi's explanation shocked him. He took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and asked, Mr. Su, what if the lessee refuses to return the bicycle? Su Mingzhi smiled and said, if they don't return it, the deposit we collected in advance is our guarantee. For example, if the cost of a bicycle is 99 yuan, we will collect a deposit of 99 yuan. Even if they don't return it, we won't lose anything. Zhang Hufeng agreed with Su Mingzhi's answer. He now fully understood why Su Mingzhi was so successful and every one of his ideas could create huge profits. His vision and insight surprised everyone present, including some senior managers of financial companies, who even took out notebooks to record Su Mingzhi's words. This place instantly turned into a lecture scene. Su Mingzhi became the lecturer, and the financial professionals present became students. Lin Xiaoxiao was shocked watching all this. Su Mingzhi's acting skills and wisdom were beyond her imagination. Not only did he perform well, but he also successfully captured everyone's attention. The novel continues. Zhang Hufeng's interest was thoroughly aroused. After thinking for a moment, he asked another question, Mr. Su, the sharing economy you mentioned is very attractive, but what challenges and risks will it face in actual operation? Su Mingzhi did not answer immediately. He smiled slightly, revealing a hint of deep thought. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly spoke, Mr. Jiang, no business model is perfect. One of the biggest challenges of the sharing economy is how to maintain the quality of goods and the consistency of services. In addition, the legal and regulatory environment is also an issue we must pay attention to. For example, we need to ensure that all shared items meet safety standards and have sufficient insurance to deal with possible accidents. Zhang Hufeng nodded. He was satisfied with Su Mingzhi's answer and was also interested in the far-reaching impact of this model. Mr. Su, are you interested in cooperating with our company? We can provide financial support and certain resources to help you expand your business. The audience around him also began to whisper. It was obvious that Zhang Hufeng's proposal caused quite a stir. Su Mingzhi thought about it for a moment, and then answered sincerely, Mr. Jiang, your proposal is very tempting. Of course, I am willing to consider such a cooperation opportunity. However, I hope to understand the specific conditions and cooperation details of your company first. Zhang Hufeng smiled and nodded, of course, we can arrange a formal meeting to discuss all the details in detail. I believe that through our cooperation, we can push the sharing economy to a new height. As the conversation between the two deepened, more and more people gathered around them. Lin Xiaoxiao watched Su Mingzhi deal with various problems with his wit and composure time and time again, and she felt admiration in her heart. She knew that Su Mingzhi was not only her boyfriend, but also a business leader with great potential. Just as the atmosphere in the venue was gradually getting more intense, a security guard suddenly approached Zhang Hufeng in a hurry and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhang Hufeng's expression suddenly became solemn, and he apologized to Su Mingzhi and Lin Xiaoxiao, I'm very sorry, I need to leave for a while, there are some urgent matters to deal with. Su Mingzhi and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at each other and both felt the seriousness of the situation. John Huffling left in a hurry, leaving the crowd to discuss this sudden change. Lin Xiaoxiao said softly to Su Mingzhi, "It seems that today's events are more complicated than expected. What do you think the problem is?" Su Mingzhi pondered for a moment and replied, "It's hard to say, but I feel that it may be related to the incident earlier today. In any case, we should proceed with caution." Chapter 38 Awesome Leasing Company is established. Emerald Community. Can you do it yourself? None of your business. Humph. Lin Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and blew out a snot bubble. He took out a piece of tissue, wiped it, then pushed the door and left. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's back, Su Mingzhi sighed helplessly. If you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer the consequences. She had reminded Lin Xiaoxiao a long time ago not to call Fu Xiaowan. But she just wouldn't listen. This time you've suffered a huge loss, right? What a silly woman. Shaking his head, Su Mingzhi drove towards the north of the city. On the way back, he received a call from Lu Chen, saying that he had found a house and could officially list it at any time. About 20 minutes later, Su Mingzhi arrived at the place Lu Chen mentioned. This is a 2-story building in a good location close to the city center. What's rare is that behind the house is a warehouse. The warehouse was very large. Su Mingzhi took a quick look and thought it should be no problem to park 20 or 30 cars. "Mr. Su, what do you think?" Lu Chen asked cautiously. "Not bad." Su Mingzhi nodded and said with a smile. Lu Chen was obviously relieved. "Mr. Su, now that the address has been determined, when should we start business?" "All right." Su Mingzhi didn't have any requirements on this point. "Then it's better to do it today than today, Mr. Su?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "To be honest with you, Mr. Su, I have already asked someone to make the company's signboard." As he spoke, Lu Chen called Xiao Hu and took out the sign. The sign was a white plaque with the 7 big characters "Awesome Rental Company" clearly written on it. Wow, he finished putting up the sign without saying a word. "Okay, just hang it like this." "No problem." Lu Chen waved his hand, and Xiao Hu quickly hung the sign at the door. "By the way, Mr. Su, you see the company has been established. When will the source of cars be in place?" "Car source?" Su Mingzhi calculated the time and thought that the system should be refreshed tomorrow. He would check again then. If that doesn't work, then put the Pagani Huayra into the company. "Tomorrow, I'll give you an answer tomorrow." "No problem." Lu Chen nodded. "Mr. Su, I have another request." "Tell me about it." "I want to take a picture of you and the Pagani Huayra together for a promotional photo." "What do you think?" "How? A little bit worse than and?" Why did Su Mingzhi set up a leasing company? Wasn't it to find a better excuse? If his identity were to be exposed, even if he had 10 mouths, he wouldn't know how to explain himself. You can take pictures of cars, but forget about people. You should understand what I mean, right? Lu Chen nodded quickly. "I understand, Mr. Su, don't worry, of course I understand. Mr. Su wants to keep a low profile." You think too much. I'm just worried that I can't explain the source of my wealth. Oh, there is one more thing I want to remind you of. If anyone asks you who the boss of the company is in the future, just say it's you and I'm just an ordinary employee, okay? Su Mingzhi said seriously. Lu Chen? He is the boss and Su Mingzhi is the employee? Su Mingzhi's words confused Lu Chen. Other bosses can't wait to tell everyone how many companies they have opened. How much wealth you have in your hands. But what about Su Mingzhi? He is obviously very rich, but he is too low-key. But Lu Chen just thought about it and didn't say it out loud, because Su Mingzhi was the boss after all. I understand everything. During the time when Su Mingzhi was busy running the leasing company, the entire Lingjiang financial community was in an uproar. What was the intention of the Minister of Investment of Cathay Financial to make a scene at the meeting? Where does the stench come from, and how does it go away? Shocked. Kong Ziyuan actually collapsed. The entire network was in an uproar. Kong Ziyuan's name spread throughout the Lingjiang financial circle in an instant. Then something even more confusing happened. Some photos of the financial conference came out from somewhere. Looking at the photos, the security guards were frothing at the mouth due to the smoke and bending over to vomit. Everyone was stunned. Is Kong Ziyuan truly a walking biological weapon? Wow, this is amazing. He didn't even collapse at the conference, he's too strong. Cathay Financial is so awesome that they actually hired someone like this as their investment director. This is a huge disgrace to Cathay Financial. Ha 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 ha. Cathay Financial, President's Office. Kong Ziyuan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with trepidation. Zhang Jun. The president of Cathay Financial and also the largest shareholder behind it. Kong Ziyuan, what's wrong with you? Why did you lose control at that moment? If you really couldn't hold it anymore, why didn't you go to the bathroom? How could you collapse so easily? Zhang Jun clenched his teeth and stared at Kong Ziyuan. Although the financial conference is said to be important, it is actually not that important. It's not important, but it's also important. Because all those attending are well-known figures in Lingjiang financial circle, or will be well-known figures in the future. But Kong Ziyuan is different. On such an important occasion, he just couldn't hold himself together and made a huge joke. Mr. Zhang, please listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. As he spoke, Kong Ziyuan walked towards Zhang Jun. Stop. Kong Ziyuan, step back and don't come near me. Just talk near the door. Zhang Jun quickly stopped him. Boss Zhang, please believe me, I'm not broken. I've already hit someone like this, how could I hold back? Kong Ziyuan was about to cry. Did he collapse? No. He really didn't collapse. But for some reason, the moment he stepped onto the podium, a foul odor began to emanate from his body. Until now, he still doesn't understand what's going on. You said you didn't collapse? Then tell me what happened. What was that smell? Zhang Jun said. Mr. Zhang, I was wondering too. I don't know what's going on. As soon as I stepped onto the podium, I began to smell bad and I didn't know what was going on, Kong Ziyuan said seriously. Looking at Kong Ziyuan's serious expression, Zhang Jun hesitated. Could it be that it really isn't Kong Ziyuan's problem? But if it wasn't him, what would have happened? Kong Ziyuan, think about it, is there anything strange? Kong Ziyuan thought about it seriously and said, it really is. When I first entered the venue, I exchanged a few words with Lin Xiaoxiao from Haizong. It must be Lin Xiaoxiao's doing. Lin Xiaoxiao? Bullshit. When Kong Ziyuan was giving a speech, Lin Xiaoxiao was sitting at the back. What was she doing? Okay, Kong Ziyuan, you haven't had a vacation for a long time. I'll take this opportunity to give you a few days off. You can come back to work after a while. Mr. Zhang, This matter is settled. Kong Ziyuan's face turned pale. He knew that his position as investment director had come to an end. Chapter 39 Skill, Driving a Ferrari with One Hand. The next day, as soon as Su Mingzhi opened his eyes, he was ecstatic. The God-level instant kill system is now available. The original price of the Ferrari series of cars 10 cars is 68 million yuan, and the flash sale price is 8.8 yuan. The original price of the Porsche series of cars 10 cars is 51.54 million yuan, and the flash sale price is 8.8 yuan. The original price of the BMW series cars 10 cars is 24.82 million yuan, and the flash sale price is 8.8 yuan. Ferrari, Porsche, BMW. When offered the same flash sale price, Su Mingzhi chose the Ferrari without hesitation. Su Mingzhi is no stranger to Ferrari, which, like Pagani, is also one of the world's top supercar brands. And this time, 10 cars were bought at once. Do you want to buy it? One word, buy. Su Mingzhi placed the order without hesitation. The price of 8.8 yuan is not worth mentioning at all for Su Mingzhi today. Even if he collected rent casually, it would be more than this amount. Ding! Congratulations to the user for placing an order successfully. The order is being processed. The order has been processed and the Ferrari series cars are parked in Zhengda Mall. The client owns more than 10 luxury cars. Bonus skill, driving a Ferrari with one hand. Skill, driving a Ferrari one-handedly. Trigger conditions, the car must be a Ferrari and must be driven with one hand. Trigger effect, when a customer drives a Ferrari with one hand, his driving skills are automatically upgraded to master level. Poochie. Looking at the skill introduction, Su Mingzhi couldn't help but laughed out loud. Driving a Ferrari with one hand has always been a joke on the internet. But the system seems to have turned it into a skill. At this moment, Su Mingzhi even wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly directly to Zhengda Plaza to experience the feeling of driving a Ferrari one-handed. Mom, I have to go out for something and won't be back for lunch. After saying hello to Fu Xiaowan, Su Mingzhi rushed out. Zhengda Plaza is located in the center of Linjiang City. The square is usually quite busy, but today, the entire square was packed with people. The reason is simple, because there are 10 brand new Ferraris parked in Zhengda Plaza, ranging from the latest models to classic collectibles. Wow, this is a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta? This car must be from decades ago, right? That's right. Shouldn't cars like this be placed in museums? I don't know who is so bold as to leave it in the square like this. What if it gets scratched? Do you think this could be the car of Mr. Xiao from the Habang Group? I heard that Mr. Xiao loves cars like his life, and he particularly likes Ferrari. Don't mention it, it's very possible. In Linjiang, only young Master Xiao can afford so many Ferraris. Qin Xuan is a famous outdoor anchor in Linjiang, and he is also a wealthy second generation. Because he was a little famous and had a fairly wealthy family, Qin Xuan joined Linjiang's supercar club. When he has nothing to do, he likes to live broadcast supercar racing with his fans, which has attracted a large number of die-hard fans for him. Today, Qin Xuan was doing a live broadcast and strolling on the street with his fans. But halfway through the journey, he received news that there were 10 Ferraris parked in Zhengda Plaza. And there is also a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta among them. Others may not know what the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta represents, but as a member of the supercar club, Qin Xuan understands it. This is a Ferrari from 1949, the first true Ferrari. Only 25 were produced that year, and even fewer are still in existence. Just this one car is worth tens of millions. Without any hesitation, he went straight to Zhengda Plaza. As soon as he got off the bus, he saw the square was packed with people. Qin Xuan knew that this matter could not be false. Mr. Xiao is really something. He put the car on display without even notifying us in advance. In Qin Xuan's opinion, these cars are definitely Xiao Yu's without exception. Because in the entire Linjiang, only Xiao Yu, who loves cars like his life, can take out 10 Ferraris at once. Brother Meng, I will take you to see Mr. Zhao's world-renowned luxury car now. Qin Xuan held up his selfie stick and struggled to separate the crowd. The next second, a row of fiery red luxury cars appeared in front of him. Ferrari 812, Ferrari 488, Ferrari Enzo. The most eye-catching one among them is a classic convertible, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. It has a simple appearance and elegant body. It is about 3.8 meters long and weighs only 650 kilograms. It adopts a two-seater convertible design. The V12 engine can still provide it with about 140 horsepower, and the top speed of this car can reach 220 kilometers per hour. 666, the host is not lying to me, there really is a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. What is limited edition? What is out of print? This is out of print. For 88 is just a little brother in front of him. Brother Qin, can you touch it for us? The popularity of Qin Xuan's live broadcast room continued to rise with the appearance of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. In just a few minutes, the heat value soared more than 10 times from 80,000 to 1.13 million. The price of gifts is also rising rapidly. Don't worry, brothers. Master Xiao hasn't come yet. When he gets here, don't even think about touching me. I'll have to show you how high and low I can go. Qin Xuan said, suppressing his excitement. As a rich second generation, Qin Xuan is not as bad as he is portrayed in novels and TV dramas. Among the rich second generation, there are some playboys, but not many. Although he really wanted to open the car door right now and drive the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta for a spin. But, after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He wouldn't make any decisions without Xiao Yu's consent. Looking at the surging crowd around, Qin Xuan took the initiative to step forward and help maintain the cars. Everyone, these cars belong to young Master Xiao. You can take pictures, but don't touch them. If they are scratched, neither you nor I can afford to pay for it. Wow, host, these cars are actually Mr. Zhao's? Asked a good-looking woman in the crowd. Qin Xuan smiled like a woman holding back and said, of course, Xiao Xiao and I are in the same supercar club. In the whole Linjiang, besides Xiao Xiao, who else can take out 10 Ferraris at once? So how much does this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta cost? Well, the price of this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta is secondary. The most important thing is its identity. Only 25 Ferrari 166mm Barchettas of the 1949 model were released worldwide. The number of those in existence today can be counted on one hand. Which one is better, it or the Pagani Huayra? Pagani Huayra is just a younger brother in front of the Ferrari 166. At this point, Qin Chuan suddenly understood why Xiaoyu parked the car in the square. He must have felt that the Pagani Huayra was too popular recently, so he took out his best-kept car to steal the show. Is Pagani Huayra a younger brother? Hiss. Without exception, everyone gasped. Chapter 40. Friend, can I touch this car? Su Mingzhi first sent Lin Xiaoxiao to the company, took the time to call Lu Chen on the way, and then went straight to Zhengda Plaza. Then Su Mingzhi stood there in a daze. The entire Zhengda Plaza was packed with people. Oh my god, the owner of the Pagani Huayra is here. What's the Pagani Huayra doing here? Could it be that he's also here to see the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta? Didn't you hear what young Master Qin said just now? The value of this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta is much higher than that of the Pagani. As soon as he opened the car door, Su Mingzhi heard a lot of people talking around him, and the subject of their discussion was his Ferrari. Excuse me. Su Mingzhi smiled slightly, pushed through the crowd and walked towards the center, and soon came to the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Sir, do you also like this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta? Qin Chuan hurriedly came forward. If he were an ordinary person, he certainly wouldn't be so polite, but when he knew that Su Mingzhi was the owner of the Pagani, he couldn't help but be a little polite. Pagani is also the world's top supercar. Those who can afford Pagani are not ordinary people. Yeah, I really like it. Su Mingzhi nodded and said, there is a sense of classical beauty in this car. That's it. Qin Chuan smiled proudly and said, this is a Ferrari produced in 1949. It is also the first real Ferrari. Only 25 were produced that year. I'm afraid the number of them in existence now can be counted on one hand. Excuse me, although your Pagani is good, it is far inferior to this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. One is the number of hands? Isn't that a out of print among out of print ones? A bright smile appeared on Su Mingzhi's face. Then I have to try. As he spoke, Su Mingzhi touched it a few times in front of everyone. Suddenly, the whole place was silent. Sir, you can look but you can't touch. Qin Chuan shouted loudly with a frown. This is Mr. Xiao's car. If someone damages it, whose car will it belong to? If it were just about money, then it would be fine. The point is that some things cannot be bought with money. The paint materials used on the two Ferrari 166mm Barchettas in front of you have long been discontinued. If it gets scratched, there's nowhere to fix it. Really? Su Mingzhi shrugged and knocked hard on the hood of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. This scene scared the spectators around so much that they gasped. Bang bang bang, it's my own car, why can't I touch it? Su Mingzhi asked with a smile. Your own car? Are you kidding? Qin Chuan sneered at Su Mingzhi's words. It is true that Su Mingzhi drives a Pagani, but if you ask who in Lingjiang can afford so many Ferraris, it must be Xiaoyu. Sir, I can tell you responsibly that these cars belong to Mr. Xiao. Qin Chuan said seriously. Mr. Xiao? Su Mingzhi doesn't know any Mr. Xiao. All he knew was that he bought these cars at a steal of 8.8 yuan. He. Su Mingzhi smiled faintly, then reached out and opened the car door. You. Su Mingzhi's sudden action angered Qin Chuan. This was a naked provocation. Sir, I'm warning you again, this is Mr. Zhao's car, if you touch it you will have to bear the consequences. As a result of? What will happen if I hit my own car? Su Mingzhi smiled faintly and sat directly in the driver's seat, his hands still stroking the steering wheel seriously. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that Su Mingzhi would do such a thing. Alas, this guy is in trouble. A middle-aged man next to him shook his head with a wry smile. Everyone in Lingjiang knows that Xiaoyu loves cars like his life. He had once witnessed a rich second-generation man touching Xiaoyu's beloved car. Within 2 days, the company of that rich second-generation man's family went bankrupt. Su Mingzhi can drive a Pagani, which shows that he is very rich. But compared to Xiaoyu, he was still a little bit behind. Xiaoyu is not only rich, but also powerful. Now Su Mingzhi actually dared to touch Xiaoyu's car, which clearly shows that he does not take Xiaoyu seriously. Xiao Yu will definitely not let him go. Young man, just come out. Master Xiao is well known for his love of cars. If he knows you touched his car, he will fight you to the death. Young man, it's better to have less trouble than more. The people who were watching the fun on the side also started to give advice. Boom boom. Suddenly, a huge roar of an engine was heard not far away. Immediately afterwards, a fiery red supercar came running straight towards them like a sharp arrow. Ferrari la Ferrari aperta. Ferrari la Ferrari aperta. Master Xiao has arrived. Sure enough, these Ferraris are all Mr. Zhao's treasures. Crunch. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a sharp scream. The car door opened and a young man around 20 years old walked out. Seeing Xiao Yu, Xin Chuan hurried to greet him. Mr. Xiao, this guy is so bold that he actually dared to touch your beloved car. Xin Chuan pointed at Su Mingzhi and said sternly. My beloved car? It would be great if this was my favorite car. Without caring about Xin Chuan's words, Xiao Yu pushed through the crowd and took 2 steps at a time to get to the center. Then he was stunned. Ferrari 812, Ferrari 488, Ferrari Enzo, Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. There are everything from modern models to classic models, especially the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Xiao Yu almost drooled at the sight of it. This is the first real Ferrari. The value of his collection is immeasurable. If this car were put into the collection circle, it would be worth at least hundreds of millions. Gurgle. Xiao Yu swallowed carefully and walked slowly towards Su Mingzhi. This kid is finished. A faint smile appeared on Xin Chuan's face. Although Xiao Yu looks easygoing, he is a complete lunatic when it comes to cars. In the entire supercar club, not only ordinary members, but also VIP guests, or the president of the supercar club, if anyone touches his car, Xiao Yu guarantees that he will fight to the death with the other party. It is undeniable that Su Mingzhi can afford a Pagani, so he must be wealthy. But money is not everything. Under the burning gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yu came to the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. He trembled all over and looked at Su Mingzhi excitedly. Friend, can I touch this car? Chapter 41. You are my brother, I am your brother. Quiet. Deathly quiet. The moment Xiao Yu said this, the whole scene fell silent in an instant. What did they hear? Xiao Yu actually asked, can he touch it? What is going on? Isn't this car Xiao Yu's? For a moment, everyone, including Xin Chuan, was stunned. They never imagined in their wildest dreams that things would turn out like this. Xiao, Mr. Xiao, this car is not yours? Xin Chuan was the first to come back to his senses. He looked at Xiao Yu with a dull look, his eyes full of surprise. Of course not. Xiao Yu shook his head and said, if this car was mine, do you think I would abandon it in Zhengda Plaza? Dang dang. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xin Chuan's body involuntarily took 2 steps back. Yes, everyone knows that Xiao Yu loves cars, and he would put his beloved car in the square like this. This car doesn't belong to Xiao Yu, so could it be that its owner is? When he thought of what he had just done, his face instantly turned red as if it was burning. Aye. Xin Chuan opened his mouth wide. He wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say anything. On the other hand, Xiao Yu didn't care about Xin Chuan at all. At this moment, the only thing in his eyes was this rare Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Friend, can I touch it? Xiao Yu asked. Of course. Su Mingzhi smiled slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Yu stretched out his right hand and slowly approached the quaint body of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Yu's face was pressed against the body of the car. Who? The entire scene was in complete silence, with only the sound of Xiao Yu's heavy breathing. In Xiao Yu's world, nothing else matters, the car is his life. In some ways, it is even more important than women. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After several minutes, Xiao Yu's trembling body finally calmed down. Ha! Xiao Yu let out a long sigh, stared at Su Mingzhi, and said, from today on, you are my brother. He didn't say this out of emotion. It is the result of careful consideration. The Ferrari 166mm Barchetta is no ordinary supercar. Only 25 cars of this type were produced that year, and now each one is a precious antique cultural relic. Without exception, these luxury cars are in the hands of some world giants. Although Xiao Yu is a rich second generation, he is not stupid. Since he was a child, he understood that there are always people better than you. The identity of a person who can own a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta cannot be simple. Being brothers with him, not only will he not lose anything, he might even make a lot of money. Su Mingjie. Su Mingjie couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he suddenly gained a brother for no reason. However, he did not refuse. He could see that Xiaoyu was quite powerful in Lingjiang, and it seemed not bad to have such a brother. Excuse me. Just when Su Mingjie was about to agree, a familiar voice came into Su Mingjie's ears. When I looked over at the sound, I saw Lu Chen, the general manager of the awesome leasing company, squeezing in. He first glanced excitedly at the Ferraris around him, then looked at Su Mingjie. Mr. Su, are these cars listed as rental vehicles for our company? Yeah. Su Mingjie nodded. The car is certainly awesome, but if you can't cash it in, it will be meaningless. I understand. Lu Chen nodded, took out his cell phone and started taking pictures. Lease? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiaoyu was stunned on the spot. What did he hear? Su Mingjie actually planned to rent out these cars. He is crazy. Brother, you are my brother, are you crazy? You want to rent out these cars? Xiaoyu roared like crazy. If someone has a luxury car, they have to take good care of it for fear that it might get bumped or scratched. But what about Su Mingjie? He seemed to have no awareness of this at all. He actually wanted to rent out all these cars. It would be fine if they were mass-produced models, but among these 10 cars, many are limited edition models. For example, Ferrari Enzo, Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Do these cars have to be rented out too? Of course. Su Mingjie shrugged and smiled faintly. As for cars, one person can only drive one. I have a Pagani, which is enough. Why don't I rent out the others and keep them? Pagani? Xiaoyu had already thought about it in his mind, and then he looked at the Pagani parked on the side of the road, and then at Su Mingjie. Gulila Xiaoyu swallowed his saliva and said, Brother, is that Pagani yours too? Well, what's the problem? No problem at all. From today on, you are my brother and I am your brother. Xiaoyu said. A Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was already enough to surprise him, but now a Pagani where pops up. Who can own two of the world's top luxury cars? Either they are tycoons from abroad or they are powerful people from top wealthy families in Yanjing. Brother becomes younger brother. Su Mingjie had even less reason to refuse. Su Mingjie responded lightly. Xiaoyu was immediately overjoyed. Brother, where did you get such a great car? How much did it cost? Is it awesome? Facing the compliment from the rich second generation, Su Mingjie smiled faintly and said, It's okay, but not that awesome. As for how much did it cost? I didn't spend any money, they were all given to me by others. Was it given to you by someone else? This simple sentence exploded in Xiaoyu's mind like thunder. Whether it is the Pagani Huayra or the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, they are both world-class luxury cars, and each car is worth more than 500 million yuan. Who can give away such a luxury car? Who could be given such a luxury car? At this moment, Su Mingjie's status in Xiaoyu's heart became increasingly prominent. Brother, can you rent these cars to me? Xiaoyu's heart was burning, and he looked at Su Mingjie with burning eyes. Renting, actually it's not impossible to rent. Mr. Lu? Su Mingjie looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was sweating profusely. Mr. Su, I came here in a hurry and forgot to bring the lease contract with me. If Mr. Xiao wants to rent a car, he has to go to the company with us to go through the formalities. Mr. Xiao? Let's do it. I don't have anything to do anyway. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyu nodded immediately. Whatever it is for, these 10 Ferraris. Just for Su Mingjie's identity, he had to go on this trip. Okay then. Su Mingjie nodded, then looked at Qin Chuan with a smile on his face. I just said this car is mine, right? Qin Chuan's body shook violently and he almost fell to the ground. Chapter 42. What is it like to drive a Ferrari with one hand? Looking at the man in front of him, whom even Xiaoyu had to call brother, Qin Chuan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Who is Xiao Wu? A well-known rich second generation in Lingjiang City. How could his identity be simple if even he was willing to call him brother? Now he just wanted Su Mingjie to fart and let him go. Brother Lang, what's going on? Xiaoyu frowned and asked. It's nothing. There was a small misunderstanding just now. This brother thinks this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta can't be mine. Su Mingzhi smiled. Qin Chuan. Xiao, Mr. Xiao. Is what Brother Lang said true? Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. I didn't know that all the cars parked here belong to Brother Lang. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Brother Lang. Xiao Yu said sternly. Kneeling down at the slightest disagreement? This is indeed the behavior of a playboy. Su Mingzhi couldn't help but twitch his lips and said, forget it, it's not a big deal anyway, just let it go. Qin Chuan? Just let it go like that? Qin Chuan was overjoyed for a moment. Thank you, Brother Lang. From now on, you are my brother and I am your brother. Brother Lang, please tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Su Mingzhi nodded and said, that's great. Call a few people to drive all the cars and go to the company with me to register. No problem. Without any hesitation, Qin Chuan nodded immediately, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed the number. 10 minutes later, a group of young men in suits came over. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Qin. This is Brother Lang. Qin Chuan added at the right time. Hello, Mr. Su. Everyone greeted Su Mingzhi. What are these? They are all members of our supercar club. Their driving skills are impeccable. Just hand the car over to them and I guarantee it won't get bumped or scratched. Qin Chuan said. Okay. Let's go. Su Mingzhi nodded and said. As he spoke, Su Mingzhi took out a handful of keys from his pocket and distributed them to everyone. Although I already knew that these cars belonged to Su Mingzhi. But they were still shocked when Su Mingzhi took out a bunch of keys from his pocket. Gurgle. Xiao Yu swallowed carefully and said, Brother Lang, can I drive this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta? No. Why? Because I want to drive this car. Su Mingzhi said with a smile. As the owner of the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand, Su Mingzhi can't wait to try it out. As he spoke, Su Mingzhi started the engine of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta without waiting for Xiao Yu to speak. Buzz. Slowly step on the accelerator, and the V12 engine equipped with the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta instantly lets out a huge roar. This world-class luxury car, produced in 1949, began to slowly move its body. Gurgle. Xiao Yu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and quickly called out to Qin Chuan, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and catch up. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Chuan to react, he quickly drove the Ferrari to catch up. He held the steering wheel with his left hand, leaned his right hand on the car frame, and had a faint smile on his face. Su Mingzhi was speeding along the bustling streets of Lingjiang. Wow, what kind of car is this? It looks awesome. Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, this is actually the legendary Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Wow, the guy driving the car is so handsome. It would be great if I could be his girlfriend. Driving a Ferrari with one hand, this is the legendary one-handed driving of a Ferrari. I want to take a picture and post it online. What is it like to drive a Ferrari one-handedly? No matter where you go or drive, it will cause exclamations. As soon as the car stops, countless girls in short skirts and good looks will surround Su Mingzhi and ask for his WeChat. How to say it? This feeling is quite refreshing. And this is not the coolest part. The most exciting thing is the master-level driving skills supported by the driving a Ferrari with one-hand skill. Originally, Su Mingzhi was just a rookie who had just got his driver's license. However, with the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand, Su Mingzhi's driving skills directly broke through to the master level. Even on the busiest streets of Lingjiang, one can feel at home. Advancing left and right, the whole process was smooth as flowing water, without any delay at all. If Su Mingzhi wasn't worried about causing a car accident, he would have wanted to drift on the spot. Xiao Yu drove the Ferrari Aperta and followed Su Mingzhi closely. But at the beginning Xiao Yu could still keep up, but gradually, Xiao Yu felt that he could not keep up. After 10 minutes or so, the distance between him and Su Mingzhi was actually left behind by 200 or 300 meters. This is almost impossible. Although the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta is very awesome, as a car produced in 1949, its maximum horsepower is only 140. His greatest value lies not in speed but in collection value. The Ferrari Aperta he is driving now is a flagship super sports car launched by Ferrari. It uses a HY Kurs hybrid system and a 6.3-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine, which can output a maximum power of 588 kilowatts. The electric motor independently outputs 120 kilowatts of power, making the LaFerrari's combined output power up to 708 kilowatts, providing a total effective horsepower of up to 963, making it the most powerful Ferrari ever. But even so, Xiaoyu still couldn't catch up with Su Mingzhi, and was instead left further and further behind by Su Mingzhi. Even though his horsepower far exceeded Su Mingzhi's, he was still left behind by Su Mingzhi. There is only one explanation in this case. That is, Su Mingzhi's driving skills are better than his. As a VIP member of the supercar club, Xiaoyu didn't dare to brag about other aspects, but when it came to driving a supercar, he was really not afraid of anyone. He was even able to arm wrestle 2 professional drivers in the club. But now, he is being left further and further behind by Su Mingzhi. Sure enough, Su Mingzhi is definitely not an ordinary person, otherwise, he would not be able to own so many limited edition supercars. It is even more impossible to possess such top-notch driving skills. At this moment, Xiaoyu became more and more certain of Su Mingzhi's identity. He was definitely a descendant of a noble family. Restraining the excitement in his heart, Xiaoyu lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta increased significantly. Chapter 43 Smile. You still don't believe it, do you? Come here, break his legs first. The few security guards couldn't afford to offend the eldest son of Genoa, so they could only take out the batons on their waists and surround Zhang Yi. Okay, let me make a call. Zhang Yi took out his mobile phone calmly. Call? Okay, don't do anything yet. I want to see who he can call. Are you scared and going to call the police? Jin Wenchuan laughed. He didn't think Zhang Yi could call any big shot. Zhang Yi didn't say much and directly dialed Dai Hongyi's number. After the call was connected, the voice on the other end of the phone was very respectful. Mr. Zhang, you've arrived, right? I'll be down to pick you up right away. I'm here, but I'm surrounded by security guards. They said they would break my hands and feet and then throw me out. Zhang Yi said in an extremely calm manner. What? Pa. After hearing this, Dai Hongyi was so excited that he didn't even hold the phone firmly, and dropped it to the ground, breaking into pieces. Dai Hongyi didn't even bother to see what happened to his phone after it was smashed. He was only thinking about whether he could still make calls on the phone. Hello, Mr. Zhang, can you hear me? Kindness. Mr. Zhang, please give me 3 minutes and I will come down to deal with this matter right away. 1 minute. Zhang Yi didn't even give Dai Hongyi a chance to speak and just hung up the phone. Dai Hongyi trotted all the way to the elevator door and pressed buttons frantically. Boss Dai? Why are you in such a hurry? Boss Jean, I'm going to pick up the new boss of our building. What, the Derun building has changed its owner? Jean Dahai did not expect that his media company had been affected by the overall environment recently, and its performance this year had been greatly reduced. He was just about to talk to the owner of the building to discuss this year's rent and see if it could be reduced, but then a new owner suddenly appeared. Jean Dahai thought to himself that he must make a good impression on the new landlord. Maybe if they got along well, the rent reduction would be agreed upon. By the way, Mr. Jean, what are you doing? I was just about to come find you. Isn't it about the thing I told you last time? Dai Hongyi patted his forehead and said, Oh, look at me. The new CEO is here today, and I'm only busy with this matter. CEO Jean, it's not that I won't do it for you, but you should wait for this matter. Jean Dahai could only nod. Although Dai Hongyi was not the real boss of Derun, he did not dare to offend the little devil. Lian smiled and whispered, Boss Dai, how about I go with you to greet this new boss? Okay. Dai Hongyi was thinking about picking up Zhang Yi. He could clearly hear from the phone call just now that Mr. Zhang's tone was wrong, as if he was angry. If those working below really offend this great god, they will be finished. According to the information, Mr. Zhang is young and promising, and people like him are always decisive and efficient in doing things. Wouldn't it only take a few minutes to fire a small manager like myself? Dai Hongyi was wiping the cold sweat off his forehead while keeping his eyes on the elevator buttons. His heart was beating fast and he wished he could get down to the first floor as soon as possible. Ding dong! The elevator opened, Dai Hongyi rushed out like a gust of wind, and Jean Dahai followed him out angrily. Stop! Dai Hongyi saw from a distance that Zhang Yi was surrounded by several security guards. Jin Wenchuan saw Dai Hongyi and his father coming out of the elevator in a hurry, so he greeted them with a smile and said, Manager Dai, can anyone enter our building now? This rag picker. Dai Hongyi didn't even look at Jin Wenchuan, who was talking to him. He trotted to the back of the crowd, pushed away the security guards, and stood in front of Zhang Yi, panting. Mr. Zhang, are you okay? Zhang Yi glanced at Dai Hongyi and his face darkened. Are you Dai Hongyi? Yes, it was my subordinate. Ha, Mr. Zhang, it's all my fault. I didn't explain it clearly to these people. Please calm down first. I will deal with them properly later. At this time, people around also gathered around, and were dumbfounded when they saw Dai Hongyi being so servile in front of Zhang Yi, a rag picker. Mr. Dai, is this the new boss you just mentioned? Jin Dahai walked up and asked with a smile on his face. Dad, what are you talking about? What boss? He's just a rag picker. Jin Wenchuan was just being ignored by Dai Hongyi and was feeling unhappy. Seeing his father saying that again, he stepped forward and pointed at Zhang Yi and said disdainfully, he actually dared to insult my girlfriend in public just now. I was about to break his legs. Shut up. Jin Dahai saw Dai Hongyi's expression turn angry, so he walked up to his son and slapped him hard. Dad? Why did you hit me? Beating you is not a light punishment for me. I will also break Mr. Zhang's legs. I think your legs should be broken first. After saying this, Jin Dahai walked in front of Zhang Yi. He bowed 90 degrees to Zhang Yi. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. My son just acted ignorantly. I just spoiled him. If you don't feel relieved by this, how about you slap him a few more times? Zhang Yi was still very angry at first, but when he saw that Jin Dahai was able to save face for himself and teach his son a lesson in front of so many people, he didn't want to care about it anymore. Boss Shang, look at these people. Should I fire them now? Dai Hongyi pointed at the security guards who were about to beat Zhang Yi. Forget it. These people are also protecting the interests of the owners, so there is nothing wrong with that. However, Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said, then let's deduct 1 month's salary from them. When the security guards heard that they were not fired but only had their wages deducted, they hurried forward to apologize to Zhang Yi and expressed their gratitude. Boss Shang, now, come with me and I will report some specific work to you? Zhang Yi nodded towards Dai Hongyi. As he walked past Zhuang Yutong, he glanced at the woman he had pursued so hard and said calmly, looking back now, your original choice was correct. At least, it made me see you clearly. Thank you. As he spoke, Zhang Yi walked towards the elevator surrounded by Dai Hongyi, Jin Dahai, and a group of building staff. Who is he? Zhuang Yutong stared blankly at Zhang Yi's back. Jin Wenchuan had not yet recovered from the slap he had just received. My own father actually beat me in public. Just wait for me. You're just the boss of D-Run Building. What's so great about that? What? You said D-Run Building is his? Zhuang Yutong never dreamed that Zhang Yi was the same person as the owner of this building. Don't worry, dear. I will be richer than him one day. Jin Wenchuan said this and put his arm around Zhuang Yutong's waist. Take your hands off me. You are just a useless thing, look at others. Zhuang Yutong said as she chased after him. She now believed that what she had seen in Longhu Villa was real. This Zhang Yi was not only a second-generation rich man, he was the richest man in the entire Binhai city. Who can receive such high treatment in Longhu Villa? What does it mean to own the entire D-Run building? What kind of identity does it take to drive a limited edition car worth tens of millions? No need to think, this is the biggest treasure. How could I have been so wrong? Zhuang Yutong wanted to slap herself a few times. She was about to run over, but she saw a can that had just been thrown next to the trash can. She picked it up immediately. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, I have some cans here, please wait for me. Jin Wenchuan watched Zhuang Yutong chasing into the elevator waving a can in her hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Until this moment, he still couldn't understand why a man who looked like a rag picker became the owner of the entire building. And why did his woman pick up a can thrown by someone else and chase after this man? In the end, what kind of person is he? Chapter 44, a luxury car worth $500 million, one more car. The girls are all very beautiful. They all have fair skin, beautiful faces and long legs. If we only talk about figure and appearance, she is probably not inferior to some second-tier celebrities. Of course, these days, to make your debut you not only need good looks, you also need resources and background. Therefore, many girls choose to become escorts, hoping to meet some upper-class people with status and background. If the boss takes a fancy to me, maybe I can rise to the top and become a phoenix. The charming woman said a few words to Qin Chuan, then turned and left. But those girls were scattered around the crowd. Sitting next to Su Mingjie was a plump woman who was about 27 or 28 years old. She was pretty, with an oval face, a high-nose bridge, and a standard internet celebrity face. She seemed to be quite skilled in her job. As soon as she landed, she started to make a move on Su Mingjie. Su Mingjie is not a virgin. Over the years, he has had 2 girlfriends. But it was the first time for him to be touched in front of so many people, so Su Mingjie was so stiff that he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, there were a few experienced drivers leading the way. Under Qin Chuan's organization, everyone started playing games. The game is simple, just rolling dice and drinking. But in this way, the atmosphere is not so awkward. After having a good meal and a good drink, Li Hongwei hugged the girl and left early. Before leaving, he gave Su Mingjie a look that said you know. Afterwards, Xia Pengcheng and Xiaoyu also left one after another. Su Mingjie and Qin Chuan were the only ones left in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Ahem, Brother Lang, how about I take you to your room? As if he had noticed Su Mingjie's behavior, Qin Chuan hurried over and said. Good. Without any hesitation, Su Mingjie nodded immediately. In such occasions, Su Mingjie always felt a little embarrassed. Soon, Qin Chuan brought Su Mingjie to the hotel room. Brother Lang, don't worry, the room is well soundproofed. Su Mingjie. After Qin Chuan left, the atmosphere became quiet again. How to say it? Su. With just one glance, she could tell that this was Su Mingjie's first time out to play. He is of extraordinary status, very wealthy, and is out having fun for the first time. Such customers are precious resources for their industry. If she is lucky, maybe she can escape from her peripheral status and become a wealthy wife. I must seize this opportunity. Zhou Min silently cheered himself up in his heart. First? Is it that obvious? Su Mingjie's face flashed with embarrassment, and he said, I guess so. A hint of joy flashed in Zhou Min's eyes. Mr. Su, there's no need to be nervous. We can just chat like friends first. Su Mingjie thought for a moment and said, that's fine. By the way, what's your name? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mingjie seemed to have thought of something and quickly added, if you can't tell me, then just pretend I didn't ask. Actually, there's nothing to hide. My name is Zhou Min, and Mr. Su can just call me Amin. Su Mingjie nodded, have you always been doing this? Not really. Actually, I am a model and dance teacher. While chatting, Zhou Min went into the bathroom. Are you excited? To be honest, Su Mingjie was only a little excited. After all, Zhou Min is not bad looking and speaks nicely. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, the cell phone in Su Mingjie's pocket rang. When I took it out and looked at it, the caller ID showed it was Lin Xiaoxiao's number. Hello? What's up? Where are you? What happened to Rongtai restaurant discussing business? That's perfect. You can bring your family members to the department's team building tonight. The location is Rongtai restaurant. Wait here. I'll be there soon. Su Mingjie? What's going on? The financial company in Haizong is having a dinner party tonight, and the address is set at Rongtai restaurant? Are you kidding me? Hearing this, Su Mingjie was stunned. Originally he was ready to decide the outcome immediately, but Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly gave him this trick. If Lin Xiaoxiao saw this, I wouldn't be able to explain it even if I had 10 mouths. No, I have to run. In just a moment, Su Mingjie made a decision in his heart. Then Su Mingjie turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Mr. Su, do you want to take a shower? A moment later, Zhou Min pushed the door open while wiping his hair with a towel. Then the next second, she froze in place. Where are the people? Where is Mr. Su? Where is my Mr. Su? Su Mingjie was there 1 second ago, and gone the next. A black commercial vehicle was driving on the street. The car was full of employees from Haichang Financial Investment Department, as today was the day for the department's team building. In the car, a girl in her early 20s was browsing her cell phone. Ferrari 166mm Barchetta suddenly appeared on the street. Where did the luxury car of the century come from? Driving a Ferrari with one hand. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she saw something incredible. Lin. Sister Lin, look at the person in this picture, is he my brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? Su Mingzhi? Lin Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, then glanced at the phone and her eyes widened. This is a photo. In the photo, Su Mingzhi is driving a vintage car with one hand with a bright smile on his face. This guy, why does he drive a vintage car instead of a good Pagani? Lin Xiaoxiao muttered in her heart, but said, it's him. Hiss. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, the girl took a breath and said, Sister Lin, what does my brother-in-law do? How come he is so rich? How come he keeps changing these luxury cars worth 500 million yuan? Lin Xiaoxiao? A luxury car worth 500 million? What's going on? Isn't it just an old car? Even though it's small, can it be worth 500 million? Xiaowei, what do you mean by 500 million? Is this car worth 500 million? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Yeah. The girl named Xiaowei nodded quickly and said, it's said on the internet that this car is called the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, and it's a true supercar produced by Ferrari. Now valued over $8 million. $8 million US dollars, isn't that 500 million? Lin Xiaoxiao's body suddenly stiffened, and she stood there in a daze. She originally thought it was just an old car, but she never expected that this old car was actually worth 500 million. Chapter 45. Do you know who our brother-in-law is? Although Rongtai Hotel is one of the famous star-rated hotels in Linjiang, it is not all high-end. There will still be restaurants in the hotel that are open to ordinary citizens. On the second floor, at the entrance of the cafeteria, a well-mannered man in a suit and glasses is waiting for his prey. His name is Huang Tao, the financial director of Focus Media. He is young and earns $1 million a year. He had a habit of hunting for beauties at the entrance of the restaurant at Rongtai Hotel. Rongtai Hotel is located in the city center, surrounded by many large and small companies. Every time after get off work, countless urban white-collar workers flock to the buffet restaurant of Rongtai Hotel. There are always some top-quality items appearing here. Huang Tao had been observing for more than 10 minutes. There were many good-looking women, but none of them could catch his eye. Shaking his head, Huang Tao prepared to turn around and leave. But the moment he turned around, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure out of the corner of his eye. She was stunningly beautiful, tall, and had fair skin, especially that pair of long legs exposed outside, which made Huang Tao unable to take his eyes away. How does the saying go? He can play with these legs for a year. The prey is found. Huang Tao pushed his glasses, straightened his clothes, put on a smile that he thought was very handsome, and walked straight towards Lin Xiaoxiao. On the second floor of Rongtai Hotel, the buffet restaurant. The dinner venue for Haizong Finance is set here. Lin Xiaoxiao stood at the door and looked around. She didn't see Su Mingzhi, so she followed her colleagues to the cafeteria. But at this moment, a gentle male voice sounded behind him. Please stay, beautiful lady. Would I have the honor of inviting you to lunch? Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head and saw a man about 30 years old. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, a well-tailored suit, and had a faint smile on his face. Overall, he's very handsome. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Lin Xiaoxiao responded politely. She was not naive enough to think that the other party just wanted to invite him to dinner. It is more likely that they want to go a step further. Lin Xiaoxiao has seen this kind of thing many times. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, the young man smiled indifferently and said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Huang Tao. I currently work at Focus Media as the financial director. My purpose today is to make friends with you, Mississippi. I think you won't mind, right? As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards Lin Xiaoxiao. However, Lin Xiaoxiao had no intention of shaking hands with him at all. I do mind. After saying that, without waiting for Huang Tao to react, Lin Xiaoxiao turned around and left. Just being ignored like this? Huang Tao was a little confused. Originally, he thought that as long as he showed his status, even if Lin Xiaoxiao didn't come to him, it would be no problem to have a meal with her. But who would have thought that the facts were completely different from what he thought, and Lin Xiaoxiao ignored him at all? Huang Tao quickly came to his senses and walked to Lin Xiaoxiao. Miss, I sincerely invite you to have lunch with me. You won't even give me this little courtesy, right? Where did this country bumpkin come from? He's just a small financial director, and he wants to treat our sister Xiaoxiao to a meal. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Compared to my brother-in-law, that's far behind. It's just $1 million a year, but you act like you're making a fortune. Is it necessary? Before Lin Xiaoxiao could speak, her colleagues around her had already spoken. They know Focus Media, a large media company with a market value of hundreds of millions. If it were before, a financial director of a large company would still have some status in their eyes. But how does the saying go? There is no harm without comparison. Ever since they saw Su Mingzhi's Pagani Huayra and Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, they felt that the CFO of a listed company was just so-so. Any sports car owned by Su Mingzhi is worth $500 million. Huang Tao. Hearing the slightly sarcastic words from the crowd, Huang Tao's face suddenly turned gloomy. In the past, whenever he mentioned his identity as Focus Media's CFO, people around him would exclaim in surprise. But now, the exclamation turned into ridicule. Huang Tao let out a long breath, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, who is the brother-in-law you are talking about? If you have the ability, let him come to see me." Su Mingzhi at this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been silent, suddenly raised her arms and waved towards the distance. Then, Su Mingzhi rushed over in a hurry. Su Mingzhi took 2 steps at a time and came to Lin Xiaoxiao's side, then said with a smile, "What a lively place. Aren't you all waiting for me?" "No. Of course." Lin Xiaoxiao was about to shake her head, but Fang Xiaowei on the side said first, "Brother-in-law, we won't wait for you. By the way, brother-in-law, you look so handsome driving a Ferrari with one hand." Driving a Ferrari with one hand? Su Mingzhi was slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. "You all know? It's not just us, everyone in the entire Lingjiang should know about it." "Brother-in-law, you don't know yet, someone posted the photo of you driving a Ferrari with one hand on the internet. You have now become the dream lover of countless girls." I am a dedicated person." Just as Su Mingzhi was enjoying everyone's flattery, a harsh voice sounded in his ears. "Ha, it's just a Ferrari, what's there to brag about?" When he turned his head, he saw a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looking at him. Obviously, these words came out of his mouth. "Who are you?" Su Mingzhi half squinted his eyes and looked at Huang Tao. "My name is Huang Tao, the financial director of Focus Media." Huang Tao raised his handsome face and said proudly. Su Mingzhi nodded and said, "So what do you mean by that?" "I just want to tell you that there are always people who are better than you, and a Ferrari is nothing. Besides, we don't even know whether it exists or not." Huang Tao sneered. "Anyway, bragging doesn't cost tax, so anyone can do it these days. God knows whether what Su Mingzhi said is true. Don't believe it? Easy." Su Mingzhi turned his head and looked at Fang Xiaowei. "Xiaowei, show him the photo." "Okay." Fang Xiaowei nodded, quickly took out her cell phone from her pocket, found the picture, and placed it in front of Huang Tao. In the photo, Su Mingzhi is smiling and driving a vintage Ferrari with one hand. Huang Tao. I looked at the person in the photo, and then looked at Su Mingzhi. It was really Su Mingzhi. "Oh, you sold a Ferrari, what else do you have?" "There are still 9 Ferraris?" Su Mingzhi said with a smile. 9 more? Hearing this, Huang Tao couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ha, brother, you are so bold to say that you want 10 Ferraris. Do you think you are young Master Xiao? In the whole Lingjiang, only young Master Xiao can take out 10 Ferraris in one go." "Xiao Yu? I have all the car models he has, and I also have the ones he doesn't have." Su Mingzhi said with a smile. Chapter 46. Su Mingzhi, my little brother is Xiao Yu. Quiet. Deathly quiet. As soon as Su Mingzhi finished speaking, Huang Tao suddenly stopped talking. He could hardly believe his ears. He has the car models that Xiao Xiao has, and he also has the car models that Xiao Xiao doesn't have. But it's really bold to say this. After a short silence, Huang Tao suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha, kid, you actually dare to look down on young Master Xiao. I don't care who you are going to be in big trouble. How dare you compete with Master Xiao with your appearance? Do you know who Master Xiao is? Mr. Xiao is the eldest son of the Habang Group. Do you know Habang Group? It's a well-known listed company in Lingjiang City. What qualifications do you have to compete with Xiao Xiao?" Click. Hearing Huang Tao's words, Lin Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although she didn't know any Mr. Xiao, from Huang Tao's tone, she knew that Xiao Yu was definitely not a good person. Su Mingzhi. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Su Mingzhi worriedly. "It's okay, I know Xiao Yu, he's my new little brother." Little brother? Wait, Lin Xiaoxiao was a little slow to react. She never expected that Su Mingzhi would say such a thing. Su Mingzhi did not hide anything when he said this. Lin Xiaoxiao heard it, and Huang Tao naturally understood it as well. He burst into laughter. Ha, Su Mingzhi, you are done. You actually dare to say that Xiao Xiao is your little brother. Even if a god comes today, he can't save you. Just wait, I'll call Brother Wei, the owner of Rongtai Hotel, and you're done for today. As he spoke, Huang Tao took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed the number. Soon the call was connected smoothly. Hello, Brother Wei, it's me, Huang Tao. I met a guy in the hotel today. He actually said that Xiao Xiao was his younger brother and that Xiao Xiao was not as good as him. What? Is Xiao Xiao in the hotel now? Okay, I promise to keep an eye on him. Even if he has wings, he can't escape today. After a moment, Huang Tao hung up the phone, and the disdain on his face became even more intense. Boy, are you going to act crazy again? Young Master Xiao is in the hotel now, he will be here soon. I want to see you die today. Huang Tao said sternly. How to say it? How stupid. Shrugging his shoulders, Su Mingzhi put his arm around Lin Xiaoxiao's soft waist, turned and walked into the restaurant. Ignore. Blatant disregard. This scene made Huang Tao so angry that he stamped his feet. At this moment, he wanted to slap Su Mingzhi in the face so hard that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. But when he thought about Su Mingzhi facing Xiaoyu later, he felt relieved. Let Su Mingzhi be proud for a while now, because later he won't even know how he died. Sister Xiao Xiao, why don't we just leave? I heard that Mr. Xiao is not a good person. Brother-in-law, it's better to have less trouble than more. It's the same if we go to another place to eat. That's right, there's no need for us to bother with this lunatic. After hearing that Xiaoyu was in the hotel, a look of worry flashed across the faces of Lin Xiaoxiao and her colleagues. Lin Xiaoxiao just returned to China and may not know Xiaoyu's name. But as native Lingjiang people, they are very familiar with Xiaoyu's name. A well-known playboy in Lingjiang, he loves cars like his life. Hearing what everyone was saying, a trace of worry flashed across Lin Xiaoxiao's face. She leaned close to Su Mingzhi's ear and whispered, Su Mingzhi, why don't we just run away? This Xiao Xiao sounds like he's not easy to get along with. It's all right. Su Mingzhi waved his hand. But nothing is incredible. Even if we want to leave now, do you think we can leave? Su Mingzhi said with a smile, besides, there is no need for us to leave. Xiaoyu is a customer of our rental company and we have some friendship. Ha! After hearing what Su Mingzhi said, Lin Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. If we have a good relationship, then it will be easy. Otherwise, she wanted to call the police. On the other side, Li Hongwei was furious when he received Huang Tao's call. Everyone knows that he and Xiaoyu are best friends and they are like-minded. But now someone was cursing Xiaoyu in his hotel, and he would make sure that person pay today. Dong dong dong. Li Hongwei knocked on Xiaoyu's door. Soon, Xiaoyu, wrapped casually, came out. Brother Wei, what are you doing? Someone is cursing you behind your back. What? Where is that person? In the hotel. You are so bold that you dare to scold me in our territory. Xiaoyu's face darkened and said, Brother Wei, take me to see who dares to scold me behind my back. Well, call Mr. Su along. Yeah. Xiaoyu nodded and walked straight to Su Mingzhi's room. Dong dong dong. Crack. The door opened, but the person who came out was not Su Mingzhi, but Zhou Min. Where's Brother Lang? Brother Lang is gone. Zhou Min said helplessly. She had already decided to use all sorts of tricks to please Su Mingzhi, looking forward to a chance to become a phoenix. But who would have thought that after she finished taking a shower, Su Mingzhi disappeared? She didn't dare to ask, nor did she dare to leave. She could only wait obediently in the room, hoping that Su Mingzhi would come back. But after waiting for almost half an hour, Su Mingzhi did not come, but Xiaoyu did. Gone? Xiaoyu was slightly stunned, but he didn't think too much about it. He thought that Su Mingzhi might have something wrong. Calling Qin Chuan and Xie Pingyu, under the leadership of Li Hongwei, they quickly rushed to the buffet restaurant on the second floor. A few minutes later, they saw Huang Tao standing at the door. Seeing Xiaoyu and the others, Huang Tao seemed to have found his backbone and hurried to greet them. Master Xiao, Master Li, Master Qin, Master Xie, you are finally here. Huang Tao, let's not waste any more time. What's going on? Xiaoyu asked without any hesitation. Mr. Xiao, you don't know how arrogant that kid was just now. He said that you, Xiao Xiao, are not as good as him, and he also said that you, Xiao Xiao, are his younger brother. Huang Tao quickly recounted what had just happened, adding fuel to the fire. The more he listened, the gloomier Xiao Yu's face became. It is true that he is someone else's younger brother, but that is simply targeting Su Mingzhi. Others are not qualified yet. Where's that kid? He's inside. Huang Tao said, pointing to a handsome figure. It's him. Black sportswear and white casual shoes. No matter how you look at it, this back view seems familiar. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's breathing became rapid. He thought of someone. Su Mingzhi. Isn't this how Su Mingzhi dresses? And coincidentally, Su Mingzhi also disappeared. Look at Su Mingzhi, and then look at the stunningly beautiful Lin Xiaoxiao sitting opposite Su Mingzhi. Xiao Yu suddenly understood something. Chapter 47 Xiao Yu, call me Brother Lang. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yu immediately walked towards Su Mingzhi. Behind him were Li Hongwei, Xie Pingyu, Qin Chuan, and Huang Tao. At this time, Huang Tao was so happy that he couldn't express it in words. Xiao Yu has arrived, and Su Mingzhi is definitely in trouble. Maybe then I could even get a close look at Lin Xiaoxiao's beauty. Thinking of this, Huang Tao's heart became excited. Mr. Xiao, you must not let this kid go. You must teach him a lesson. Huang Tao said in a fawning manner. But the moment he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. As imagined, the scene of Xiao Yu angrily scolding Su Mingzhi did not appear. On the contrary, Xiao Yu walked straight to Su Mingzhi, bowed respectfully, and said, Brother Lang. Boom! Brother Lang, these two words, like thunder, exploded in Huang Tao's mind. Huang Tao just stood there in a daze. What did he hear? Xiao Yu actually called Su Mingzhi brother in front of everyone? He could hardly believe his ears. Is there a person like Su Mingzhi in the upper circles of Lingjiang City? No. Could it be that Xiao Yu made a mistake? Xiao, Mr. Xiao, are you mistaken? Su Mingzhi is just a country bumpkin with a little more money. Huang Tao asked stutteringly. However, what greeted him was a heavy slap from Xiao Yu. Pa! A loud slap rang in everyone's ears. In front of everyone's eyes, Xiao Yu slapped Huang Tao in the face without saying a word. The next second, a clear slap mark appeared on Huang Tao's face. Mr. Xiao. Shut up. Xiao Yu shouted, you can't just call Brother Lang by his name. The wind stopped, the rain stopped. This time, not only Huang Tao was confused. Everyone around was also stunned. They never expected that the dignified Mr. Xiao from Lingjiang would actually call Su Mingzhi brother. What was even more unexpected was that Xiao Yu would actually slap Huang Tao in the face in front of everyone. Brother-in-law is so awesome. The famous Master Xiao from Lingjiang actually calls me brother. Brother-in-law, you have to protect us from now on. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't say anything. She looked at Su Mingzhi and then at Xiao Yu. To be honest, if she hadn't known Su Mingzhi's true identity and his friendship with Xiao Yu in advance, she would have really thought that Su Mingzhi was the famous young master of Lingjiang. But in fact, Su Mingzhi is just an employee of a leasing company. But it's good this way. At least the gap between my status and yours is not too big. There will still be possibilities in the future. Wait, Lin Xiaoxiao, what are you thinking about? What do you mean there will be a possibility in the future? There is absolutely no possibility for you and Su Mingzhi. Lin Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned red and she quickly shook her head, throwing these ridiculous thoughts out of her head. Soon she returned to her cool and aloof look. Su Mingzhi, who is this? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Yu. Sister-in-law, this must be my sister-in-law, right? Hello sister-in-law, my name is Xiao Yu, and I am Brother Lang's new brother. Xiao Yu introduced himself awkwardly. Little brother? For a moment, Lin Xiaoxiao felt speechless. Although Lin Xiaoxiao had heard Su Mingzhi say this before, it was one feeling when she heard it at the time, but now that Xiao Yu admitted it in front of her, it was another feeling altogether. She could tell that Xiao Yu's words came completely from the heart. A small employee of a leasing company actually took the famous Mr. Xiao from Lingjiang as his younger brother. It felt like a dream to see it. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded gently. Sister-in-law, it's too polite for you to call me that. I'm Brother Lang's younger brother, you can just call me Xiao Yu. At this time, Xiao Yu had completely discarded his identity as the eldest son of Lingjiang and turned into a bootlicker. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and looked at Qin Chuan, Li Hongwei and others. Who are these people? Sister-in-law, let me introduce you. This is Li Hongwei, the owner of Rongtai Hotel. He is Xia Pengcheng, the young master of Desham Group. As for Qin Chuan, well, he's just a little rich second generation. Xiao Yu introduced them one by one. Hotel owner, group boss, rich second generation. Each one was more terrifying than the last, and Lin Xiaoxiao's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Several people started to greet him. Hello. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly responded. Fang Xiaowei and others saw the scene, and they were envious again. These people are all well-known young masters in the upper circles of Lingjiang City. Usually they can only see it on the internet or on TV. But today, not only did they see it, but they also saw them scrambling to greet Lin Xiaoxiao. To say they weren't envious would be a lie. But what can we do about it? God is so unfair. Not only did he give her a very high academic degree, but he also gave her a stunningly beautiful face. By the way, Brother Lang, how should this kid be dealt with? Xiao Yu looked at Su Mingzhi. Su Mingzhi glanced at Huang Tao and said, I'll leave it to you. This one sentence made Huang Tao feel like he was falling into an icy cave. He knew Xiao Yu's methods. Once Xiao Yu targeted him, he would not be able to take a single step in Lingjiang. Brother Lang. Huang Tao begged for mercy humbly, almost kneeling on the ground in front of Su Mingzhi. Brother Lang, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real talent. I don't have a little brother like you. The rich second generation are also divided into levels. Rich second generations like Xiao Yu are not bad. Although they are a little spoiled, at least they are sensible. No matter how much you like the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, there is no such thing as forced buying or selling. But Huang Tao is different. If you want to strike up a conversation, then go ahead and strike up a conversation. Why are you stopping anyone? Why did you have to stop Lin Xiaoxiao when you could stop anyone else? Su Mingzhi had no sympathy for Huang Tao. Brother Lang, I understand. Xiao Yu nodded, then turned to look at Li Hongwei. Brother Wei, I remember that you have a good relationship with the boss of Focus Media, right? Li Hongwei nodded and said, I will call him now and ask him to consider changing the financial director. Mr. Xiao. Huang Tao fell to his knees with a plop, and slapped himself repeatedly with his right hand. I was wrong, Mr. Xiao, please give me another chance. The identity of financial director is his last resort. If even this identity is lost, he will be completely finished. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Xiao Yu said coldly. If you have offended someone, there is still room for maneuver. But who made Huang Tao so blind as to offend Su Mingzhi? If he doesn't die, who will die? Mr. Xiao. Roll. Huang Tao really wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, no words came out. Immediately afterwards, Huang Tao got into his BMW 7 Series alone and ran away like a rat crossing the street. Chapter 48. My aunt called. Although Huang Tao escaped in disgrace, the dinner party obviously could not take place after his disturbance. Just imagine looking at a few top second-generation rich people standing in front of you. No matter how brave you are, you can't stand such pressure. What's more, at heart, they are just ordinary office workers. As a result, the dinner had to end hastily. Brother Lang, take care. Don't worry, I will take good care of those 9 Ferraris. Brother Lang, if you need anything from me in Lingjiang, just let me know. I will be at your service without hesitation. Mr. Su, this is Rongtai Hotel's black card. From now on, all your consumption at the hotel will be free. Brother Lang, this is the VIP card of Dynasty KTV. Come and play when you have time. He came empty-handed, but when he left, Su Mingzhi had 2 VIP cards in his pocket. One was given by Li Hongwei, a VIP black card of Rongtai Hotel. The other one was a VIP card of Dynasty KTV given by Qin Chuan. On the way back, Su Mingzhi drove the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta with one hand, and secretly glanced at it several times with his eyes. But she doesn't care about these things now. Her mind was full of questions now. Su Mingzhi, how do you know these people? Didn't I tell you that Xiao Yu is a customer of our rental company? And the others are his friends, so they got to know each other after a few visits. Su Mingzhi shrugged and said with a smile. Fortunately, I had received the vaccination before, otherwise it would be hard to explain. Then why does he call you brother? Is it just because of a few Ferraris? Of course. Su Mingzhi nodded and said, "This man loves cars, just like you women love bags. Xiao Yu loves cars like his life. As long as you have a limited edition Ferrari, I think he would call you dad, not to mention brother." Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. He didn't quite believe what Su Mingzhi said. Isn't it just a car? Who would call someone dad just for a car? You don't believe it? Su Mingzhi raised his eyebrows and asked, as if he had noticed Lin Xiaoxiao. No one with a brain would believe this. Lin Xiaoxiao said unhappily. Then you can search online. Jin Wu's affairs should not be a secret. With doubts, Lin Xiaoxiao took out her mobile phone from her pocket and typed in the 2 words Lingjiang Xiaoyu. What followed was a series of news about Xiaoyu. Shocked, Mr. Xiao loves cars so much that he flew from Lingjiang to London overnight to bid for the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Mr. Xiao spent 20 million to buy the Ferrari Enzo. There were a lot of messages, but they all conveyed one meaning: Xiaoyu is a car fan, especially a Ferrari fan. His love for Ferrari has reached the level of obsession. He's willing to pay anything as long as it's a limited edition Ferrari. Now you know you should believe it, right? Su Mingzhi shrugged and smiled smugly. Lin Xiaoxiao. Although it sounds absurd, Lin Xiaoxiao has to admit that this is the fact. After sending Lin Xiaoxiao back to the Jade community, Su Mingzhi returned to Sunshine City. Just when I was about to go upstairs, I happened to meet Zhang Lei and his wife coming downstairs to walk their dog. When he saw Su Mingzhi, Zhang Lei's body shook violently and he no longer cared about walking the dog or not. He took 2 steps at a time and walked directly to Su Mingzhi's side, then put his right hand on Su Mingzhi's shoulder. "Brother Su, is that you who's driving a Ferrari with one hand on the internet?" Knowing that the photos had been sent to him, Su Mingzhi simply didn't bother to deny it. Zhang Lei reached out and patted Su Mingzhi's shoulder heavily, and said with a smile, "Good boy, you look so handsome driving a Ferrari with one hand, even I almost couldn't control myself." Can't control yourself? Well. Su Mingzhi felt a chill. If Zhang Lei was a beauty, that would be fine. But Zhang Lei is a real man. Brother Lei, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be impulsive. We are all men. Go away, what are you thinking? I just want to ask you where you got this car from and if you can let me drive it. Brother Lei, I just joined a rental company recently. These cars are all company cars. If you want to drive one, I can help you contact them, but you have to pay the rent. How much is the rent? 5,000 a day. Zhang Lei. 5,000 a day. He was almost scared to death. Xiao Su. Brother Su, just pretend I never said anything about this. I will never drive a Ferrari in my lifetime. After saying that, Zhang Lei didn't wait for Su Mingzhi to reply. He picked up the dog leash again and turned and left. Back home. Fu Xiaowan was rolling up her sleeves to wash clothes. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. "Mom, your phone number." Su Mingzhi said to his biological mother Fu Xiaowan. "I'm washing clothes. Can you please look and answer it for me?" Fu Xiaowan said. "It's my aunt." "Then you answer the phone for me and ask her what's going on." "Okay." Fu Xiaowan is the second child in the family. She has an older sister named Fu Meiyu. How to say it? Su Mingzhi actually doesn't have much good feelings towards Fu Meiyu, and even dislikes her a little bit. Fu Meiyu's family is well off. Her husband runs a textile factory. Although they are not wealthy, they are much better off than Su Mingzhi's family. Normally, Fu Meiyu likes to show off. Before she had a baby, she showed off her bags, luxury cars, and so on. Ever since she gave birth to her baby, she likes to show off her baby. From childhood to adulthood, Su Mingzhi has always been the object of comparison in terms of study, work, girlfriend. But Su Mingzhi has no other ability to compare to her except his looks. It's okay once or twice, but if it happens too often, Su Mingzhi will get annoyed. 2 years ago, Su Mingzhi heard that Fu Meiyu's son seemed to have gone to a state-owned enterprise in Yanjing and became a supervisor with an annual salary of 1 million. This time he called, he was probably trying to show off again. But fortunately, I have a system. Want to know how to buy 10 Ferraris for 8.8 yuan in seconds? With a slight smile, Su Mingzhi pressed the answer button. "Hello, Auntie, what can I do for you?" "It's Xiao Su, where's Xiao Wan?" "I'm doing the laundry. You can tell me if you have anything to say." "Oh, it's been a while since we last met. I just wanted to ask how you guys are doing lately." What else can I do? Just keep it the same as before. What about you, Aunt? It's okay. The factory received a big order some time ago. The profit is only a few 100,000. His hundreds of thousands of profits, that's a lot. Fu Meiyun, normally, by the way, Xiaosu, what are you doing recently? Have you found a new job? A real estate agent, same old thing. Xiaosu, listen to your aunt's advice. Real estate sales are not a long-term solution. You need to be more active and stop hanging yourself on a tree. Just like your cousin, he just resigned from a state-owned enterprise in Yanjing some time ago, and as soon as he came back, a company offered him an annual salary of 1 million to poach him. Chapter 49. What experience? Inside a crowded elevator. Mr. Zhang, my name is Xiaolan, and I'm from the Building Management Center. Boss Zhang, I'm Hong Hong, and I'm also from our center. Okay, Mr. Zhang didn't ask your names. Prepare the work on hand later. If Mr. Zhang wants you to report, he will call you. Dai Hongyi smiled and looked at Zhang Yi, saying, Mr. Zhang, these are all people from our center. They are all middle-level backbones. Seeing these people in the management center, he naturally thought of the company where he used to work, his goddess, and Yiroqing, the building manager in charge of a certain floor. She was recognized by the male colleagues on the 13th floor as the most beautiful girl on the floor. However, she was usually cold and icy. After all, she was responsible for the daily management of the floor and always had a stern face. So everyone secretly called her the Ice Beauty. However, in Zhang Yi's opinion, this woman is 100 times more beautiful than Zhuang Yutong even with a stern face. Zhang Yi was thinking about Yiroqing, but he felt a burning gaze coming from behind Jin Dahai. He looked over and found that it was Zhuang Yutong who was peeking at him, and she was holding the can she had just picked up in her hand. Seeing Zhang Yi looking at her, Zhuang Yutong smiled a little embarrassedly, then immediately gave him a wink and said, Mr. Zhang, you, don't look at me like that, I'm really embarrassed. Zhang Yi stared at the can in her hand and asked, do you want more of your can? Everyone was shocked. Ah. Zhuang Yutong laughed dryly a few times. She didn't expect that Zhang Yi was only looking at the waste in her hand. She had no choice but to hand the can in her hand to Zhang Yi. But I can't describe the feeling in my heart. Am I not even as good as a can in his eyes? Zhuang Yutong felt like crying. This feeling of being ignored was simply the biggest mockery to her. Zhang Yi took the can and put it into his pocket. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang is really frugal. I admire you. Dai Hongyi really didn't understand and could only give Zhang Yi a thumbs up for his actions. Mr. Zhang's frugal style really shows his leadership style. The people around also followed suit. Zhang Yi glanced at the people around him, but laughed in his heart, I'm going to exchange it for a lot of money, you know nothing. They soon reached the top floor, and Zhang Yi was accompanied by everyone out of the elevator. Jin Dahai stepped forward, smiling, and said, Boss Zhang, my son really offended me just now. I will teach him a lesson later. To express my apology, I would like to treat you to dinner at the Xingyua Hotel tonight as an apology. I wonder if Boss Zhang can do me the honor. In fact, Zhang Yi no longer cared about what happened just now. Women like Jin Wenchuan and Zhuang Yutong had no influence on him at all. Okay, since Mr. Jin has invited me, I will go. Jin Dahai was overjoyed to see Zhang Yi agreed, and nodded to Zhang Yi repeatedly, when the time comes, I will bring my son Wenchuan to personally apologize to you. Zhang Yi nodded. Jin Dahai hummed a tune and turned away, as if he was as happy as if Zhang Yi had agreed to attend his banquet and he had won 5 million. Dai Hongyi took Zhang Yi to his office. It was really big in one word, big. It was so big that Zhang Yi felt that he could drive his sports car around there without any collision. Zhang Yi listened to Dai Hongyi's report on the overall work of the building, and he also pulled Zhang Yi into the building owners group. The entire building and all the company bosses are in here. Dai Hongyi solemnly introduced himself in the group. Every boss was very respectful, and some even gave out red envelopes as welcome gifts. Zhang Yi is welcome. Just snatch it away. I saw that each red envelope started from 1,000 yuan. He was able to snatch around 100 yuan every time, and he was secretly proud of himself for a while. Dai Hongyi originally wanted to ask the department heads to come and report on their work, but was rejected by Zhang Yi. He didn't really care about these things. Anyway, he would just get the money from collecting rent. The only thing he did was to assign the work to Dai Hongyi was to ask him to do a good job. At this moment, Zhang Yi was actually thinking about another thing. Today Can's Haven tea been picked up yet? This matter cannot be delayed. He first walked around the management center, but unfortunately he only picked up a dozen or so. Amid the surprised and confused looks of many of his employees, Zhang Yi walked into the elevator with some disappointment. Look at you. I always tell you to be fully focused at work, but what about you? Mr. Zhang was so disappointed when he left just now. Dai Hongyi pointed at everyone and said, notify the supervisors on each floor and tell them that if they find any cans, I will deduct their wages. If Zhang Yi knew that his manager Dai did this, he would probably be extremely disappointed. He picked it up from the top floor along the way. When he walked to the floor where he used to work. Isn't this Zhang Yi? Supervisor Chen De happened to be at the stairs, with a female employee standing in front of him. This guy always took the opportunity to explain work to take advantage of these female colleagues. Zhang Yi was carrying half a bag of cans. When he saw the scene, he knew what was going on and ignored it. Hey, can't you see I'm here? What were you doing today? You're late for work, you. Chen De looked at the bag in Zhang Yi's hand, sneered, and said sarcastically, you are really like what those people said, picking up rags at work? Zhang Yi looked at him, still spitting sweet nothings as usual. He shook his head and said, Chen De, that's enough. What's wrong with me picking up rags? I'm not using my power for personal gain or doing anything dirty. You, what did you say? Chen De was a little angry after being criticized by Zhang Yi. He pointed at Zhang Yi and said fiercely, Zhang Yi, do you not want to do this anymore? Zhang Yi was too lazy to argue with such a person. The 100 cans he collected today were much more important than the person in front of him. He was about to pick up the cans with the bag. Chen De grabbed him and said, Zhang Yi, now, if you admit your mistake, I can give you a chance. What did I do wrong? You just talked back to your leader. Wasn't that wrong? Chen De said in a bossy tone. What if you are not my leader now? What do you mean? Chen De was stunned. Zhang Yi raised his lips slightly, took away Chen De's hand, and said, now, I won't work here anymore. You. Chen De pointed at Zhang Yi with a look of contempt and said, if you don't do it, are you going to starve? I tell you, if you don't do it, I will give you a bad review on your resume, and see how you can find a new job. You really are going too far. Zhang Yi shook his head and looked at Chen De helplessly. Seeing his expression, Chen De thought Zhang Yi was scared, and sneered, why, you regret it now? Well, if you bow your head and admit your mistake, I will consider it. No, you misunderstood. I meant that you are the one who regrets. Me? Weird, what do I have to regret? Chen De looked at Zhang Yi with a sneer and said, can you do anything to me? Zhang Yi took out his mobile phone and found the owner group he had just joined. I want to fire one of your subordinates. As a condition, I will waive your rent for 1 year. Mr. Zhang, who? Chen De. Chapter 50, The happiness of the rich is so simple and unpretentious. Looking at the scrolling screen, a faint smile appeared on Su Mingzhi's face. Then he casually sent out a big red envelope of 28,888. Crash. In just 2 seconds, the red envelopes were divided up. Raise your hand 28888, you are awesome. I say, you guys are so quick, I just opened WeChat and you guys have already snatched all the red envelopes. Wrong 100 million, wrong 100 million. Brother Lang, one more. Everyone in the group is a member of the club. They are either second-generation rich or successful businessmen. They have everything including luxury cars, beauties, villas, and money. But at this moment, these people seemed to have never seen money before, and they were grabbing it happily. Whenever they failed to grab it, they felt that they had missed out on 100 million. Those who know that this is a supercar club membership group, but those who don't know would think it is a group of poor people who have never seen money. Perhaps this is the happiness of the rich. Grab the red envelopes, brag a lot. The happiness of the rich is so simple and unpretentious. Brother Lang, it's a good thing that you've joined us. Our club will have a small party tomorrow. Will you come? Xiao Yu asked in the group. Where? It's in the former East City Industrial Zone. Isn't that a factory building? As a native of Lingjiang, Su Mingzhi is no stranger to the East City Industrial Zone. It used to be the backbone of the entire Lingjiang, gathering dozens of companies. However, with the rectification of environmental pollution and industrial transfer, the East City Industrial Zone was gradually abandoned, but a large number of abandoned factories were left behind. Brother Lang, what you said is all old news. Last year, our club spent a lot of money to tear up a piece of land to use as a racetrack. Really? Sumingjer touched his nose awkwardly. Okay, then I'll come over and play tomorrow. By the way, what time? Tomorrow morning at 8:30, Brother Lang. You don't know that we have invited 2 professional drivers from the underground racing world to come over for a race. It will be a good show to watch then. Sumingjer doesn't care whether it's professional or not. But at this time, he might be too late. It's a bit early, you guys go ahead and have fun. I don't think I'll be here until around 9. Why? Send someone to work. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, and then Lin Xiaoxiao's face appeared in his mind. Gurgle after a moment, he swallowed carefully. If it were him, he would also send people to work. Brother Lang, you are such a good man. Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up emoji. After chatting with everyone for a few words, Sumingjer left the group chat. The next morning, Sumingjer slowly opened his eyes. After a simple wash, Sumingjer went straight to the Jade community. Today, Lin Xiaoxiao was wearing a jumpsuit with very short legs, revealing a pair of long, white and tender legs. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers and her hair was casually tied behind her head, making Lin Xiaoxiao look youthful. This made Sumingjer couldn't help but steal a few glances. But after looking at it, Sumingjer frowned again, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. I have a question. What's the problem? Lin Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. How do you go to the toilet wearing clothes like this? Lin Xiaoxiao. She looks pretty, but unfortunately she has a big mouth. After sending Lin Xiaoxiao off, Sumingjer rushed to the North City Industrial Zone without stopping. At 9:05, Sumingjer arrived at the North City Industrial Zone. Seeing Sumingjer, Xiaoyu, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, immediately drove up to greet him. Brother Lang, come with me. Xiaoyu greeted and drove towards the industrial area. After following Xiaoyu for about 10 minutes, Sumingjer's eyes suddenly opened up. The center of the industrial area has been demolished and replaced by a huge circular stadium. There are even special stands built around for watching the game. The stadium is very large. Sumingjer roughly estimated that it is more than 3 square kilometers. A single lap of the track is at least 4 kilometers long and 15 meters wide. The design of the entire racing track is completely modeled after the F1 racing car. Brother Lang, how is it? Not bad, right? Xiaoyu said proudly. It's not just good, it's outrageous. The cost of repairing these things would be at least hundreds of millions. But that's not the case. As a wealthy man, you must remain calm in the face of adversities. Not bad, Sumingjer nodded. Brother Lang, you don't know that our racetrack is designed entirely according to the F1 racetrack. Whether it's the road surface, the sand in the bunkers, or even the surrounding crash barriers, it's all F1 standard. Not to mention in Lingjiang, even among private clubs in the whole country, it is one of the best. When it comes to racing, Xiaoyu's words are like the Yellow River bursting its banks, and he can't stop talking. Sumingjer nodded in agreement. With Sumingjer's arrival, the entire club was soon in an uproar. Dozens of rich second generations came from all directions upon hearing the news. Although they are rich second generation, they are not stupid. When Sumingjer appeared driving a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, Sumingjer had already risen to a very high level in their hearts. A supercar is not just for driving, it is also a symbol of status. Being able to own a world-renowned supercar like the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta is enough to show that Sumingjer's identity is not simple. Brother Lang, you must be Brother Lang. Hello Brother Lang. Oh my god, this is the legendary Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, it's so awesome. Brother Lang, can I drive a lap? A group of young rich second generations surrounded Sumingjer in the center, calling him brother. Sumingjer felt so comfortable. If there were ordinary people around him, Sumingjer might not think there was anything wrong. But when the people around him were all well-known rich second generations in Lingjiang, Sumingjer felt a little proud. Brother Lang, there's still some time before the professional racing competition. How about we drive a lap first? To warm up the atmosphere? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Okay. Now that we are here, we might as well drive around and try out the limits of driving a Ferrari with one hand. The first few times I drove a Ferrari one-handed were all in urban areas, and I couldn't bring out the maximum effect of my one-handed driving Ferrari skill. But now it's different. What lies before Sumingjer is a professional track. On the racetrack is where master-level driving skills come into play. Brother Lang, what car do you drive? Let's take this Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Then I'll take advantage of this and drive a Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta. Xiaoyu said with a grin. The Ferrari 166mm Barchetta is essentially a classic supercar. His maximum horsepower is only 140. The Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta has more than 800 horsepower. Although it was a bit of an advantage, he felt relieved when he thought of Su Mingzhi's driving skills. Whatever. Chapter 51 Unique Skills, Drifting with One Hand. Come on, let me regret it. You are a rag picker. What qualifications do you have to talk to me like that? Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue away? Chengde saw Zhang Yi put down his phone and looked at him with contempt. Bell. At this time, Chenda's phone rang. Seeing that it was the boss's, Chengde was also stunned. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? He glanced at Zhang Yi, then answered the call, smiling flatteringly, Mr. Phone. Chengde, you are fired from the company now. I'll give you half an hour to leave my company immediately. Beep. There was a busy tone on the other end of the phone, and there was no sign of any change. Chengde was completely stunned. It took him a while to react. How is it? Zhang Yi's mouth trembled with pleasure. Chengde immediately understood that this was all done by Zhang Yi, the man in front of him who should have been fired by him. How is that possible? Zhang Yi, please, I didn't know you had such a relationship with the boss. Please, I was wrong. Can you please not let the boss fire me? Chengde pulled Zhang Yi and begged, almost kneeling down to him. However, Zhang Yi swung the bag hard, knocking Chengde sideways. Without even looking at Chengde, Zhang Yi hummed a tune and walked towards the stairs. Thinking about the disgusting and hateful things Chengde had done in the past, there would be no pity for such a villain. Chengde looked at Zhang Yi, who was about to walk away, and suddenly a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. He shouted, picked up the trash can beside him and rushed towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi heard Chenda's shout from behind him, and turned around suddenly, but found it was too late to dodge. Just when the trash can was about to hit his head, suddenly a mop handle blocked the trash can. Then a graceful figure flashed past him from behind, and the mop handle hit Chenda's neck directly. Chengde was knocked to the ground instantly. Are you all right? Zhang Yi then saw clearly that the person standing next to him was actually his icy beauty from the 13th floor Yiroqing. She was dressed in a professional OL outfit. Although the color scheme was black and white, it could not hide her proud figure. She was well-fitting where she should be chubby and well-cut where she should be thin. In addition, her neat ponytail swayed from side to side, revealing a heroic look when she turned her head to look at Zhang Yi. Tangible and stylish. Love it. Zhang Yi was instantly impressed by Yiroqing. I'm fine. Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head at Yiroqing. Chengde, what are you doing? What did Zhang Yi do wrong that you want to hit him with a trash can? At this time, people in the company also came out to watch the fun. Apparently, some people already knew that Chengde was fired. Chengde was not very popular. Someone in the crowd shouted, Chengde, you've been fired, why are you still bullying Zhang Yi? Upon hearing this, Yiroqing said coldly, Chengde, you are no longer an employee here, so please leave immediately, otherwise I will ask the security guard to ask you to leave. Yeah, we're not from here, why don't you leave? Get lost now. Seeing this, Chengde glared at Zhang Yi and Yiroqing and said, okay, you wait for me. Watching Chengde leave angrily, Zhang Yi walked behind Yiroqing and said softly, thank you, lady. Yiroqing chuckled and said, what's up, Zhang Yi? Are you going to join the beggars sect? Zhang Yi also smiled and said, oh, no, I just picked up some cans to increase my income. Well, there aren't many people like you. Yiroqing said as she put down the mop handle in her hand, and then said to Zhang Yi in a very formal manner, hello, Mr. Zhang. You know? Yiroqing nodded slightly. Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly. Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yi's colleagues in the company were dumbfounded. At this time, Zhuang Yutong said jealously, Zhang Yi is Yiroqing's boss. Everyone was surprised. Zhang Yi ignored her and walked directly to Yiroqing and asked, are you free tonight? What for? Yiroqing asked coldly. Oh, it's okay. Just now you were a beauty who saved a hero. I should thank you anyway, so? I want to treat you to a meal, is that okay? Yiroqing shook her head and said, it's my duty. No need to thank me. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the elevator. Zhang Yi thought that with his current status, he could invite Yiroqing, but he didn't expect to be rejected. But such a woman made him feel even more precious. What if I, as your boss, order you to have dinner with me? Zhang Yi ran up to stop her and asked. Yi Ruoqing frowned. Don't be angry, I'm sincere, really. Zhang Yi was afraid that she would be angry, so he hurriedly explained. A smile suddenly appeared on Yi Ruoqing's lips. Since it's work, of course I have to go. After saying that, Yi Ruoqing walked into the elevator with her hands behind her back. Watching the elevator slowly closing, Zhang Yi was still waving his hands with a blank expression like a lucky cat. What's the big deal? He's just a patrolman, Zhuan Yuton said coldly. Zhang Yi glanced at the woman. Vulgar. He threw the word aside and continued his recycling work. By the time he walked out of the derun building, which now belonged to him, he still had only 3 cans left to pick up. Scratched his head. What's going on? Normally there should be a lot of cans in here. Confused, Zhang Yi looked back at his building. So he continued to look for the only 3 remaining cans somewhere else. Bite. Before I had gone far, I received a phone call. Zhang Yi took out his cell phone and took a look. It was actually a call from Song Yao Yao. Whenever he thought of this little beauty, he would think of that unexpected kiss. Sweet. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang? Are you free now? What's up? At present, there are already 2 customers who want to rent your villa. I would like to meet with you to discuss this matter in detail and finalize the details of the contract. Also, you said last time that you wanted to rent out the parking space. We can also decide which one it is. Okay, where shall we meet? Cappuccino, please. Zhang Yi hung up the phone and could only slow down his waste recycling work, stuffed the bag into the trunk, and drove towards the meeting place. Mr. Jean, is this the person? Yes, it's him, Brother Long. You must help me get rid of this anger this time, okay? The man called Brother Long was a bald man in his 40s with a deep scar on the left side of his face. He did not look like a good person. Don't worry, Master Jean, this kid actually dared to offend my brother Master Jean. I will definitely handle this matter clearly for you. When Jean Wenchuan heard Brother Long say this, he felt relieved, because Brother Long was a ruthless man on Binhai Road. By the way, Mr. Jean, how is the parking space I asked you to find for me last time? Don't worry, Brother Long manager Wang of Longhu Villa District is my friend. I have already told him that as long as there is someone renting a parking lot there, he will definitely reserve it for me. Jean Wenchuan said with a guarantee. Brother Long nodded and said, my eldest brother asked me to help with this matter. If you can accomplish this matter, you will also have face in my eldest brother's eyes, right? You mean Brother Tianlang? When Jean Wenchuan mentioned this name, his eyes were filled with a mixture of respect and fear. If the name Tianlang is mentioned in Binhai, I am afraid that everyone, from 3-year-old children to 80-year-old women, knows it. His most powerful thing is naturally the Tianlang fighting boxing gym which he founded. There are nearly 100 of his disciples alone. It is called a boxing gym, but in fact it is just that kind of organization that does all kinds of shady things. Jean Wenchuan nodded repeatedly and said, with Brother Long and Tianlang in charge, I wonder if this kid dares to act in front of me. Chapter 52, The man who drives a Ferrari with one hand is really awesome. A wonderful and graceful move directly brought Su Mingzhi and Xiaoyu closer to each other. In the rearview mirror, Xiaoyu's heart tightened as he saw Su Mingzhi chasing him quickly. Sure enough, just as he thought, Su Mingzhi's driving skills were far above his level. Brother Lang is really good, but I'm no pushover. Xiaoyu put a little more force on his feet, and the speed of the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta increased significantly. This car is far from reaching its limit. Speeding up? From behind, Su Mingzhi showed a faint smile as he watched Xiaoyu's speed suddenly increase. Like Xiaoyu, Su Mingzhi also stepped on the accelerator, and in an instant the performance of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was squeezed to the extreme. Su Mingzhi got closer with every turn. After passing several turns in succession, the distance between Su Mingzhi and Xiaoyu had been shortened to within a few meters. It seemed as if Xiaoyu would be overtaken in the next second. Fuck. Could it be that Brother Lang is going to overtake us? It's impossible to beat a modern supercar with an old car, right? In the stands, everyone including Li Hongwei, Qin Xuan, and others were stunned. In their inherent understanding, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta and the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta are completely unequal cars. The difference in horsepower between the two is as much as 700. Logically speaking, Xiaoyu should win this game without any suspense. But who would have thought that the story's script was completely different from what they imagined? At this moment, Su Mingzhi, who was driving a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, was about to overtake Xiaoyu. At this moment, they were all stunned. Even the best screenwriter couldn't write a script like this, right? Here I am, Brother Lang is right behind me. In the rearview mirror, Su Mingzhi was getting closer and closer. With the help of the reflection of the rearview mirror, Xiaoyu could even see Su Mingzhi's hair clearly. Xiaoyu subconsciously turned the steering wheel to block Su Mingzhi's way. But before he could react, he saw a red phantom speeding past, and the next second, the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta appeared in front of him. Just like that, he was surpassed? Jinwoo could hardly believe his eyes. Originally, he thought that he had established enough advantage on the straight halfway. Coupled with the Ferrari LaFerrari Aperta's excellent horsepower and acceleration, how could he maintain his advantage till the end? But it was unexpected that Su Mingzhi surpassed him so easily. The track ahead was still mostly bends, so Xiaoyu simply gave up the idea of struggling. Brother Lang, it's indeed Brother Lang, his driving skills are beyond reproach. After the last bend, Su Mingzhi drove the Ferrari single-handedly and crossed the finish line with an overwhelming advantage. Crunch! The tires rubbed against the ground, making a sharp scream, and Su Mingzhi and Xiaoyu stopped on the track one after the other. Brother Lang, you are so awesome. Turning at full speed is a skill that only professional drivers can master. What's the big deal about turning at full speed? Drifting at full speed is awesome. Brother Lang, you actually drove the entire distance with one hand just now, that's amazing. As soon as the car stopped, a group of rich second generations came up and praised Su Mingzhi profusely. There's no way, Su Mingzhi is just too awesome. He used an old car with only 140 horsepower to beat the top supercar driven by Xiaoyu. This can no longer be described as simply awesome, it's extremely awesome. It's simply awesome. After hearing what everyone said, Xiaoyu was fine at first. After all, he knew something about Su Mingzhi's driving skills. But when Xiaoyu heard someone say that Su Mingzhi was driving with one hand, he was stunned. Driving a Ferrari with one hand? Wait, did I hear something wrong? Wait, what are you talking about? Brother Lang only used one hand to drive the whole time? Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Yeah. Mr. Xiao, you don't know that Brother Lang has only used one hand to drive since the beginning. Brother Lang drove the entire journey with one hand. I used to think that driving a Ferrari with one hand was just showing off, but now after meeting Brother Lang, I suddenly realized that people who drive a Ferrari with one hand are really awesome. Xiaoyu. He knew that Su Mingzhi was awesome, but he never expected that Su Mingzhi would be so awesome. If you can drive the car so smoothly with just one hand, then wouldn't it be impossible to drive with two hands? I'm convinced, Brother Lang. Your driving skills are even better than some top professional drivers. Xiaoyu said excitedly. Su Mingzhi drove an old car with only 140 horsepower and not only outperformed his top supercar, but he also used only one hand from beginning to end. This sounded like a fairy tale, but it happened right before his eyes. At this moment, Xiaoyu was completely convinced. It's okay. Su Mingzhi said with a smile. Brother Lang, you are so awesome with just one hand, what about using two hands? Two hands? If I only have two hands, I'm just a newbie. Two hands, I'm just a newbie. Su Mingzhi said with a smile. Noob? Why? I'm only used to driving with one hand, and I can only drive a Ferrari with one hand. Xiaoyu. To be honest, Xiaoyu didn't quite believe Su Mingzhi's answer. How can you drive with only one hand? However, he did not delve into it further and automatically attributed Su Mingzhi's words to a low-key performance. Alas, there are not many people like Brother Lang who have an extraordinary status, outstanding abilities, and are extremely low-key. Of course, Su Mingzhi didn't know what Xiaoyu was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely tell Xiaoyu that he was thinking too much. He really can only drive a Ferrari with one hand. Brother Lang, here is 140,000. It's the winnings from our bet just now. Please keep it. Xin Xuan said as he handed a check to Su Mingzhi. This is the rule within our club. Every time we warm up, we will place bets, and the dealer will give half of the winnings to the drivers. There are 28 people betting in total, and I take it all. Xin Xuan said embarrassedly. All? Su Mingzhi. No one in the relationship believes that they can win. Without hesitation, Su Mingzhi took the check immediately. Even if the 1.5 million in the account of the not-so-big leasing company was excluded, Su Mingzhi's assets reached a huge amount of 3.7 million. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a huge engine roar came into Su Mingzhi's ears. Chapter 53. Brother Lang foresaw the future. Brother Lang, the underground professional racer, has arrived, Xiao Yu said excitedly. Su Mingzhi nodded and looked at the two cars that had just entered. One is a light green Lamborghini Aventador, and behind him is an orange McLaren P1. Lamborghini Aventador, which is commonly known as the Lamborghini Bull, is a world-class supercar. Its entire series is equipped with a 6.5-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine. In terms of body size, the Aventador has a length, width, and height of 4,780 20 31,136 mm and a wheelbase of 2,700 mm. The front wheels are 255 35 or 19 and the rear wheels are 335 30 or 20. In order to increase speed, the car adopts a lightweight design. The whole car weighs only 1,575 kilograms, and the front and rear weight ratio is 43 to 57. It is a super sports car that countless people dream of. The McLaren P1 is also a super sports car. Even in terms of horsepower, it is not inferior to the Big Bull. The McLaren P1 has more than 700 horsepower. The car will be equipped with a 3.8L V8 engine with a maximum power of 737 horsepower. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.8 seconds. If the KERS kinetic energy recovery system already used in F1 racing cars is installed, it can also obtain an additional 179 horsepower. The car door opened, and two drivers in racing suits appeared in front of everyone. They held helmets in their hands and their faces were full of arrogance. Are they powerful? Su Mingzhi asked in a low voice. Yeah. Xiao Yu nodded and said, the one on the left is called Sun Xiang. He is the top name in the underground racing world in Linjiang. He has won all the races in the past year. He won this Lamborghini through a competition. The person on the right is Zhang Xiaofan. He is a rising star in the racing world and his strength should not be underestimated. He has not lost a single game in the last 10 races. One is winning for the whole year, and the other is winning streak of the last 10 games. That's all pretty impressive, Su Mingzhi said. But compared to Brother Lang, that's a piece of cake. Brother Lang can drive a Ferrari one-handed and beat me. Xiao Yu flattered him at the right time. A Pagani Huayra, a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, and extraordinary driving skills. Xiao Yu has become more and more certain of Su Mingzhi's identity. He must be a young master from Yanjing, otherwise he wouldn't be able to own so many rare luxury cars and such superb technology. Technology is something that can only become so powerful if it is constantly honed. There are always people better than you. I don't think I'm that great, Su Mingzhi said with a smile. I have to say, Xiao Yu's skill in flattery is becoming more and more sophisticated. He would say this if he wasn't paying attention. While Su Mingzhi and Xiao Yu were talking, Sun Xiang and Zhang Xiaofan had already prepared for the competition. No one participated in this game. After all, the people present were all rich second generations, and no one wanted to compete with two professional racers. The purpose of inviting these two people was simply to watch a race, nothing more. As the representative of the club, Qin Chuan quickly completed the handover with the two drivers. A moment later, the two drivers were driving their own cars, speeding on the track. This isn't a race, this is warming up the tires. Before the race, professional drivers will drive around the track twice to get the tires up to temperature, which will allow them to go faster. Of course, there is another purpose here, which is to give the audience in the stands time to place bets. Come on, place your bets, place your bets. Just like before, Qin Chuan started calling on everyone to place their bets. This time, unlike the previous small-scale fights within the club, the upper limit of the betting amount is no longer 10,000, but 1 million. In other words, if the previous 28 people had placed bets, the handicap would have exceeded 28 million. Xiao Yu, Li Hongwei and other rich second generations placed their bets one after another. Li Hongwei handed a check to Qin Chuan, then looked at Su Mingzhi. Mr. Su, who do you think will win? For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Su Mingzhi. Through the previous warm-up matches, Su Mingzhi had conquered all of them. This was the first time they had seen someone driving a Ferrari with one hand and drifting. Su Mingzhi did not rush to answer. His eyes were fixed on the two supercars speeding past. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "If I were to choose, I would choose Zhang Xiaofan." Li Hongwei raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. "Mr. Su, why do you say that?" Originally, he thought Su Mingzhi would think Sun Xiang had a high chance of winning. After all, Xiaoyu had said before that Sun Xiang was the top star in the racing world. But the situation was not quite what he thought. Sun Xiang's cornering technique is not good. His cornering time is half a beat slower than Zhang Xiaofan's at every corner. Su Mingzhi said with a smile, "Under the same conditions, it should be difficult for Sun Xiang to make up the difference." Although Su Mingzhi's left hand was not on the steering wheel at this moment. Su Mingzhi is a master at the technical level, but his vision is still there. After just a quick look, he saw the gap between the two sides. Hearing Su Mingzhi's words, everyone nodded thoughtfully. But soon everyone's faces fell. "It's over, I placed my bet too early. Qin Chuan's bet just now doesn't count. I want to change it to Zhang Xiaofan. Luckily I was slow, now I'm going to make a fortune." A burst of laughter broke out in the crowd. After a few minutes, the tire warming was completed. The competition officially begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The moment the traffic light turned green, two supercars rushed out like cheetahs. The two of them were very fast. A rough estimate is that the speed is at least over 120 kilometers per hour. Relying on his years of starting skills, Sun Xiang took the lead in the first place. Moreover, the distance was gradually increased on the straight road in the first half, reaching more than 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, the two cars entered the second half of the track with dense bends. At this moment, everyone in the stands began to breathe rapidly. They really want to see whether Su Mingzhi's judgment is wrong. In the corner, is it Sun Xiang who is better, or is it Zhang Xiaofan who comes from behind? Soon the two cars entered the first corner. At this moment, Sun Xiang still had a lead of more than 10 meters. Even if Sun Xiang is so bad, he can't be overtaken at the first turn, right? Someone whispered. But just as he finished his words, the cruel reality slapped him hard in the face. Zhang Xiaofan didn't slow down at all when he turned the corner. Then he did a beautiful drift and directly passed Sun Xiang and disappeared into the distance. Chapter 54, A classic car is enough to deal with you. In front of Café Buccino. This is the downtown area of Binhai City with a large flow of people. In front of the coffee shop is a pedestrian street running across the east and west. Zhang Yi parked the car on the street. He got out of the car in a cool manner, and threw his white shirt slightly behind him. Just like that, his appearance was comparable to that of a popular young actor, so naturally he attracted the attention of people around him. Some young ladies even took out their mobile phones and took pictures of his handsome moves. After all, a man who can drive a car like this and is so handsome really makes women have dirty thoughts about him. Zhang Yi was completely unaware of this. He walked obediently to the trunk, ignoring everyone's attention, took out his bag full of cans, and walked skillfully to a trash can in a few steps. With skillful movements, he bent down and reached into the bag, throwing a can into the bag in one go. Zhang Yi hummed a little tune with a smug look on his face, as if he had found a treasure. All that was left was the surprise and amazement of the people behind him. Look, that's what we call low-key, luxurious, and meaningful. By the time he reached the Cappuccino Cafe, he had collected 100 of them. The pedestrian street is different. Zhang Yi plans to come here again next time. Recycle. Generating random rewards. Reward, True Man Capsule. The name reminded Zhang Yi of the kind of advertisement that promotes a comeback. Is it that you are fine, I am fine, and everyone is fine? Hello sir, are you Zhang Yi? A courier boy stood beside him at this moment. I am. Here is your express delivery, please sign for it. The system is the system, absolutely efficient. After taking the express, he quickly opened it and deftly threw the outer packaging directly into the bag. He took a look at the medicine box in his hand and saw a muscular man on it, posing powerful movements. Cut. He is really a real man. I carefully read the above drug introduction. Real man capsules, after taking them, you can improve the perfection of your body, transform your original physique, and give you the physique and ability that a real man should have, but there will be certain side effects. Optional ability objects, Li Xiaolong, Shi Tailong, Shi personality. There were more than a dozen candidates, all of whom were well-known men who were good at fighting and had good looks. Zhang Yi touched the muscles on his arms. It's a bit weak. Transformation is so necessary. But Side effect? Zhang Yi took a look and saw the following words written at the bottom of the medicine box: because this medicine requires body transformation, it will cause the user to lose the ability to move for a period of time. Can't move? I have to meet the beautiful girl Song Yaoyao later, so let us put this matter aside for now. It would be really embarrassing if I were to lie here dead. After thinking about it, he put the medicine box into his pocket. You are here, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yi looked back and saw Song Yaoyao standing behind him. She was wearing a black business suit, black socks, and a pair of bright red high heels. Stunning yet stylish. I have to say, Song Yaoyao definitely hit Zhang Yi's spot today. Song Yaoyao was actually also looking at Zhang Yi. She admitted that this man was indeed very handsome and rich, but from the day she met him, he always wore a white shirt, jeans, and a pair of sneakers. It's really low-key. He clearly owns a whole building in the Longhu Villa district, and drives a supercar worth tens of millions of yuan when he travels, but his outfit is just so ordinary. Whack. Well. But I just happen to have a little bit of feelings for her in my heart. Who doesn't like this kind of man? Song Yaoyao admitted that she was fascinated by this man from the moment she kissed him. Can't you dress more formally? She said something that didn't mean it. Haha, I'm used to it. It's comfortable to wear this. Why is there a dress code for drinking coffee here? If so, we can go to another place. Forget it, it's my treat today, there are no requirements here, please. The two walked into the cafe and found a seat by the window. You order. Song Yaoyao handed him the menu. Zhang Yi opened it and took a look. What? A steak costs 1860. Is it a cow? Song Yaoyao glanced at the waiter beside her embarrassedly. I'll treat you today. Don't worry about the price, just order. Zhang Yi frowned. You treat, but this is too expensive. Song Yaoyao curled her lips and gave him a helpless smile. Zhang Yi let out a long sigh. Okay, then I'll just have a cup of coffee. After saying that, he handed the menu to Song Yaoyao. Seeing how cruel he was to her, Song Yaoyao could only shake her head and order a few signature dishes on the menu. Among them was the steak that Zhang Yi was reluctant to order. It's too expensive. Zhang Yi muttered with some heartache. Seeing him like this, Song Yaoyao could only smile silently. Even though he is so rich, he still cares and complains that a steak that is worth the money is too expensive. It's really weird. Okay, I said I'll treat you. Zhang Yi waved his hand. This is not about money. In fact, he was still a little worried in his heart. After all, he only had 270 yuan in his pocket. At this time, Song Yaoyao took out a stack of contracts from her bag and handed them to him. These are 2 rental contracts. This time, we will rent your house to the other party for 600,000 yuan per year. Are you satisfied with this price? 600,000. Seeing Zhang Yi's surprised look, Song Yaoyao thought the price was too low, and hurriedly explained, as you know, the real estate market has not been very good in recent years, so this price is already the highest price this year. No, do I mean that high? Zhang Yi really didn't expect that the annual rent of a house like this could be as high as 600,000. Even if he didn't eat or drink for a year, he couldn't earn that much money. Then if you have no objection, I can transfer the rent to you now. No objection. Bite. Zhang Yi took a look at the text message, which showed that 600,000 yuan had been deposited into the account. The money was collected, the contract was signed, and the food was served. Zhang Yi was really hungry, and what Song Yaoyao ordered was really to his liking. Song Yaoyao simply took a few bites. Drink a little red wine. She continued to organize her contracts and documents. Zhang Yi here was really feasting, eating up everything in front of him like a whirlwind. He glanced at the half piece of steak left on Song Yaoyao's plate. I shook my head with concern. This piece costs more than 1,000 yuan. It's really a waste. Seeing Zhang Yi eating happily just now, Song Yaoyao was actually surprised. If you just look at the way he eats, no one would have thought that this man has so many assets. Song Yaoyao just sat there quietly without disturbing him. She didn't wait until Zhang Yi finished eating before handing him the contract for the 25 parking spaces. This is the parking space contract. They are all the best parking spaces in Longhu Villa district. The price we offer is 12,000 yuan per year. Currently, 57 people have made reservations. Oh, is that so? Leave 3 for me then. Okay, then I'll rent it out at this price. Zhang Yi nodded. Song Yaoyao glanced at her phone and said, "It's getting late. I still have to arrange these things in the afternoon. Let's stop here today, okay?" Zhang Yi actually had something to do. Now that he was full and satisfied, he decided to go back and use his real man capsule. Song Yaoyao personally escorted Zhang Yi to the car. Their appearance once again attracted the envious glances of people around them. Zhang Yi got in the car and was about to leave. "Hey, wait a minute." When Zhang Yi heard Song Yaoyao shouting, he rolled down the car window. Song Yaoyao leaned over to her car window. "Oh my god." Looking at her collar that was blown open by 2 bombs, Zhang Yi almost had a nosebleed. Thank you." Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment before he realized what she meant by thank you. It was naturally about the last time he helped her out. He smiled and said, "Nothing. If you need anything in this regard next time, you can always call me." "What? What kind of needs? It makes me feel like I really need this." Song Yaoyao's face instantly turned red with embarrassment at Zhang Yi's words. She stood up straight. "No, bye." Song Yaoyao turned around and walked away with a pouty look. "Did I say something wrong?" Zhang Yi shook his head in confusion. The car drove away like crazy. Song Yaoyao heard the roar coming from behind her, but was angry at herself for doing this. Didn't she like Zhang Yi very much? "I like it. Wouldn't it be nice to have a boyfriend like this? Smells so good." Song Yaoyao really regretted her behavior just now. "Yaoyao, why is it you?" Song Yaoyao was about to leave when she heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw a beautiful woman with a sexy figure and hot clothes walking up to her. Zhang Xiaoxiao. Chapter 55 Amateur vs. Professional. 10 points for strength? 100 points? Hearing this, Xiaoyu was completely stunned. Xiaoyu admitted that Su Mingzhi's driving skills were better than his. But he thought that even if it was getting better, it wouldn't be much better, right? Using a classic car like the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta to surpass his high-horsepower top supercar is already a reflection of Su Mingzhi's full strength. But now, Su Mingzhi actually said that he defeated himself by only using 1 level of strength. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt unwell. No matter what, his driving skills are among the best in the entire supercar club. It's impossible that he doesn't even have the strength of Su Mingzhi's first level? Lang, brother Lang, are you kidding? Yes, you must be kidding, right? Xiaoyu looked at Su Mingzhi anxiously. "I never joke." Su Mingzhi shrugged his shoulders and replied casually, then walked straight towards the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta. Master-level driving skills are not something that ordinary drivers can match. Although Sun Xiang's driving skills are not bad, he is still a long way from master-level driving skills. "Are you kidding? Xiao Yu. 1 layer, there is only 1 layer. Brother Lang actually defeated me with only 1 layer of strength?" At this moment, Xiaoyu was completely disheveled in the wind. On the other side, Sun Xiang looked at Su Mingzhi driving the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta over with a cold look in his eyes. "You are looking for death." Originally, he thought that Su Mingzhi was just talking casually, and he would eventually choose a supercar with a horsepower similar to that of the Lamborghini Termini to compete with him. But he never expected that Su Mingzhi actually chose a classic car. Is this an insult to him? That's more or less what I mean. But in Sun Xiang's opinion, Su Mingzhi is looking for death. Ferrari 166mm Barchetta? Sun Xiang poked his head out of the sports car and taunted, "Before the game starts, I'll give you 1 more chance. I allow you to change 1, otherwise you will lose miserably." "Lose?" Su Mingzhi smiled faintly. Sun Xiang had no idea of the horror of master-level driving skills. Not explaining to Sun Xiang would only lower his IQ. It's not too late if you withdraw your bet now before the game starts. No need. Sun Xiang refused without even thinking about it. A Ferrari 166mm Barchetta, with a maximum horsepower of only 140. And his Lamborghini Bull has more than 700 horsepower. Even if it comes to performance, he can beat Su Mingzhi to death. What's more, he is a professional driver and a well-known driver in Lingzhou's underground car world. There is no reason for him to lose. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Just don't cry if you lose. Cry? Ha, I should be the one saying this to you. Sun Xiang sneered, stepped on the accelerator with his right foot, and the Lamborghini Bull rushed out like lightning. Even though he was very contemptuous of Su Mingzhi, the tires still had to be heated. Seeing this, Su Mingzhi slowly started the car and began to warm up the tires. But unlike Sun Xiang's lightning speed, Su Mingzhi's speed was very slow, only 20 kilometers per hour. He sometimes stepped on the accelerator, sometimes slowed down and braked, and sometimes swayed from side to side. Warming up tires is also a technical job. It doesn't mean that you can warm up the tires by just running fast like Sun Xiang did. It is especially important to use the brakes when the tire is hot because heat will be transferred from the disc and pads, through the wheel and into the core of the tire. If the tires are warmed up properly, they can gain better grip during the race, making the car more stable and safer. They can also make cornering smoother, exiting corners faster, and reducing slipping. In the stands, Xiao Yu, who had been in a mess in the wind for a while, gradually came to his senses. Looking at the Lamborghini Bull speeding on the track, he felt speechless. One is a Lamborghini Aventador, with a maximum horsepower of over 700. One is a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta with a maximum horsepower of 140. Although not as many checks as before, this time, the driver of the Lamborghini Bull is driver Sun Xiang. Does Su Mingzhi have a chance of winning? Xiao Yu really didn't know. Brother Wei, what do you think? Xiao Yu turned his head and looked at Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei is the person who knows the most about racing here, except for Su Mingzhi. He wanted to hear Li Hongwei's opinion. Li Hongwei. If the person driving the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta was not Su Mingzhi, but anyone else, Li Hongwei would choose Sun Xiang without hesitation. After all, Sun Xiang's advantage is too great. A high horsepower supercar, combined with top-notch driving skills, makes it almost impossible to lose. But when the person sitting in the driver's seat of the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta became Su Mingzhi, Li Hongwei hesitated. Because just half an hour ago, Su Mingzhi used perfect performance to give him a hard slap in the face. This time, he really didn't dare to make any random guesses. Reason told him that Sun Xiang had a great chance of winning. His instinct told him that Su Mingzhi also had a high chance of winning. Look with your eyes. After a long silence, Li Hongwei said in a deep voice. Xiao Yu? See with your eyes? Brother Wei, now is not the time to joke. Brother Wei, can we stop joking? Xiao Yu said. Joke? Li Hongwei wanted to make a joke, but he really didn't know. Mr. Xiao, let me tell you this. If the person sitting in the driver's seat of the Ferrari wasn't Su Mingzhi, I would choose Sun Xiang without hesitation. But he is Su Mingzhi. You also heard before that Su Mingzhi said that when he competed with you, he only used 10% of his strength. So now, let alone me, even if a god comes, he can't guess the outcome of the game. Li Hongwei said. Xiao Yu. Brother Wei, how much strength did Brother Lang use to defeat me just now? 1%. Xiao Yu. In the blink of an eye, the hot tire was over. Su Mingzhi held the steering wheel with one hand, like a cheetah ready to pounce. He must win this competition. Sun Xiang was attracted by the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta that he was driving, and he also liked Sun Xiang's Lamborghini. Although he doesn't know how to drive, it's okay to rent it out in the company. Brother Lang, come on, kill Sun Xiang. Brother Lang, show Sun Xiang a lesson. The second-generation rich were cheering Su Mingzhi crazily. Boom. Boom. The engine roared loudly the moment the red light on the scoreboard turned green. The Ferrari 166mm Barchetta and the Lamborghini Bull rushed out with a whoosh. Chapter 56, Fighting for Face. Xiao Xiao, a staff member working in a government agency in Binhai City, was a childhood friend of Song Yaoyao, but they have had less contact over the years. Any reason? Different circles. After all, Zhang Xiaoxiao is a career official and has met many upper-class people in Binhai. Of course, this is what she thinks. Song Yaoyao is just a sales lady, so how could she possibly catch her eye? But just now, when she was shopping with her sisters, she saw Song Yaoyao talking and laughing with that handsome man in front of a supercar worth tens of millions, and she felt a little jealous. In her eyes, Song Yaoyao would never be better than herself in this life, but now it is different. This earthen phoenix has really climbed to a high branch and is about to become a golden phoenix. The hatred and jealousy in her heart made her force a smile as she walked up to Song Yaoyao and greeted her. What a coincidence! Song Yaoyao took Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand and pointed to the coffee shop behind them. Let's go have a drink. Zhang Xiaoxiao took a look and said with a smile, it's different when you meet rich people. They are very generous. What rich man? Song Yaoyao suddenly realized that she must have seen herself and Zhang Yi together just now, and hurriedly explained, that was one of my clients. Okay, I don't know you yet. When we were little and played house together, you always liked to pretend to be the richest lady. Later, when I went to school, I remember you also said that you would marry into a wealthy family in the future. I think the one just now must be some rich second generation. Okay, I didn't know better then. Besides, she's not a rich kid. Isn't he a rich second generation? Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately imagined. Such a good-looking man, driving such a nice car, a car mechanic? An employee of a car rental company? Haha, she seemed to be much more balanced all of a sudden. Song Yaoyao took her into the coffee shop and ordered coffee for each of them. Zhang Xiaoxiao drank a sip and shook her head, saying, "Don't be with just any man. What's the point of being pretty and handsome if you don't have money?" Oh, actually he is quite rich. Song Yaoyao thought of Zhang Yi's building in Longhu Villa District. In fact, this asset alone was worth billions, and she didn't know anything else. This should be considered very rich, right? As for being a rich second generation, he is definitely not one. After all of this belongs to Zhang Yi himself. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt a little disappointed when she heard her say that. It seemed that the car really belonged to this man. He was so handsome and so rich. He must have won the money through relocation or the lottery. He got rich overnight. Humph, this Song Yaoyao has a good life, right? Some money? But your target is the real rich family. Besides, you are so beautiful and outstanding, don't let these nouveau riches fool you. Upstart? Doesn't he look like one? Song Yaoyao didn't know much about Zhang Yi, but a man who could buy an entire villa in Longhu Villa District couldn't be a nouveau riche, right? Song Yaoyao had never seen a nouveau riche with billions of dollars before, and Zhang Yi was such a low-key person. Whether it was his clothes or his insistence on picking up cans every day, these didn't seem like things a nouveau riche would do. In short, Yaoyao, you must marry into a wealthy family. This is what suits your temperament and appearance. Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed to want to flatter her to the extreme and kept promoting her own ideas. She wished Song Yaoyao would break up with Zhang Yi immediately. Wealthy family? Song Yaoyao smiled and shook her head. Those were my childhood thoughts. Now I just want to find someone. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Zhang Yi. Isn't he the man of her dreams of marrying into a wealthy family? A handsome, wealthy and stylish man with a net worth of billions, what else can you look for? Okay, I see that your mind is full of that man, but I still think you should think about it carefully. So, there will be a gathering of high-level people in Binhai in a few days. I will take you there to open your eyes. Then you will know that there are many better men waiting for you in this world. Song Yaoyao wanted to refuse, but Zhang Xiaoxiao insisted on inviting her, saying that she was just going to have fun and could leave if she didn't feel comfortable, and that she should just consider it as him accompanying her. After being persuaded by Zhang Xiaoxiao, Song Yaoyao agreed for the sake of her childhood friend's face. Song Yaoyao had something to do in the afternoon, so she drank a cup of coffee and left. Zhang Xiaoxiao watched her leave, but rolled her eyes at Song Yaoyao fiercely, saying disdainfully, "Why don't you go when I ask you to? What are you pretending to be? Isn't it just to meet a nouveau riche boyfriend? Ha! I'm rich." This was the first time that Zhang Yi had so much money. The rent for the two houses was a full 1.2 million. If he earns this money by working, I don't know how many years it will take him to earn it. The system is really awesome. Who says you can't make a fortune by picking up scraps? I am now living the life of a rich man. 100 cans a day, it seems that I will be able to survive any weather conditions. If I continue like this, tens of millions or billions of cans will not be a problem. The car quickly roared into Lijiazwang. Seeing the dirty and messy rental houses around him, Zhang Yi thought of his parents who were still in his hometown. When he became rich, he would tell his parents first so that they would be happy too. Click on the video. Zhang Yi's mother appeared in the video with half of her hair white. "Showy, why aren't you at work?" "Oh, my boss gave me a day off today." He didn't want to tell the elderly about his affairs all at once, fearing that they wouldn't be able to accept it and would worry. "Holiday? Did I make a mistake?" No, my performance has been outstanding these days, and my boss said I was too tired, so he took the initiative to give me a few days off so that I can rest, ha. Oh, you're a good boss. There aren't many bosses like you nowadays. You have to do a good job. Got it, Mom. Oh, by the way, Mom, my boss gave me a bonus because of my outstanding performance this time. I'll transfer the money to you now. Buy whatever you want. Don't save it. Zhang Yi said this and directly transferred the 1.2 million yuan. On the other side of the video, Zhang Yi's father ran in from the outer room. He looked at Zhang Yi's mother in shock and asked, Xiao Yi's mother, why did Xiao Yi give me so much money all of a sudden? Zhang Yi's mother smiled and said, this is a reward from your boss. Xiao Yi said it's a show of filial piety to you, so you should keep it. What? Reward? But this is too much. Zhang Yi's father looked at his phone, then looked at Zhang Yi in the video, and asked seriously, Xiao Yi, what kind of boss is this, giving 1.2 million at a time? What did you say? Zhang Yi's mother was also shocked by the number. The two old people stared at Zhang Yi in the video, as if the money came from an unknown source. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly, Dad, Mom, this is really my son's money. What's wrong with you? Why don't you believe that your son has made money? Don't you expect me to make you proud every day? When the two elders heard him say this, they looked at each other. Zhang Yi's father suddenly smiled and said, Old lady, our son has really brought honor to our Zhang family this time. Chapter 57, Desperate Record. Brother Lang, you are so awesome. Brother Lang, from today on you are my idol. As soon as Su Mingzhi got out of the car, a group of rich second generations surrounded him. Without saying anything, he started to flatter Su Mingzhi. Brother Lang. Xiao Yu looked at Su Mingzhi with burning eyes. Why don't you sign up for F1? I think your skills are even better than Schumacher's. Xiao Yu said seriously. Yes, Jin Wu was not kidding, he was serious. Whether it was the warm-up match with him before, or the official match now. From beginning to end, Su Mingzhi drove with one hand. Driving with one hand is so awesome, what about using both hands? Isn't it easy to win the F1 championship? F1. Su Mingzhi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Xiao Yu is such a bold guy. F1, the full name of the Formula One World Championship, is a collection of high technology, team spirit, driver wisdom, and courage. It is known as the three major sporting events in the world together with the Olympic Games and the World Cup. It goes without saying that any driver who is able to participate in F1 has excellent skills. Although relying on the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand, Su Mingzhi's driving skills have reached the master level. But Su Mingzhi still had some concerns in his mind. Although his master-level driving skills can be shown off in Lingzhang, they may not be good enough in the F1 arena. Well, let's take a step back and say that even if the master-level technology can match the level of F1. But what about the technology? What about the team? Nothing. Ahem, let's talk about this later. Now I want to take a look at my car first. Su Mingzhi said as he looked at Sun Xiang. Before this, he and Sun Xiang had a bet. Whoever wins the race gets the other car. Sun Xiang gritted his teeth, took out the key from his pocket and threw it to Su Mingzhi. I admit defeat. From now on, this bull is yours. Although it was painful, Sun Xiang had no choice but to hand over the car. Those present were all well-known rich second generations in Lingzhang. If he doesn't hand it in, he won't be able to leave today. There's one more car available for rent. Su Mingzhi said happily and put the keys in his pocket. Although it's a second-hand one, it's better than nothing. Since they are all for rent anyway, it doesn't matter how many times you buy them. Rent? Wait, what's going on? Originally, Sun Xiang turned around and wanted to leave. But after hearing Su Mingzhi's words, he stopped again. Do you want to rent out this car? Sun Xiang stared at Su Mingzhi and asked sternly. Ha ha ha. Sun Xiang, you don't think Brother Lang would drive a car worth millions of dollars, do you? It's this kind of car worth millions that simply doesn't match Brother Lang's worth. You may not believe this, but Brother Lang also has a Pagani Huayra. Do you know Pagani? A luxury car worth $500 million. Only today, Brother Lang is driving a Ferrari 166mm Barchetta with low horsepower. If it were any other car, I'm afraid it would have surpassed you by a lap. This multi-million-dollar Lamborghini can only be rented out. Before Su Mingzhi could answer, Xiao Yu took the lead and answered for Su Mingzhi. Sun Xiang. The Lamborghini Bull, which he regarded as a treasure, could only be rented out in the eyes of others. Gritting his teeth, Sun Xiang wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, no words came out. He looked at Su Mingzhi deeply and finally chose to leave. However, unlike when he came, full of vigor and vitality, Sun Xiang looked extremely embarrassed when he left. Not only was he completely defeated in his driving skills, which he was so proud of, and I lost the car too. Su Mingzhi had no sympathy for Sun Xiang. He can't blame anyone else for the fate he has now. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame him for being too greedy. It's fine to just play the game, but Sun Xiang wants to raise the stakes and bet on the car. So after winning this Lamborghini, Su Mingzhi didn't feel any burden at all. Xiao Wu. Brother, you said. Find someone to help me drive the car to the company. No problem. Brother, your business is my business. Xiao Yu responded and waved to the club staff beside him. Someone come and drive the car to the Nyopi rental company and hand it over to Lu Chen, Mr. Lu. Soon, a young man in a suit and tie took the key and drove away. Mr. Xiao, what's the name of Brother Lang's rental company? Let's go check it out when we have time. Awesome rental company. Everyone was confused. Of course they knew that Su Mingzhi's leasing company was very powerful, but that was not what they asked. What they wanted to know was the name of the company. We know that Brother Lang's company is very powerful. We asked about the company's name. The name is Awesome Leasing Company. Xiao Yu said seriously. Everyone. Awesome Leasing Company? Awesome. It's really awesome. The cow batch is making a fortune. At this moment, everyone was in disarray in the wind. They never thought that there would be a company with this name. After dealing with the car issue, Su Mingzhi prepared to leave. As soon as he got in the car, Su Mingzhi was stopped by someone. Turning around, I saw it was the previous driver, Zhang Xiaofan. Brother Lang. I want to race with you. Zhang Xiaofan looked at Su Mingzhi with burning eyes and said seriously. Before, when Su Mingzhi and Sun Xiang were competing, he did not get involved. Because he, like Sun Xiang, felt that Su Mingzhi was just a big talker and was not worthy of running with him. But after the match between Su Mingzhi and Sun Xiang, Zhang Xiaofan felt that he was wrong. Su Mingzhi is truly capable and very strong. He was moved. He wanted to compete with Su Mingzhi. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter. He wanted to know where the gap was. A lap race? He. If you let me race, then I will race. Wouldn't that make me lose face? Su Mingzhi glanced at Zhang Xiaofan calmly and said expressionlessly, not interested. Brother Lang. Zhang Xiaofan took 2 steps at a time and stopped in front of Su Mingzhi's car, saying, Brother Lang, please run with me once. I want to see where I am inferior. It's never ending, right? You can run, but do you dare to bet your McLaren P1? Zhang Xiaofan. Can he beat Su Mingzhi? The answer is undoubtedly no. Judging from the skills Su Mingzhi had just demonstrated, he and Su Mingzhi were not on the same level at all. Betting on cars with Su Mingzhi is no different from committing suicide. Brother Lang, You want to challenge me? Tell me if you want to break my record. After saying that, Su Mingzhi did not hesitate any longer. He stepped on the accelerator and the Ferrari 166mm Barchetta rushed out with a whoosh. What's Brother Lang's record? 1 minute 23 seconds 43. Zhang Xiaofan. Despair spread in his heart. Chapter 58. This wave is not that wave. Boom boom boom. Outside the door of the awesome rental company, the new 6.5L V12 engine of the Lamborghini L539 was roaring. Mr. Liu, this is what Brother Lang asked me to deliver to you. He asked me to tell you that he hopes it can be rented out as soon as possible. The young man said as he handed the key to Lu Chen. Gurgle. Looking at the light green supercar in front of him, Lu Chen swallowed carefully. Just 2 days ago, he rented out a total of 9 Ferraris. In the blink of an eye, Su Mingzhi sent another Lamborghini. Will a few more Maybachs and Porsches be delivered tomorrow? He. Don't supercars cost money? I understand. Please tell Brother Lang that I will rent it out as soon as possible. Lu Chen said awkwardly. After seeing the young man off, Lu Chen let out a long sigh. Once again, Lu Chen was glad for his choice. The company now has 1.5 million in its account. If this Lamborghini is rented out, the amount will probably reach 1.6 million. Based on a 5% commission, he can get a commission of 80,000 yuan. In just less than a week, he earned 80,000. This is his salary for nearly half a year of work after he settled down in the property. 1 week now is equal to half a year before? The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. He seemed to see himself reaching the peak of his life. Xiao Wu, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go out to promote the car. Didn't you hear what Brother Lang said? Rent out this Lamborghini as soon as possible. Lu Chen turned around and yelled at Xiao Wu. A moment later, Xiao Wu drove the Lamborghini Bull into the distance. Habang Group. General Manager's office. Sit down. General Manager Xiao Jianxiong gestured to Kong Mingren. Kong Mingren nodded and sat down. Mingren, it's been almost 2 weeks since you started working here. Are you adapting well? Xiao Jianxiong asked with a smile. I've adapted. The company atmosphere is very good and my colleagues are easy to get along with. Kong Mingren smiled. That's good. As soon as you came back, you were asked to take over the sales department, which has the heaviest workload. You've really worked hard. It's okay. I was used to it when I was in Yanjing. I don't take this little job seriously. Kong Mingren said. Hearing this, Xiao Jianxiong reached out and patted Kong Mingren's shoulder heavily, saying, Okay. Well said. I like young people like you who are willing to endure hardships. Young people nowadays are afraid of hardship. Once the workload becomes heavier, they will clamor to resign. Have they never thought that without suffering, what sweetness can be gained? Kong Mingren nodded and said in agreement, Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I'm different from them. I have remembered what my parents said since I was a child, first bitter, then sweet. I also deeply understand this truth, so when I was in Yanjing, I started from the grassroots and worked hard to get to where I am today. Habang attaches great importance to Kong Mingren, otherwise the company would not let Kong Mingren take over such an important department as soon as he arrived. Kong Mingren also wanted to take this opportunity to show himself well. If you perform well, you may have room for further promotion. Habang Group is a large group with many subsidiaries. The sales department is just one of the more important departments. There is still a lot of room for further growth. If he can become the general manager of a subsidiary, his annual salary will at least increase several times based on his current annual salary of 1 million. Maybe even up to 10 million per year. That's great. I believe in your ability and you will definitely shine in the position of sales director. Akihito, don't worry, the company will be watching your performance. Although you have just arrived at the company looks at performance. If you perform well and have outstanding results, we do not rule out the possibility of on-the-spot promotion. Xiao Jianxiong said with a smile. Promotion on the front line? Hearing this word, Kong Mingren's heart started beating wildly. Mr. Xiao, don't worry, I will never let the company down. Kong Mingren said excitedly. Xiao Jianxiong nodded contentedly, then waved at Kong Mingren and said, Very good, go back to work, and if you encounter any difficulties, you can ask for help. It's not just about the difficulties in life, it can also be about the difficulties in work. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Kong Mingren nodded excitedly, then turned and left. As soon as I opened the door, a young man about 20 years old came towards me. Kong Mingren had already heard of the man in front of him long before he joined Habang Group. He is Jin Wu. He is the son of the chairman of Habang Group. He is also the future heir to the Habang Group. It's just that Xiao Yu rarely comes to the company on ordinary days. So even though Kong Mingren had been working for 2 weeks, this was still his first time meeting Xiao Yu in person. With a slight smile on his face, Kong Mingren greeted Xiao Yu, Hello, Mr. Xiao. Who are you? Xiao Yu paused, frowned slightly, and looked at the man standing in front of him in confusion. Hello, Mr. Xiao, I am the company's new sales director, my name is Kong Mingren. Kong Mingren said with a smile. Xiao Yu, the future heir of the Habang Group. If he can establish a good relationship with Xiao Yu, then once Xiao Yu takes charge of the Habang Group in the future, his net worth will inevitably rise. Sales director? Xiao Yu nodded at Kong Mingren and said, Hello, what can I do for you? Kong Mingren was slightly stunned, and then a bright smile appeared on his face again. Actually, it's nothing. I just started working here. I would like to invite Mr. Xiao to come to the sales department to give me some guidance. Go on. Xiao Yu nodded indifferently, then reached out and pushed open the door of the general manager's office. Second uncle, do you remember Brother Lang whom I told you about a few days ago? Brother Lang is so awesome. Xiao Jianxiong, is that the young man surnamed Su? Xiao Yu, yes, uncle, did you know? He drove the car with one hand today and beat Sun Xiang to a pulp. Xiao Jianxiong, one hand? Are you sure? Xiao Yu, hey, Uncle Air's video is right here, you can watch it yourself. Xiao Jianxiong, quick, let me see it. It is hard to imagine that Xiao Jianxiong, as the general manager of Habang Group, also likes racing. Outside the door, Kong Mingren frowned slightly. Brother Lang? Last name Su? Putting them together, isn't that Su Mingzhi? He remembered that he had a poor academic cousin whose name was also Su Mingzhi. It shouldn't be just one person, right? Kong Mingren thought for a moment and then burst out laughing. In his impression, Su Mingzhi has no good qualities except for his good looks. I heard that he is still working in a real estate agency, earning only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. It's definitely not the same person. Chapter 59, Anne takes the initiative. In the sales department, as soon as Kong Mingren sat down, the cell phone in his pocket rang. When I took it out, it turned out to be a call from my biological mother Fu Meiyu. Hey, Mom? What's up? Kong Mingren put the phone to his ear and asked. Son, I haven't seen your second aunt for a long time. We have a dinner at Taiha restaurant this weekend, and you must attend. Fu Meiyu's voice came from the phone. Kong Mingren's mouth twitched. He certainly knew what Fu Meiyu meant. Eating is fake, showing off is real. When he was in school, he liked to compare himself with Su Mingzhi. But now, he and Su Mingzhi are from completely different worlds, and he would lose points if compared with Su Mingzhi. Besides, I have just started working, so I don't have time to waste. Kong Mingren instinctively wanted to refuse, but when the words came to his lips, he stopped as if he thought of something. Second aunt? Fu Shaoan? Isn't that Su Mingzhi's biological mother? Thinking of Xiaoyu's words just now, Kong Mingren asked inexplicably, by the way, Mom, I want to ask you something. Explain. My second aunt's son is called Su Mingzhi, right? What is he doing now? Kong Mingren asked. Su Mingzhi? Fu Meiyun was stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, yes, that's right, his name is Su Mingzhi, son, why are you suddenly asking about Su Mingzhi? It's okay, I'm just asking casually. Kong Mingren said. Is that so? Fu Meiyun said, I spoke to your second aunt on the phone a few days ago and asked about Su Mingzhi's situation. He is now just a small employee of a real estate agency. Real estate agent? Ha! Hearing Fu Meiyu's answer, Kong Mingren breathed a sigh of relief. However, just in case, Kong Mingren decided to let Fu Meiyu make the trip. Mom, if you do this, you should go to your second aunt's house recently and see what Su Mingzhi is doing. Take a trip? Fu Meiyu was a little confused. He found that Kong Mingren was too stubborn towards Su Mingzhi today. Son, are you hiding something from me? Mom, it's okay. It's just in case. In case Su Mingzhi has made it big now, we should be more polite to him on the weekend. Promising? Him? I'm not saying anything, even if he is promising, can he be as successful as you, my son? Mom. Okay, I'll go there right away. By the way, son, you must attend the party this weekend, and bring Xiaomin with you. I've made it clear. Fu Meiyu said. Okay, let's join in, okay? Kong Mingren responded with a smile. Fu Meiyu put down her phone. She was a little confused as to why her son insisted on asking her to make the trip. Even if Su Mingzhi is successful, can he still compare to Kong Mingren? But after thinking about it, Fu Meiyu felt relieved. Just run once, it won't hurt anyway. Lao Kong, come with me to Xiaowan's house. Meiyun, is it necessary? We are all family. A middle-aged man on the sofa frowned. It is precisely because we are a family that we should move around more often. But there's nothing wrong with that. Just decide whether you want to go or not. No. Okay, then don't get into my bed tonight. Kong Jinming's mouth twitched, and he silently began to pack up and prepare to leave. He. On the side, Fu Meiyu smiled proudly. Sunshine City. Fu Meiyu and his wife walked into the gate of the community carrying 2 bags of fruit. Isn't this Sister Fu? She hasn't been back for a while, right? Sister Fu is getting younger and younger as she gets older. Along the way, neighbors greeted Fu Meiyu in a friendly manner, and Fu Meiyu also nodded in greeting. She used to live here. But after she got married, she moved out. Soon, they arrived downstairs of Su Mingzhi's building. Looking at the familiar residential building in front of him, Kang Jinming's mouth twitched slightly. Mei-yun, it's not a good idea for us to do this. Why don't we go back? He knew better than anyone why Fu Meiyu came to Sunshine City. Show off. And it happened not once or twice. But Fu Meiyu always enjoys doing this, which gives Kang Jinming a headache. He tried to resist countless times, but ended up failing in the end. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Besides, this time it was not my own idea to come here, but my son's suggestion. Akihito? Yeah. Fu Meiyu nodded, without explaining, and walked straight into the corridor. Kang Jinming. What is going on? For a moment, Kang Jinming was a little confused. With full of doubts, Kang Jinming chased after him. A few minutes later, Fu Meiyu knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. Who is it? Fu Xiaowan's voice came from the room. Xiaowan, it's me. Fu Meiyu responded quickly. Bang. There was a sound of something heavy falling in the room. Crack. After a moment, the door opened. Sister, brother-in-law, how come you came here without even saying hello? I was not prepared at all. Fu Xiaowan's mouth twitched as she looked at Fu Meiyu standing at the door, but she still pretended to be very happy. Hi, I just happened to pass by, so I came up to take a look. This is the fruit I bought for Xiao Su. Fu Meiyu always brings a lot of things every time she comes. Maybe some people think this is a good thing, since they can get a lot of things for free. But Fu Xiaowan doesn't think so. She believes that one should be grateful to the person who helped her. She didn't want these things. Of course, although Fu Xiaowan thought about it, she didn't say it out loud. After all, she and Fu Meiyu were sisters, and they wouldn't fall out over such a small matter. We are all family, so just come. What else do you want to bring? Come on, sit inside. I'll get you a glass of water. Fu Xiaowan warmly invited the two into the house and poured them a glass of water. Xiaowan, where's Xiao Su? Why can't I see Xiao Su? He's still at work. Or a real estate agent? Fu Meiyun was slightly relieved, but just in case, she said, Xiaowan, I told you last time that Fengchang Agency is not a long-term solution. Has Xiao Su looked for other jobs recently? We don't really know about this. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. We don't care about his work. As long as he is healthy, that's all that matters. Phew. Fu Meiyu breathed a sigh of relief and a bright smile appeared on her face. Although Fu Xiaowan didn't elaborate, she knew that Su Mingzhi must not have found a good job. That's right, kid, it doesn't matter how much money you make. As long as you are healthy, that's more important than anything else. After all, not everyone can be like Mingrun in our family, who not only works well but also has good health. Fu Meiyu said. Hearing this, Fu Xiaowan became unhappy. What does not everyone is like Mingrun mean? Isn't this clearly showing contempt for Su Mingzhi? Ahem, Meiyun, say less. Kang Jinming interrupted. What's wrong with that? We're all family. By the way, Xiaowan, I heard Xiaosu say last time that he has a girlfriend? Fu Meiyun said with a smile, what are the conditions? What does she do? Chapter 60 My cousin's model girlfriend. Girlfriend? Having said that, a long-lost smile appeared on Fu Xiaowan's face. Apart from anything else, Fu Xiaowan was quite satisfied with Lin Xiaoxiao, her future daughter-in-law. Not only does she look like a celebrity, but she also has a good job, the kind that is hard to find even with a lantern. The conditions are pretty good. I'll work in Haitsong Finance. Fu Xiaowan said. Haitsong Finance? Wait, did I hear something wrong? She is no stranger to Haitsong Finance, a famous financial company in Lingjiang. Fu Meiyu was a little surprised that Su Mingzhi could find such a girlfriend, but after thinking about it, she felt relieved. Take Su Mingzhi's current conditions as an example. The person you are looking for is probably also very ordinary. At most, he is just an ordinary employee in Haitsong Finance, or simply a handyman. Haitsong Finance is pretty good. Do you know what it does specifically? I heard that he was a manager in the investment department, but I didn't ask the details. Fu Xiaowan said. Investment manager? In one sentence, Fu Meiyu was completely confused. Su Mingzhi is just a real estate agent. How could he find the investment manager of Haitsong Finance as his girlfriend? Xiaowan, that's impossible. With Xiaosu's conditions, can he find an investment manager as his girlfriend? You better be careful and don't get cheated. These days, there are many beautiful girls who try to trick people into giving them dowries under the pretext of getting married, said Fu Meiyu. Fu Xiaowan. If she was not sure that Fu Meiyu was indeed her biological sister, she would have wanted to kick Fu Meiyu out right now. What does Su Mingzhi's conditions mean? What is marriage fraud? Which one of them is human language? Sister, do you think it's still like when we did that, where appearance wasn't important but work? Sister, times have changed. Now, being good-looking is more useful than anything else. Fu Xiaowan said proudly. Fu Xiaowan admitted that Su Mingzhi was indeed no match for Kong Mingren, either in terms of academic qualifications or financial strength. But in terms of appearance, his child is far better than Kong Mingren. Xiaowan, you. Sister, let's not talk about Su Mingzhi, let's talk about Mingren. How about Mingren's girlfriend? You should have met her, right? Fu Xiaowan changed the subject and asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fu Meiyu became excited. Of course I have seen her, Xiaowan, you don't know, that girl is like a fairy, with a perfect figure and a pretty face. Do you know what she does? Fu Meiyu said in a secretive tone. What for? Model. And also a part-time dance teacher. Although my income is not as much as Mingren's, but all the income added up every month is tens of thousands. Isn't it amazing? Fu Meiyu said proudly. She is quite satisfied with her daughter-in-law. This is the kind of girlfriend my son should have. That's really impressive. Fu Xiaowan nodded and said, but you have to be careful. The modeling profession has too many temptations. Don't let yourself get away with it. Xiaowan, you can rest assured about this. Our Mingren is very outstanding and is not afraid of any temptations. By the way, how did they know each other? I heard from Mingren that it was introduced by a friend, so there must be no problem. He. The pleasant conversation lasted for about an hour, and then Fu Meiyu got up and left. Before leaving, she also specifically reminded Fu Xiaowan, Xiaowan, when Xiaosu comes back later, you have to remind him that there are many marriage frauds these days. Sister, you too. On the other side. Su Mingzhi parked his electric scooter and walked straight up the stairs. But after taking 2 steps, 2 familiar faces came towards me. A man and a woman, about 50 years old. It's rare to find his name is Kong Mingren, he is Su Mingzhi's uncle. The woman is naturally Su Mingzhi's aunt, Fu Meiyu. Aunt, uncle, why are you here? Su Mingzhi was the first to greet them. I happened to pass by and came up to take a look. Fu Meiyu looked at Su Mingzhi with a smile. I have to say that Su Mingzhi is really good looking. Even compared to the stars and male models on TV, he is no worse. It's a pity to waste such a good-looking skin. Sighing silently in her heart, Fu Meiyun smiled and said, Xiaosu, I heard that your girlfriend is the manager of the Haizong Financial Investment Department? That's right. Su Mingzhi nodded. Su Mingzhi felt that according to the normal script, at this time, Fu Meiyu should say something like not bad, very good. But Fu Meiyun's next words almost made Su Mingzhi drop his jaw. Fu Meiyun's face suddenly changed, and she said with a worried look on her face, Xiaosu, listen to your aunt's advice. It's hard to find a girlfriend for the manager of Haizong Financial Investment Department with your conditions. You'd better ask their company. There are many scammers these days. If you really need a marriage fraudster, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Marriage fraud. Just one sentence made Su Mingzhi laugh. Aunt, you have such a vivid imagination. There are so many liars. Besides, I'm penniless. What can I possibly be cheated of? Su Mingzhi said with a smile. Fu Meiyun shook her head and said, Xiaosu, you are wrong to think so. Nowadays, girls specifically cheat on poor people like you. You worry about not being able to find a wife when you have no money. Once you worry, you will fall into someone's trap. Also, you don't have money, but your parents do. You have to be careful. Su Mingzhi. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and for a moment Su Mingzhi really didn't know how to respond to this. Aunt, don't talk about me. What does my cousin's girlfriend do? She's a model and a part-time dance teacher. Maybe you can see her on TV. Fu Meiyu said proudly. Model, dance teacher? Wait, I think I thought of something amazing. For some reason, Su Mingzhi suddenly remembered Zhou Min, the girl he met at Rongtai Hotel yesterday. Both are models and dance teachers. Could it be that he is Kong Mingren's girlfriend? Thinking of this, Su Mingzhi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Kong Mingren's girlfriend is a peripheral girl? But soon, Su Mingzhi shook his head and put this idea behind him. There shouldn't be such coincidences in this world, right? Then congratulations, cousin. That's right. Fu Meiyun smiled complacently and said, Okay, Xiao Su, we are all family, and auntie can't hurt you. Take some time to go to Heights on Finance and see what's going on. If the situation is not right, break up quickly. Okay, we have things to do, so we want to leave. See you this weekend. As she spoke, Fu Meiyu waved to Kong Jinming and turned to leave. Aunt, why don't you stay for dinner? Forget it today, we'll talk about it next time.